there today. They have to be careful of this weather. I think the toss will be crucial. But if we reflect on the last game, I do think that New Zealand were maybe 20 runs short in setting a total. And they'll look at that. And I think it's more in that period. Pakistan bowled very well at the death. So I think it's more in that period of overs 20 to 40 where there's only 4 players out that they can look to dominate. They'll reflect on that first game. And I think that we can see maybe a little bit more aggression with the bat.
What about from a Pakistan perspective? You know, the big news coming from the camp is that Ihsanullah is making his one-day international debut. We saw him in the T20s, but he will be seen in action in this particular format, and it's a huge moment for him, Sana.
Absolutely, especially that the team is preparing for the One-Day World Cup. For Ihsan to get a chance, it does give the message of how the selectors might be thinking. They want to see him under pressure, how he fares well in the one-day format. And it's a huge opportunity for him, especially when Pakistan is one up.
All right, it is indeed a huge moment, Grant. I mean, I'm sure you remember when you got your cap, what it felt like. It's an emotional moment. You've always waited for that time to actually come out and play for your team and for your national side, and when it finally happens, lots of emotions running through.
You know, I think the emotions, you can't really explain how important it is when you get that cap. I mean, you know, you grow up and you dream of playing for your country. It's an absolute dream. When I was 12 years old, all I wanted to do was, you know, play international cricket. And then getting that cap finally, it's, you know, the passion that you have for your country, for your teammates, your family. It's a very proud moment, but you only get one debut. That's the thing. You get one chance to do it, and it's a special moment, and hopefully he gets his cap, and it is a special day for him.
All right. From a Pakistan perspective, should there be more changes? Should they stick to the winning combination? How are we looking at today's team?
I do think the team did really well. You're a winning team. You don't want to change too much right at the start of the series. I do think one change should be enough, but it all depends on how they look into this 5-match series, because in the T20s they did the same. They didn't change it in the beginning, but then they have to change a lot at the end.
They are looking at all the changes. They're trying different combinations as well. And there's been a change in the management of the Pakistan cricket team as well. We've seen team director Mickey Arthur come in the side. He was previously the coach of the Pakistan cricket team, but now he's coming in a different capacity. Earlier, I caught up with him. Let's find out what he has to say.
Star Talk, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
I have with me Mickey Arthur, one of the most successful coaches of Pakistan cricket. But here today, he is back in a different capacity altogether as the director of Pakistan cricket. Mickey, great to have you here. Wonderful to have you back. You're coming back in a different capacity, though, this time. You are the team director. So how does it feel to be back in Pakistan?
Oh, first of all, Zee, it's a privilege to be back. It really is to be. Pakistan cricket never leaves you. There's an emotional attachment to it. It's been fantastic. We've had a pretty full-on couple of days trying to get the boys the direction of the team game, individual meetings, etc., etc. But it's just such a pleasure to be back. I'm really passionate about this job. I'm passionate about this country, and we've got a World Cup to win.
So if I were to ask you, what kind of vision does a team director have? So in terms of just the Pakistan team, if I were to ask you, where do you want to see them in the next couple of years? What would you say?
We actually discussed it the other night as a team, and I mean, obviously won't go into all the discussion around that. But I just looked around the room and I just saw the talent that was in the room, and we 6, 5, and 3 in the world across different formats, and that's not good enough. This team deserves to be the best. This team deserves to be #1 in the world. I've got a real plan to get them there. I've got a vision to get them there.
What did you miss coaching about Pakistan in particular?
I tell you what you miss. You miss the colour, you miss the passion, you miss the noise, but you miss the talent. So those are the 4 things. I mean, when I walked into that room again last night and saw the boys, it was just electric again.
2019 is the time that you left after the 50-over World Cup. You must have followed the Pakistan cricket team in this time closely. You know, we've seen your tweets on social media and just generally you talking about the Pakistan players. What do you reckon are the strengths of this Pakistan side?
There's world-class players. There really is world-class players. The key for us is making them turn those class into match-winning performances. The strength of the batting of the side, we've got a world-class batsman. We've got some very, very good batsmen, but I just marvel at our bowling attack. The ability to bowl sides out, defend totals in all forms is mouth-watering. I just think it's an amazing attack. I go so far as to say it's almost the best in the world.
What about the weaknesses of the side?
Yeah, without giving too much away, there are certain areas that we need to prove on. I think Grant and I have had in-depth conversations with Baba, Haroon, part of the selection panel, as to a strategy and a brand we think that's going to be successful for us in the World Cup. So we've looked at potential guys that can fill that role. I do think overs 10 to 40 in the World Cup are going to be crucial. We need to find batsmen who can bat that long period of time, particularly batsmen who could play spin. I think spin's going to play a massive role at that phase in the World Cup.
Yeah, you spoke about the young talent that Pakistan cricket has. I mean, who are the players that have really impressed you so far, that you've observed, you feel have great potential?
Oh, look, I think, I mean, I've just been, I've been drawn into Mohammed Harris. He's just a vibrant character. He's been great fun over the last couple of days. I watched him bat. He's got an unbelievable talent. Saim Ayub, incredible talent. He's got it all. I believe he can be that player for us that can dominate those overs 10 to 40 at times. I think he's that good. I've been really impressed. Ishanullah, I thought he was outstanding during the World. I mean, he bowls rockets. He's so quick.
Okay, lastly, I'm not going to keep you here for long. It's a very busy cricketing year for Pakistan cricket. There's lots of test cricket, there's T20 internationals, a lot that's going on. I mean, anything in particular that you would want Pakistan to achieve? They're traveling to Australia at the end of the year, there's Asia Cup, so much happening.
Yeah, there's so much happening, which is great, and that's why I've got a really good support staff with me. There's two obvious answers to that, and that's to win a World Cup, and the second one would be to go to Australia and win a Test series. I mean, I was lucky to experience that with South Africa. There is nothing better than winning a Test series in Australia. So those are two very achievable goals, I think.
Thank you so much, Mickey, for joining us. It's always a pleasure to speak to you and catch up on Pakistan cricket. This time, though, in a different capacity. He comes back as team director. We wish him all the best for all his endeavours for Pakistan cricket, and of course hope that this is a successful run for him.
Star Talk, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Well, it's always great to hear the thoughts of Mickey Arthur. Like I said, this time in a different capacity as team director. The full interview is available on all the PCB channels. It's on YouTube, Facebook, and pretty much all the other social media channels that are available. It will be uploaded shortly, but a different challenge for him, Sana. When you look at Mickey, he comes in as team director. He's got a job on his hands because he needs to improve all the rankings of different formats where Pakistan is at this point of time. How do you look at his inclusion in the management?
Of course, the inclusion is great. He has worked with the same group of players. Mostly the core is still the same for the Champions Trophy that we won under him. So the core is the same. But the communication and the execution will be very, very important, because he won't be here to take the decisions on the ground. But of course, the whole vision will be his. And the communication between the head coach, himself, the captain, that would be very, very crucial.
Mickey, you know a bit of Mickey, Grant. I mean, you've been somebody who's been in his company, played alongside him as well. What do you make of him?
Yeah, I actually played with Mickey Arthur first-class cricket in South Africa, and the very next year he was the coach of the team, so got to know him really well at the start of my career. And you know, Mickey, just like he spoke about in that interview, he's passionate about cricket, he's passionate about teams excelling, and he's done very well as a coach. He's taken teams from positions where currently Pakistan are to being the best in the world. So, you know, he's been there, done that. I like his aspirations. I think the only question mark I'd say is if there is that much talent in the room, then why are they not producing at the moment? And that's why he's there, is to find that out. And the one thing I would say is maybe selection, maybe consistency in selection.
Selection is something which is always an interesting topic in Pakistan. Sana, what about the conditions then? I mean, we saw that New Zealand was short of runs the other day. What are we expecting today?
I think Grant pointed out really well the toss is going to be extremely important because we saw there was a big difference in the behavior of the pitch when it was playing under the sun and when it was playing under the light. So, of course, it's going to be different. When the sun is out, you see the pitch was a bit slower, but once the lights were on, it was coming on better, and then dew can play a role. Last match, there was hardly any dew, but that's why it's very difficult to post a total when you're batting first here.
Yeah, it is going to be difficult in terms of, it's not been the easiest ground to defend on, Grant. You look at this ground and what we've seen in the T20s as well, not much in it for the bowlers.
No, I think that there's not a lot of turn. So that is one factor. If it's turning, we did see a little bit of turn from Ish Sodhi. Ish Sodhi had bounce turn. When Baba came in, there was a little bit there for him. So that's exciting from a spin point of view, and that can really halt the runs, the amount of runs that they do score. But everything points towards having a bowl first and batting second, like Sana said. I think that's the way to go.
I think New Zealand would have recalculated their targets after that last game that Pakistan saw. Also a change for Pakistan as Sanullah is playing today, instead of whom we'll find out shortly, because we are ready with the toss and Arooj Mumtaz is out there with the two captains.
Toss and pitch report brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Game number 2 here in Pindi, the second of 5 one-dayers, and how the surface plays we'll find out later. But most importantly, to my left, the ICC match referee Chris Board, captain of Pakistan Babar Azam, and Tom Latham for New Zealand. All set and ready for the toss. Babar has the coin.
Heads.
Heads is the call.
Tail again.
Repeat of match number 1. You won the toss. What are you going to do?
Same. We have a ball first.
Any particular reason? Yes, we talk about Pindi and batting second and sort of chasing is the way to go, but do you find anything different in the surface?
To be honest, not any difference. Pitch look like same, and we will try to utilize first 10 hours, and yeah, we try to take early wicket and put pressure on them.
Any changes in your side from the first one?
Yes, we have 3 changes.
Okay, do you remember
Unfortunately,
them?
Shahan is not playing. He have a little bit injury. Abdullah Shafiq is playing. Sama playing. Shadab is resting. Shaheen is not playing. Sanullah is debut. Because of work match overloaded, so we decide to rest him and rotation policy. So that's why we are trying to try 2 different combinations.
I mean, it makes sense also because in the lead into the World Cup, there's this and then probably a few more assignments after as you head into the World Cup. As a captain, how important is it for you to try different things during this series so that you can implement them if required in the World Cup?
We will try to different combination. Yes, we have 2 big events coming up, so we will try 2 different combination, different players, different combination for fast bowling, different combination in the batting. We had tried 2 different batsmen in the middle order. So yeah, we have a very important series, so we will try to utilize as soon as possible.
Right, Babar, thank you and good luck for the game.
Thank you, thank you.
So Tom, 2 out of 2 not going your way. Would you have done anything different?
We probably would have bowled first as well, but obviously got some information from the last game. The wicket looks, reasonably similar. So I guess, we weren't far away in that batting innings. Just hopefully we can make those little adjustments first up.
Well, you say you weren't far enough. 288. How many short do you think you actually were?
I don't think we were too far away, to be fair. I think, to put 290 on the board, a couple of boundaries here and there, and all of a sudden you're up over that 300 mark. And I guess for us, it's just trying to apply our blueprint as best as we can. And as I said, we've got some information on how these surfaces play and how they're going to go about things. So hopefully we can make those adjustments first up.
Well, Tom Young, Will Young came to the party and Daryl Mitchell with a good ton as well. How much confidence does that give you in terms of your batting, firing for that big score?
Yeah, it's obviously those guys played fantastically well. I think the way they set the innings up at the top of the order, it wasn't easy first up, and then I guess the way they were able to absorb a little bit of pressure, and then the partnerships are key things in our batting unit, and we managed to build a few of them throughout the innings. But I guess hopefully today we can go a little bit better.
Changes to your side?
Yeah, we've got 2 changes. So Adam Milne and Blair Tickner miss out, and Henry Shipley and Jimmy Neesham come in.
Well done. Anyways, good luck and thanks for chatting with us.
Thank you very much.
Right, the news from the centre is that Pakistan have won the toss and they will have a bowl. And there's plenty of talk around the surface. Butch alongside. You've been expecting this surface. What do you make of it?
Well, 2 days ago we had a surface that looked cracked, looked a little dry, looked nothing like the Runfest pitches that we saw in the PSL only a month or so ago. And this pitch, if anything, Aruj, looks even drier and even more cracked. If we can get in a little bit tighter here on some of these cracks, very mosaiced, some of them move a little bit. We're getting to that sort of stage of the season now, the back end of the season, where everything is getting old and tired. Not you and I, obviously, but the pitches, the surfaces are starting just to show that little bit of wear. And because of that, Pakistan were fantastic, I thought, in the back end of the innings, where they had the last 10 overs or so with Haris Rauf, Naseem and Shaheen Sharafidi bowling a lot of cutters, slower ball cutters into a length, not looking for Yorkers. And when they were doing that, the New Zealand batsmen were just unable to accelerate, couldn't get hold of the ball at all. They only scored at 6.5 runs and over in that last 10, and that's what cost them a 300+ score. And I think that's going to be critical here once again today because of that dryness and because of the lack of pace onto the ball. You really got to make the most of your power play. That's going to be the key. You've got to come out, you've got to go a bit harder with the power play, because by the time you get down to the last 10, you are not going to smash great bowlers at the death on a pitch where there is no pace coming onto the bat.
Right, put you on the spot. Latham said they were not far behind from what they thought was a good score. They got 288. What do you reckon is the magic number?
Well, I think it's going to be more difficult today than it was a couple of days ago. So I think sort of around 290 is going to be a similar. I think they were 20 short 2 days ago. Today, I think the score that they made 2 days ago might actually be good enough. But again, I stress to the point that power play, and also up to around about the 30th, 35th over, you've really got to be on your mettle to score as many as you possibly can.
Right, you've heard from Butch, and what looks like it's going to be an interesting surface, we'll only find out.
Toss and pitch report brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Well, that is the big news from the centre, that Pakistan has won the toss once again and they have elected to bowl. Thank you so much, Grant. I think it's time for you to head into the commentary box. Sana, you stay with us because we will be taking a short breather. And when we do come back, we'll be having a look at the teams and whatever changes have been made. Back on the Inveric Solar Energy Pit Side Show, and the news from the centre is that Pakistan has won the toss and they have elected to field first. A couple of changes for both the sides that we are seeing. I've now been joined by Mark Butcher in the studio. Butch, great to have you back. Let's talk about the New Zealand team first. They've made 2 changes. Shipley comes back, and also Jimmy Neesham is back in the side as well. So they'd be looking, you look at the kind of performance that you saw in the first one-day international, short of runs. How do you think the balance of this lineup is that they're playing today?
Well, I mean, it hasn't changed a great deal, except for the fact that Jimmy Neesham offers them a little bit more explosive power in that middle order. You know, if there was one area of the game where New Zealand sort of faltered, I think, in their first innings, it certainly wasn't the top order. It was what happened when they lost a couple of wickets and Tom Latham chewed up all those deliveries. So with Neesham in the shake-up, it gives them the opportunity to, if they want, to juggle the batting order around a little bit, stick him up the order and try and keep that impetus going as it gets more difficult as the ball gets a little bit older. But I mean, it's essentially the same side, the same sort of makeup of the team, but I think Neesham's batting power just gives them that little bit extra.
Right, Neesham's batting power gives them a little bit extra, but Pakistan has also made a couple of changes. All the Shahs are out. Shan Masood is out, Shadab Khan is out, Shaheen Shah Afridi is out, and Ihsanullah, we spoke about him. He's making his debut today, but Osama Mir also gets an opportunity, Sana.
Absolutely, you don't want your name to be start with an SNH because they're all out of the team. But I do like the changes. Abdullah Shafiq in for Shan. He has been performing well, so it's good to see him in the top order there. Osama Mir, the leg spinner, another like-to-like replacement, but I do think in this Pakistan team there's a little longer tail, slightly longer tail as compared to the other team, because you have lost Shadab and Shaheen who both can bat, but still a very good, strong team for Pakistan.
But you've seen a lot of Ihsanullah in the HPL PSL. What do you make of him?
He's incredibly exciting. He's exciting for world cricket, not just Pakistan cricket. He bowls absolute rockets. He's got the Cupid's bow celebration when he takes a wicket. And it is so naive at the moment in terms of his development as a cricket player that every day is like Christmas Day for him at the moment. And I, for one, am really looking forward to seeing him bowl on this surface, because despite the fact that there is going to be a lot of pace and bounce in it, that sometimes when you're a high speed can make life very, very difficult for batters. We've also seen he has the ability to reverse swing the ball even in T20 games. So, you know, if this pitch starts to bite into that Kookaburra ball a little bit, we'll see that little bit of movement. So very excited to see him in the side. And Osama Mir, his teammate at Multan Sultans. The two of them were dynamite together in the middle period of innings in the T20s, and they might be able to do a similar job here in this as well.
It's good to see Osama Mir being given an opportunity, Sana, because he is somebody who did really well in the HPL PSL. Sort of got overshadowed by a lot of the other bowlers, but just in terms of his individual performance, he was right up there.
Absolutely, has been bowling with a lot of control, and the moment you have seen him given the responsibility, he really likes that responsibility. And I do think this consistency as a leg spinner when he's so young has been very, very impressive for me.
It has been rather impressive. Osama Mir has evolved in the last few years, but one thing that has also evolved in Pakistan is the crowds. The crowds have been turning up in huge numbers despite all the heat and all the other conditions, Ramadan, whatsoever. We've seen some fantastic crowds so far. Let's find out from Mehek what they have to say.
The second one-day international is about to begin here at Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium, where I'm sure everyone's expecting more high scores, more runs, and just overall some really thrilling cricket, just like they experienced in that first one-day international. Now let's go speak to the fans and ask them their thoughts. आपको लगता है कि न्यूजीलैंड की टीम आज ज़्यादा मोटिवेटेड होगी जीत हासिल करने के लिए?
जी लाजमी सी बात है, न्यूजीलैंड की एक अच्छी टीम है और टफ टाइम दे सकती है पाकिस्तान टीम को। पाकिस्तान पहला मैच अच्छे तरीके से जीता है इंशाल्लाह। पाकिस्तान की टीम भी काफ़ी अच्छी है, मगर न्यूजीलैंड जो है पहला मैच हारा है, तो उन्होंने फाइट करनी होगी। 5 की सीरीज़ है ODI की, तो चाहेंगे कि हम पाकिस्तान को हराएं और इंशाल्लाह टफ टाइम देगी, क्योंकि उनकी टीम भी अच्छी है। मगर इंशाल्लाह हमें अपनी टीम से बहुत ज़्यादा तवक्को है। मैच में फाइटिंग मैच में देखने को मिलेगा, मगर इंशाल्लाह जीत हमारी पाकिस्तान की होगी।
जो इस साल वर्ल्ड कप होने जा रहा है, आपको लगता है कि ये टीम पाकिस्तान की स्ट्रॉन्ग इनफ है?
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। जी बिल्कुल, हमारी टीम जैसे परफॉर्म कर रही है, जैसे T20 में परफॉर्म किया है, आफ्टर दैट इन्होंने जैसे कल जो मैच हुआ है 2 डे अगो, बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म किया है। वी एक्सपेक्टिंग अ लॉट फ्रॉम देम, सो यस आवर टीम इज़ रियली गुड इन वन डे एज वेल।
नसीम शाह के बारे में बात करते हैं। उन्होंने ऑब्वियसली बहुत ब्रिलियंट बॉलिंग कराई पिछले मैच में, पहले भी करा चुके हैं। वी नो व्हाट टू एक्सपेक्ट फ्रॉम हिम। तो उनकी बॉलिंग के बारे में आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
First of all, he's my favorite bowler, so I'm really happy from last match. So I'm expecting a lot from him. So if he get a chance in a World Cup, he will perform really well.
मुझे बताएं कि आपके पिछले मैच में से सबसे फेवरेट परफॉर्मर कौन था?
बॉलिंग में अगर मैं कहूँ तो नसीम शाह और फ़खर जमान ने भी एक अच्छी बैटिंग, ज़बरदस्त बैटिंग की है फ़खर जमान ने.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया कि आपने हमें अपना टाइम दिया और अपनी राय दी. And as we can see that Pakistan was victorious in that first one-day international, but let's see if they can continue that brilliant form ahead, or will it be New Zealand that's going to come out with a new effective strategy to try and get that first win in this series? Stay tuned to find out.
All right, you heard it from Mehak. The fans are very excited about this one. But just in terms of New Zealand, what they can do differently from the last one-day international, batting-wise, they were short of runs. Tom Latham, you know, at the top, plays rather cautiously. I mean, is that just him playing his natural game? Does he need to change his game? You know, does he need to change the approach in the power play?
I think he's a little bit out of nick, really. I think he's just out of a bit of form. And given the start that New Zealand had, they really could have thought about perhaps, you know, dropping him down the order and bringing one of the guys who might come in and swing the willow a little bit more at that point. I mean, they weren't to know perhaps to the extent to which the pitch would slow down in the last 10 overs, the extent to which Daryl Mitchell, even on 100, couldn't find the boundary. However, I think, you know, the way that 50-over cricket has evolved, there is no period now really where teams are supposed to take their foot off the gas and knock the ball around. They could have kept going harder, and if they found themselves not being able to strike it at the back end, they still might have made 300 to 310. The problem was they slowed right down and then were unable to get started again as it got more difficult. So tactically, that's the way I would go. You have to try and keep your foot down. You have to try and make as many runs as you can in the first 35 to 40, and whatever happens at the back end is a bonus.
Pakistan, you know, you look at areas of improvement, and one thing that really sort of stood out was the fielding. Quick thoughts.
Absolutely, because of the heat also, they fielded in this heat. I do think that is something that they can improve. Otherwise, overall, they were really good in all other two departments.
All right, thank you so much, Sana and Butch, both of you. You heard it from Sana that they need to improve their fielding. New Zealand needs to go hard in the beginning overs. It's going to be a cracker of a match. We'll take a short break, and we'll be back just in a bit, so don't go anywhere.
With the 50-over World Cup less than 6 months away, the spotlight is back on one-day cricket. Pakistan and New Zealand kicked off their preparations in Rawalpindi with the first of the 5 matches of this series. Change of format brought a change of fortune for Wei Young and Daryl Mitchell after a disappointing showing in the T20s. Mitchell finally found his touch, scoring a magnificent 100. Second one-day international 100 for Daryl Mitchell. Naseem Shah led the Pakistan fight back, restricting the visitors to less than 300.
Pulled him. Naseem Shah has to.
Two left-handers, Fakhar Zaman and Imam ul Haq, did everything right as Pakistan made a brilliant start. Fakhar Zaman, hero of Pakistan's title triumph at 2017 Champions Trophy, their last major silverware, showed his vintage class racing to 100.
Fakhar Zaman has back-to-back ODI centuries, and he's done it in quite some fashion.
There were minor jitters, but Pakistan were home to go 1-0 up.
We are back one last time in this one-day international series. The Dafa News presents KFC ODI series, second one-day already to kick off action from the Pindi Cricket Stadium here in Rawalpindi. First one went to Pakistan by 5 wickets, a couple of centurions on either side, and today, well, the second one of 5. Both teams looking to make as much use of this series, leading into 50-over World Cup not too far away. Warm-ups as they always do. Ehsanullah, well, he's into the side. He will be making his ODI debut. Osama Mir with his leg spin as well makes way into the side. And Fakhar Zaman, what an outing he had. He joined some elite company in terms of the runs and averages he scores at, the strike rate he has. For New Zealand, well, Tom Latham very hopeful at the toss, trying to just rectify the minor tweaks that they need to in order to level this series, and that's what they will be hoping to do. On the surface, it had that mosaic look as we had a look to it earlier. There was a little bit of cracks here and there. What did bounce out from the first one, that it looks a little bit more drier than the first one. Slow ones were an issue for New Zealand to score, might be a similar issue. But again, as Rawalpindi always promises, there will still be plenty of runs on offer. I was out there with the two captains earlier on, and Babar Azam has been very lucky with the toss throughout the series. 2 out of 2 now, and 2 out of 2 same decisions as he elected to have a bowl first. Grant Elliott again in the commentary box, and we kick off with New Zealand.
Well, in the team, Jimmy Neesham and Henry Shipley, and out of the team, Adam Milner, Blair Tickner. But eyes on the openers. Are they going to be more aggressive? Can they do better than the last game in the runs department? Solid-looking team.
A solid-looking team against Pakistan, who've made 3 changes. Osama Mir comes into the side, Ehsanullah with his pace, and Abdullah Shafiq in place of Shan Masood. Well, the top 3, they'll be a force to reckon with. They've got all-rounders in the middle, but the firepower, plenty to watch out with, the speeds that Ehsanullah can clock in. Earlier on, Sikandar Bakht caught up with Daryl Mitchell.
Daryl, change of format, change of fortune. It was first time batting at number 3. Enjoyed that number, or is it something that you did different from the T20s to the ODIs for your batting?
Oh, look, obviously the formats are totally different, and yeah, for me, it's whatever number I'm batting in the position is just trying to do a job for our team and try and get us in a position to win games of cricket. And yeah, I guess it's nice to contribute in the first game, but it's also exciting to be here game 2 and a fresh start, and we'll go again.
World Cup is around the corner. I mean, it's a few months away. We're talking about every team looking to get that best combination going. In case Kane is not available, are you happy to do that number 3 position?
Look, for me, I'm trying not to look too far ahead. I think that's one strength of us as a group, is that we stay pretty present and worry about what's in front of us right now. And for that is to take on Pakistan over here in Pakistan. And yeah, the World Cup's still a few months away and still a lot of cricket to go between now and then. So yeah, just really proud to be representing our country at the moment in the series, and hopefully we can keep continuing to do the job.
Tell us a bit about your innings. Brilliant 100. Last 10 overs, New Zealand got only 66. You felt that was difficult to put the ball away in the last 10 overs?
Yeah, I thought the way Pakistan bowled there at the death, they obviously got some world-class death bowlers, and they did a great job. For us as Kiwis coming over here, the nature of reverse swing and the lower wickets, I guess it makes it a lot harder in that last 10 overs. So it's something we've spoken about as a group, is how we can, I guess, combat that. But at the same time, sometimes you've got to take your hat off to the way Pakistan bowled there, and yeah, I thought they did a great job.
Just a quick one on how easy or how difficult was it to adjust to the conditions as a batting unit here?
Yeah, for us, we've obviously come off a home summer in New Zealand, which is a little bit more bounce than what we're used to, and something we're really proud of is the way, I guess, we've adapted throughout the 5 games of the T20s and into this last one day a couple of days ago. It's just adapting each time, trying to make small improvements, and yeah, I guess hopefully if we can keep doing that throughout this series, then we're going to go a long way to winning some games.
Well, have a good one.
Cheers, thank you.
Yeah, centurion of the last game for New Zealand, Daryl Mitchell. That was a really good knock he played, but it was undone by Fakhar Zaman's brilliance. Those are the two teams on your screen. For Pakistan, Abdullah Shafiq, Osama Mir and Ahsanullah. He will be making his debut for New Zealand. The experience of Jimmy Neesham back into the side along with Henry Shipley. Two very strong looking sides. It was Pakistan who won convincingly in the end by 5 wickets with balls to spare as well. 288 is what was not enough a couple of days ago from New Zealand. Well, they're going to be out there again trying to do one better. A proud moment for any player when they represent their country, and a very proud moment for Ahsanullah, and I'm sure for his family as well. Being presented the Pakistan cap from Shaheen Shah Afridi. 241st one-day international cap for Pakistan. Right, well, the two gentlemen in the red shirts, Aleem Dar and Rashid Riaz, they will be hoping the boys behave out in the middle. They make their way out. Brand new Kookaburra in their hand. Pakistan will be taking the field once again. And New Zealand, Chad Bowes and Will Young will try to make use of the first power play.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone from around the world and in Pakistan. Here is Islamabad, Pindi Stadium. Chad Bowes and Will Young will be opening up. They both scored a 50 while being in Pakistan. Will Young particularly impressive in the last innings. Couldn't kick on and get those triple figure 100. And Chad Bowes, well, he got 50 in the T20s. So they'll both be looking to build on this power play. Everyone felt that maybe they were a little bit shorter runs in the power play. Only scoring 49 in the last game. There's been a lot of chat about the total and what is a winning total on this pitch. A little bit dry, see early on in his career, Chad Bowes, but we know what he can do. We saw him in the T20s. He likes to give himself room and hit through the offside. Particularly aggressive at the start of his innings. Will Young, a little bit more circumspect in the way he approaches things, but was brilliant in the last innings, scoring 86. See that impressive average, 200s against Netherlands and the 250s, one against Pakistan and one against Sri Lanka. So it's game time now. Change of personnel. It seems, Aruj, that if your name started with an SH today, you were out of luck. Shaheen, Shadab and Shan, all out of the team.
Grant Elliott paying way too much attention. A good spot there. Yep, Shaheen Shah Afridi, Shadab Khan and Shan Masood all missing out. In walk Osama Mir, Ahsanullah, who we'll see up front with the ball first. Abdullah Shafiq as well. And he'll probably be batting in that number 4 position. Naseem Shah, what an outing he had in the first game. It was absolutely brilliant with the line and length. Got a lot of lateral movement off the surface, even in the air, and bowled some particularly nice channels to the right-handers. Second one-day international, New Zealand versus Pakistan. Here we go.
Oh, you're right, Aruj. He bowled brilliantly in the last game. In fact, you can't give someone who gets 2 for 29 of 10 overs man of the match or player of the match. But you think in this day and age, on this pitch, in these conditions, quick outfield, 2 for 29 is spectacular. And what he needs to do, and we heard Mickey Arthur said that he wants this team to be world class. Well, you've got to back it up. You've got to back these performances up.
Nicely driven straight to the fielder. He had one outing, he'll remember, 10 overs, 29 runs, 2 wickets and 2 maidens. And it was the channels that he bowled in with so much consistency. He hit the perfect length and got the ball to move laterally and swing through the air. There was plenty of plays and misses, and those were his couple of wickets. One in his 9th and one in his final over. And you very rightly mentioned, Grant, so many times those impact performances go under the radar because there was plenty of talk around New Zealand probably being 15-20 runs short. And you'd probably put all of that in terms of Naseem Shah's bowling performance. He was the one who pegged that scoring rate back. So you have to give credit where it's due. So he, for me, was one of the biggest impact players in that game for Pakistan. And bowling with one slip, fine leg and deep third on the fence. Everyone else up in the ring. Driven beautifully. That'll be runs. Excellent timing on the ball. Will Young off the mark.
Oh, yes. Well, he just leant on this. What a way to start your innings. Exquisite. In at the stumps. High elbow. Just punches it down the ground. No risk in that shot. No better way to get your innings off. Just shows how well balanced Will Young is at the start of his innings.
He got runs in the first game. 86 of 78 up the order. Played some really good shots, and one of those features of his batting were timing through the offside and straight back pass. And Naseem Shah very quick to rectify. Back on length in terms of pitching the ball. We saw him swing the ball a little bit. There was a little bit lateral movement. Hasn't been only 5 deliveries into the day's play, but we haven't seen the same amount of movement that he in particular got the other day.
Yeah, not as much early on, Aruj. That's for sure. It was a bit of seam movement from him early on. He gets their tailed up bowlers.
And watches it through. End of the first, New Zealand 4 for none. Changes marked. 2 teams on your screen. Some good changes from Pakistan's point of view. Babar Azam mentioned at the toss that managing workload and applying rotation policy just to make sure they try out the bench strength as well. Osama Mir has had a fantastic HBL PSL recently, and so did Ehsanullah. A list A career, 25 wickets to his name, and more importantly, the average just of 19, and the fact that he can bowl with some steam. He's already clocked 150 more than plenty of occasions during the HBL PSL. And once again, a very, very proud moment. And for his sake, he will want to keep that cap on for a long time into this career for Pakistan.
Oh, he'll want to sleep in that cap tonight. It's so special because at that moment you always think about the sacrifices that you make, the sacrifices that your family's made. There is a lot of sacrifice that you make as an international cricketer to be out there, to get to the top. A very impressive list A record, Ehsanullah. You only get one chance to make your debut. There's Rashid Riaz, umpire. So he's just doing his 14th ODI. Alim Dar, very special day for him. Standing in his 227th men's ODI, and I think he's done 144 test matches as well. Hugely experienced. And generally, I'm getting it wrong in the commentary box, and he's getting it right. Oh, well, this is interesting. We're changing the 30-yard circle. I've never seen this happen before.
They got the wrong measuring tape out earlier.
Who's responsible, Uruj?
Not the two of us. Well, the umpires have been very quick to recognize and rectify, and play will resume shortly as those white marks come into the actual 30-yard circle from the survey that they are playing on.
Do we have to start again?
Earlier in the day, Wasim Khan, ICC General Manager, presented a plaque to Alim Dar, recently retired from the ICC Elite panel of the umpires. He will continue to umpire, but he is not obviously part of that panel. Thank you for your services to not just Pakistan, but world cricket. He stood in 145 tests, 227 one-day internationals, which is a record he holds in both formats. Only Pakistani umpire to stand in 2 World Cup finals. ICC Umpire of the Year 2009, 10 and 11. First Pakistani to be part of the elite panel, and for a very long time. Recently has stepped down. Ehsan Raza now makes his way into that ICC elite panel of umpires. Right, Grant Elliott, whoever made that mistake, we don't know, but it has been rectified. The measuring tape has gone off the field. That is Ehsan Raza, newly recruited into the ICC elite panel of umpires. Right, Ehsanullah, he's had the ball in his hand for a long time now, with the new ball on debut and with one slip. Clipped into the leg side. Chad Bose off the mark with a couple.
Yeah, he had to stand at his mark for a long time, Ihsanullah. While we organised the field. It's 132 k's an hour. Long limbs, tall man. He'll get a little, take him a bit longer to get the body going, the engine going. And we'll see that pace build up in this spell. There's no doubt about that.
Up and through the air and through the fielder as well. Probably should have been cut off. It'll be 4.
Well, this is what happens with pace and width. You don't want to provide width on this Pindi field. Chad Bose, he enjoys width. You've got to be tight in at the stumps, wicket to wicket. We spoke about sloppy fielding of Pakistan. That's probably a good effort. Maybe should have stopped that one, Haris Rauf.
Once again width, once again crunched through the offside. Back-to-back boundaries for Chad Bose.
Yeah, he loves width. He steps straight, Chad Bose. Watch that front foot. Just goes straight down the wicket. Width on offer. Waits for it. Just plays it off that right hip. Uses the pace. Placement perfect.
A slight shake of the head. Babar Azam is, as with most captains, who just walked, put a hand around his shoulder. Long way to go in the game. And Ehsanullah still searching for that length. A little bit of width again, and this time guided into the offside.
Yeah, one of the reasons why Chad Bose just loves width is you watch that front foot, doesn't go very far. He doesn't close himself off. So when there is a little bit of width on offer, just like that, he can throw his hands through it. So you want to be tight in the stumps, you want to be on off stump and middle stump. Try and be tight in at him so that he doesn't have the opportunity to free those arms through the offside like Isanul has given him early on. He's also performed really well domestically. As Will Young just dabs that one down. Chad Bowes domestically is at 1,123 runs. Steady average. But I think what's got him here is not just the steady average, but it's the strike rate. Look at that strike rate, the 90s. Generally gets his team off to a good start. Consistent performer for Canterbury. Ravel.
Full, driven, brilliant fielding. Imam Ullah really good to get both hands down to that. 2 overs done, 16 for none. If you just joined us, Pakistan won the toss and they elected to bowl once again. New Zealand, Will Young, Chad Bowes. It's been a good solid start so far for New Zealand. Naseem Shah to continue. Last ball of the previous over, Imam Ullah at point. Full length horizontal dive to his right. The full delivery was nicely carved away, and that's a stop to a certain boundary. One thing Pakistan can consistently make better. Every now and then they have a fantastic day in the field. You don't really know which fielding side turns up the next day.
I also think though, Rouge, I mean, you don't want to make excuses, but it is tougher fielding in these conditions. It's very hot. We were in the studio with umbrellas earlier. There's no umbrellas out there. They were a little bit sloppy in the last game. Those small changes that could have given them an extra 10 runs there, an opportunity. It's the drop catches that kill you, but just a slight lapse of concentration.
Well, Lisa Stilekar asked me in the previous game that with regards to fielding and if there is a reason, and there actually is, because in Pakistan not many grounds have a nice green carpet. The ground underneath is very rocky and hard, so it's almost trying to prevent yourself from injury, let alone trying to put a dive in. It's not until you get to the national higher group stages or the A teams or the academies that you get surfaces and relatively greener carpets in terms of improving your fielding. So it doesn't really come naturally to Pakistan. He's got a hand to it. But again, it can't be an excuse. You still have to put in the effort. Fielding so often than not can win you the game as well, can lose you the game as well. Luckily for Pakistan, it didn't cost them much in the previous game. Slip's gone out. And plugs the gap into the leg side. Fine leg comes up and deep square leg falls back. It's been a good start from New Zealand, and there haven't been the same amount of plays and misses. Most of it has come from the middle of the bat.
Yeah, I remember in the last game, I think after the 5th over, it only had 24 on the board. And I thought, wow, you know, like, just like Mark Butcher spoke about at the pitch report, he said the power play is so important because the ball gets softer. Pakistan bowl really well from overs 40 to 50. So the time to dominate is in this power play, so good start so far.
A swing and a miss. There was with an offer. Overdone, it's 19 for none.
Well, there you go. Having a look at the players of the team. Some new faces, new names. Mark Chapman, probably most significant name in there at the moment.
Nicely done. This is really good timing. It was full, it was string down leg, and Will Young, well, he's up to the task and in good form.
Geez, played some good shots, Will Young. On drive and now balance. Slightly leg side-ish. Just rolls his wrists over it. Key here is his balance. Looks in good touch. He's carrying on where he left off in the last innings.
He got 86 in the last game in quick time as well, off 78 deliveries. I just feel Ehsanullah is concentrating more on building up pace, and in that he's bowling full and at the drivable length. His wickets throughout the HBL PSL was player of the tournament, consistently bowled around 90 miles per hour, over 150 Ks, and he had a fantastic tournament, and because of that, and his signature celebration style makes his way into green colours. On debut today for Pakistan, and that's his HBL PSL 2023 record. Player of the tournament.
One of the things we look at, Aruj, is you learn a lot from the first ODI, and you look at Naseem Shah, how well he bowled. That gives the bowlers an indication of the lengths that they need to bowl. But I think for New Zealand, they'll look at Daryl Mitchell's innings and they'll say, well, how did he construct that innings and go about his work? And he played simple cricket. He just played straight, waited for the bad ball, waited for width. That's exactly what the New Zealand batters, and it looks like Will Young is starting to do. Will Young, while I'm on the topic, current ODI average of 56. 200s against the Netherlands. And then had a brilliant innings against Sri Lanka to bring South Africa, excuse me, there's a Freudian slip, New Zealand home. And then again in the last innings against Pakistan, so building up really impressive career.
Ehsanullah, that's a better length. Just marginally pulled it back. So Babar Azam speaking to him just before he bowled his delivery, walked back with him, and it was almost like a case of, well, him pointing, just pull that length back in. It's been around that area where players can just plant their foot and drive through. Well, I think I've read that nicely. Sign language. That is a lovely shot. That is absolutely exquisitely timed back past the bowler to end the over as well. 27 for none. 14 from 16 and 13 from 8 for Young and Bowes respectively. New Zealand 27 for no loss. There was plenty of chatter around making use of the power play, and in the first 4 they're doing that. Last ball of the previous over, well, it came down as a rocket. 149 clicks, and it was timed back even faster from Will Young.
Yeah, I spoke about the batters learning from Daryl Mitchell the other day, and Will Young has started in that fashion. He's hit this one over Isanulla's head at 149 k's an hour. He's played a beautiful on drive and then clipped one off his legs. You have to be straight on this wicket. The way to counter that is to play really straight, play late. Just like that. A defensive stroke, and that's because of the length of Naseem Shah. He's slightly just back of a length when compared to Isanulla.
There's a stark difference in the lengths that they've been bowling. Naseem Shah, because he's been consistently able to hit that length, it's difficult to score. It's almost hitting the top part of the bat, not at the length where you can hit through the line of the ball. We haven't seen any movement yet.
Yeah, it was so impressive, Daryl Mitchell, the way he played the other day. We saw a wagon wheel in the V. Well, have a look at this. Feast your eyes on this. On drive, off the legs, and bang over the head. Shot of aggression. So making his intent felt for this power play, Will Young. He started very, very well today.
That's a horizontal jab. There is a fielder there. Naseem Shah also bowling with some pace. 146 clicks that previous delivery. Speeds through this over. And Naseem Shah is more of a control bowler. Concentrates more on his line and his length. Naturally bowls around the 140 k's mark. Has been a good over again from Naseem Shah. Just the one single. A couple of deliveries left.
Speaking about Will Young and how he's started where he left off in the last game, Naseem Shah's doing exactly the same. Almost finished his third over. Naseem Khan. Zakir Khan enjoying the game here. Good to see Wasim back here in Pakistan. Present the award to Alim Dar, ICC General Manager.
A single to finish off. Another good over from Naseem Shah. Just the 2 of it. 5 overs done. It's 29 for no loss. It's been a good solid start from New Zealand. Halfway through the first power play, they're going at just under 6 and over. 29 for no loss. Change of bowling for Pakistan. Haris Rauf. 4 for 65, his best. Never a lack of pace when you talk about Pakistan's battery of fast bowlers. Shaheen Shah Afridi sitting out today. Haris Rauf, Ehsanullah, Naseem Shah. Now, I wonder whether they have a competition of during the game. Award for fastest delivery during the game. Ehsanullah has already bowled 148.6.
I don't think we've seen a 150 yet. Have we, Arush? Might be wrong there, but in the T20s, definitely while I've been commentating, it's been pushing that 150, around that 149, 148 k's an hour. This man, well, you can get it up there. Yeah. And provide a little bit of a bite or sting. Harris Ralph used the crease well in the last game. Wider the crease on occasions.
Breath of fresh air. Swing and a miss. Was a lack of pace, which he did so well, Haris Rauf, in that first one-day international. And just very early on, 126 Ks stayed slightly low as well.
Yeah, that's interesting signs there early on this pitch. Bit of variable bounce. You'd say that that's a lot lower. Pace off though.
Clip through the legs. Another gloriously timed stroke. Will Young only dealing in boundaries. He's got 4 of them so far.
Well, anything remotely too straight. This one just angling on that Midland leg again. Will Young just waits for it. That balance, head over the ball, waits for it, just times it brilliantly off the middle of the bat. Looking in fine form here today.
Edged and taken. Haris Rauf picks up the first. In Pakistan, they've drawn first blood.
Well, the form that Will Young has looked out there, you didn't think this was going to happen. He looked in absolute control. Haris Rauf, as he does on so many occasions, comes in, perfect line, perfect length, no slip. And a little tickle is all you need, Haris Rauf. The first wicket goes for New Zealand. Haris Rauf strikes. Will Young played some magnificent strokes. Won't be his day today. He goes for 19, 33 for 1.
Centurion off the last game for New Zealand. Daryl Mitchell makes his way into the middle. Excellent numbers. His average 40, 113 is best, which was off the previous game of 150 deliveries. You can strike them at just over 88. He's out there to reckon with some good length bowling from Haris Rauf. Just the angled bat face for Will Young. Looking to guide it down, all he managed was a faint tickle into the gloves of Mohammad Rizwan. Not the best of ideas to just leave that bat face open.
Yeah, you also get into that mindset of playing the ball here because the surface is so good. Can leave the odd delivery, but it was a perfect line where Will Young wasn't sure whether to leave or play.
Well, Daryl Mitchell, he loves to hit the ball straight. The actual delivery, and if there was no deviation, would have hit Will Young's bat right in the middle. Wasn't the case because the ball just held its line and angled away. Really good bowling here from Haris Rauf. Pakistan, they're leaking some boundaries, and after being hit for 1, he picked up Young. We'll have to re-bowl that.
It's actually a really nice graphic to see that, Aruj, because sometimes you walk out and you go, oh, I've angled my bat, I shouldn't have played at that. It's a terrible shot and you feel so bad. You always feel terrible when you get out. But now he looks at that and he goes, oh, actually, it was quite a good ball.
Well, the ball just did enough of the surface.
Take your hat off, Sam. Well bowled, Harris Ralph. Your day, not my day today.
Mitchell off the mark with a single, end of a productive over for Haris Rauf. The wicket of Will Young, 6 done is 35 for 1. Six overs done, New Zealand 35 for 1. Will Young was timing the ball particularly well. Nicked one to Haris Rauf of 19. Daryl Mitchell is out in the middle in the form that he is in. Some ball striking we saw from him from a couple of days ago. So strong through the long off all the way till straightish deep mid-wicket. Just a little charge down the wicket to Naseem Shah.
Well, Daryl Mitchell was exceptional in the last game, scored 100. Those were one of very few delicate shots square of the wicket. Played the ball straight, he played it with power. He chose his moments when to target bowlers. That there, almost his signature shot. What an innings, his second ODI 100.
Magical moment for Mitchell. Watches it go through. Oh, I talk about the lengths, and there was a difference between the lengths that Naseem Shah bowled up front as compared to Ehsanullah. And if you just have a look here, Naseem Shah predominantly in that 6 to 8 meter, just slightly short of 8 as well. So all his deliveries have come in between that 6 and 8 meter mark. Ehsanullah on the other side tried a Yorker, a few in the slot as well, so wasn't able to quite hit that length and hence was picked off for boundaries.
One of the things that Daryl Mitchell does, Aruj, is he does bat out of his crease. He knows that that length that we're talking about, that you were just talking about now, that dangerous length on here, does it often in his innings, as he does bat just slightly out of the crease. There you go, it's just a yard, or sometimes 2 out there, just so he can get to that length.
And in that, obviously, he's trying to create his own length. And the first delivery he played against Naseem just came down the wicket. Who's by far been quite impeccable with the ball. Has bowled 14 overs in the series so far, Naseem Shah. Only 2 boundaries conceded. One the other day, one today so far. Yeah, ongoing live action from the Pindi Cricket Stadium last time in this series. And then we move to Karachi, the City of Lights. The 3rd, 5th and the 7th of May for the final 3 one-day internationals. From the National Bank Cricket Stadium. Mitchell off the mark into the leg side. Yeah, you can grab your match tickets. Go to pcb.bookme.pk. And I'm sure Bazid Khan is listening. And he'll have a word to say on the Karachi crowd. So come on, Karachiites, get on that website, book your tickets, come out in numbers. Otherwise, well, it'll be hard for me to defend why Karachi doesn't have crowds. Naseem Shah, 4th over, just the one off this over as well. Still bowling with the slip. Oh. Chopped back on, runs through 4, a quick single. End of the over, 37 for 1.
.37 for 1, 7 overs bowled. Similar result at the toss for Babar. And no surprises, wants to bowl first. Good afternoon to all our viewers. Good afternoon, Lisa.
Afternoon. Another gorgeous day here in Pindi. And perfect conditions for cricket as well. Not a lot of grass on this pitch, and you'd expect it to potentially play very similar to the first one-day international. One thing is for sure, that New Zealand have come out a little bit harder than what they did in the previous one-day international. They certainly struggled, and Naseem Shah was excellent in the first one-day international. He's been good again in this second game as well. But they've learnt a little bit more on what they can do to keep rotating the strike. Aleem Dar, well, it's his last game today in the elite panel of ICC, and I actually had a chance to go out there and have a bit of a chat, and he's certainly been one umpire that I've grown up watching on TV, and then had the opportunity when he officiated a few of our games. And I actually had a good chat to him about how long he's been involved, and some of his memories. He certainly thinks Australia and New Zealand are two of the favourite places he visited. And then he was talking to me about some of the sacrifices that his family has made. He had a young family and a lot of time away from home, and he kind of has counted close to 10 years being away from home, and with a young family is really hard. He actually said 2003 was the World Cup, and it was his first huge opportunity. He'd only officiated a couple of games, probably about 10 or 12 ODIs. And unfortunately, during that time, he lost his daughter of seven months old, and his wife didn't tell him for a whole month, because she knew that this was his huge opportunity, that it was something that he should stay and, maybe start a wonderful career, which he actually puts down to being the turning moment in his career. So it just shows you the sacrifices not only he's made, but his family has made as well. It's not only the players that sacrifice a lot, it's also broadcasters, camera crew, producers, directors, everyone. Yeah, and this is when he was telling me the story. He's seen a lot, and the great thing is that he's giving back. He's not hanging up the hat, so to speak. He's be part of the ICC qualifiers in Zimbabwe, and will help nurture the next generation, and then obviously, of course, here in Pakistan. But wonderful years of service. Won't be the last time we see him, but certainly in the elite panel it will be. Slip comes in now.
Lovely shot to end the over. Glorious cow drive. Takes the score to 44 for 1. 8 overs bowled. That's how the 8 overs have gone by. New Zealand asked to bat first, lost Will Young in the process. It was a good delivery from Haris Rauf. Just an extra bit of bounce on that delivery, just got that shoulder of the bat. That's the boundary of that last ball.
Nawaz gets his opportunity. This game, he didn't pick up a wicket, only bowled his 8 overs, went for 55. They'll have a role to play now. Spin being used a little bit earlier than they did in the last game.
Yeah, that's what's been happening in even the first game. It's just been 2 leg stump line, and has been pretty easy for Daryl Mitchell to play him all day long on the onside, very straight, and of course a little to the right of that long on fielder, and he got most of the runs there. No wickets for Nawaz. We're 55, those 10 overs. Yeah, speak of Aleem Dar, pretty sure that in some capacity we will see him working along with the ICC as a mentor. Maybe Simon Toffel did that. Yeah, he won't let him go. But yeah, on field, yes. He's spoke to him once. He's asked him what has been the most challenging, say a series or an occasion or a tournament for him as an umpire. It's upish and just past that fielder at mid-off. Yeah, he said the Ashes was the toughest, with a lot of pressure and the want to win from the 2 sides.
Those 2 countries play their cricket hard, but so do these 2 as well. And Daryl Mitchell again going straight down the ground. You would think that Pakistan might have learnt from the last ODI and try and just straighten up a few. Yep. It off now goes a little bit straighter.
Yeah, the use of feet, and that's something different that Daryl Mitchell has done from the T20s to here. He's not shying away, just quick to come to the pitch of the ball. And the V has been his choice in terms of scoring zones. He's done that very well with that second 100 that he got a day ago.
Yeah, 74 out of his 113 runs came in the V. And he's not impressed with that either, the ball just catching him. But by playing in the V, it means that you're not taking any real risks, are you? You're not going across the line of the ball. You're showing the ball a full face. Those type of shots can be a little bit risky when the ball starts to go up and down and gets a little bit slower, but was able to cope with that. 52 for 1.
For 1. 9 overs ball, that 1 wicket for Haris Rauf. What Pakistan have done differently this time around compared to the T20 series, that it started bringing in those changes in their 11 earlier on. They were very consistent with that picked 11 in the first 3-4 games of the 5-match series in the T20s. Got Ehsanullah to play the all-important final, and it's a pressure game. But this time around, welcome changes, resting some key players. No Shaheen Shah Afridi today. Ehsanullah straight into the 11, making his debut. Good choice to bring in Osama Mir, the kind of form he's in, to replace Shadab. I'm not really sure Shan Masood should have been given another go. His 12-ball single in the first game.
And it was the last game we were having the discussion about him batting out of position. And if you're doing that, you actually need a little bit of support. You need a little bit of love going your way so that you start to get used to batting in a place that you're not necessarily accustomed to. You need everyone to buy into that. The selectors are part of that. Haris Rauf has been excellent. We had an opportunity to really see him at the Melbourne Stars when he played the Big Bash, and he loved those opportunities. And what's been so successful for him is his release points. Yep, you can see around the wicket and over the wicket, but he's not very consistent in the release points, and that always just changes the angle slightly. You'll see that he comes wide of the crease and angles the ball in, and sometimes that does a few different things to the ball. And then when you start to change where you grip the ball as well, that one was a cross seam delivery, straight down the seam. All of those little subtle changes can make a big difference down the other end to the batter who's about to face that delivery. You're always trying to outthink the batter.
Coming back to Shan Masood, now the replacement is Abdullah Shafiq. He also is an opener. He'll have to bat a 4. But you look at Shan Masood, these are the variations, and he's really worked hard on developing those variations, the slower ones. His arm speed doesn't change, and nicely disguises that. Also, not very often, but he uses that back of the hand. So yeah, I mean, he has good numbers to support his entry into the team at the domestic level, and he's been working hard to get himself going in that number 4 position. Look at that list A career there. His average, of course, this number of runs, 29 50s, 1400s. End of the first power play. It's 53 for 1. And a power play 1.
Oh yes, Najee. Oh yeah.
Well, Mitchell in the last ODIs, and you can see how prolific he was straight down the ground.
Oh yeah.
Quick single taken, but it just shows you how many runs he was able to get straight down the ground. Huge percentage. So that's why I guess, you know, I would look at that as an opposition player and go, okay, well, maybe let's have a look at our lengths. Did we not execute our lengths? Or can we straighten the field? So they tend to have cover in mid-wicket quite square, and it makes it very simple for the batters to be able to hit straight down the ground. Well, we've just started the power play number 2, so only 4 fielders can be outside the inner circle. And this is where teams, whilst only 4 fielders are outside the inner circle, you want to try and capitalise as well, because once you get to the power play 3, maximum of 5 fielders can be out. So scoring rates really should, and maybe that's the reasons why these rules were put in place. You start to really look for that extra boundary.
Oh, Najee.
The first 2 overs, 2 fielders were outside the 50-yard circle. 11 gone, 57 for 1. For 1. He just showed us that wagon wheel where Mitchell scored, and just watching, almost 70% of his scoring was in the way. The first one-day international, just felt that he was allowed to just keep rotating the strike with the men pushed back. He didn't have a very good T20 series. Just get a feeling that probably could have attacked or just plugged those singles. And same thing's happening now, especially with the spinner on. That's a boundary. It's a very, very good shot. Shot of a man in form.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how fast you bowl the ball, but if it's a genuine half volley, you're going to be put away. That's what international cricket is all about. It was right up there. He didn't even have to get his foot to the pitch of the ball. It was just right in the hitting arc. Straight down the ground, plenty of room there. Mitchell is certainly away again.
So some news coming in that Pakistan have added Iftikhar Ahmed into their ODI squad, which means he'll join the team in Karachi. He's replacing Haris Suhail, who's got a shoulder injury. So Iftikhar, with his form, is a good addition. And Haris Suhail was injured during the practice session before the first game. Quite a few names were there who could have made it to the squad. Iftikhar initially was never considered in the ODI squad. Nice looking shot. So he has a good chance of showcasing his form and probably put up a case for the World Cup selection.
Will he actually come into the playing 11? That's the question. Can't show his form if he's sitting on the bench. But he's certainly a name that has been around and who has done well in the past.
Another player who could have probably made it to the ODI squad was Saud Shakil, the left-hand batter. He's been part of the team for a long time. Currently playing for Yorkshire. Ooh, now that must have hurt. He just thought that would have a bit of an extra bounce and he'll just get out of the way. But that has struck him, and that elbow can be painful.
Yeah, typical Kiwi. I'm not going to show you any pain. Yeah, he certainly thought it was going to bounce a lot more. And that's got him right on the elbow or just above that. That is going to swell up pretty quickly. You might actually want to get a bit of a compression garment on that just to reduce the swelling. He won't show any pain.
It's bowling in the mid-140s.
I like the showmanship of, yeah, I'm going to come down to you. Yeah, I know you bowled 140 odd clicks at me and I got hit on the elbow, but I'm not scared of you. Yeah, those type of paces, it's not going to tickle, that's for sure.
That's a good shot again. Bounce won't be a problem for the Kiwis. Would probably like to play that bounce. Another end of the over, 68 for 1 with a boundary. .68 for 1, Pakistan putting New Zealand into bat. 3 changes for Pakistan, 2 for New Zealand in this second ODI.
Yes.
I was talking to Daryl the start of the game, before the start of the game. It's the last ball of the previous over. Short out delivery and nicely riding the bounce. Is he preparing himself for that number 3 position in case Kane Williamson is not available for the World Cup? But they, as a team, haven't really discussed that as yet because they've got Bangladesh and England to play until they decide what's that final number going to be or who will bat at number 3 for them. But again, like we discussed the other day, subcontinent conditions, you'll probably see what's the best as the World Cup is in India. That's nicely chipped away. Very deliberately elevated in that vacant zone for another boundary.
Well, he's certainly putting his hand up to secure that number 3 position with batting like this. Actually, his guard is just outside off stump, just even grabbed across even more as well. He knew that it was vacant land over there and wanted to find that area, has done so effectively. That was one thing about his innings in the first ODI. He moved around the crease, got up and down the wicket really quickly, dropped and ran a lot when the balls were decent. He's busy, he's got great intent, and he's got a little bit of ticker as well. He still hasn't looked at that elbow. I'll give you the tip, if I was up at the non-strikers end, I'd be taking a quick look and seeing if there was a bruise.
Little fumble there, allowing another single added to the total with that misfield. It's now 76 for 1. Famous Faisal Mosque. It's one landmark. You've got to visit the place if you are in Islamabad. And again, that shorter ball with that pace.
These are the problems when you're this tall.
Have you ever seen a bowler doing that? He looks at the popping crease just before he's about to deliver. And that doesn't have enough time to then look at the bat or what he's doing. Full toss put away, will be another boundary.
No, I've never seen a bowler do that. I've seen bowlers look at when they've tried to release the ball, but never looking down at the popping crease. Some bowling coaches would probably say that you'll miss out on some information that you're getting from the batter, their last movement or an indication of they're going to charge you or not. Unfortunately, wasn't able to execute that last delivery and was put away comfortably.
Yeah, I asked him, he said it's just a habit. He just feels that if he doesn't look there, he won't be able to pitch it in the area where he wants, which is a bit strange, but it's just a habit. Same what we discussed the other day with Haris Rauf. I mean, he leaves a foot and a half of the popping crease every time he bowls. Tapal Tea Lounge, the famous place where you can just chill, have your favorite cup of tea, and get in a bit of shade. It's hard to find in this ground. Umar Gul, the bowling coach, Pakistan.
I guess with those little habits that players form, you've almost... I'm glad to see that people are thinking about others out there involved in the broadcast. But certainly you've got to convince a player that that's going to improve their cricket. So because it's a habit, it's a comfort of his, everyone's saying, well, you need to watch the batter. He would probably go, well, why? How is that going to make me a better cricketer? And he rightly should ask those type of questions, because especially with bowling, you have to have good rhythm. You've got to be able to feel that you're able to release the ball where you want. And cricket is a sport that if you consistently do something regularly, you know, those 10,000 hours as they talk about to become an expert, there are things that are ingrained in you. So it doesn't matter if you're bowling in your first ODI or you're bowling in the final of a World Cup. You stand at the top of your mark and you know that everything will take place. So they've just got to unlock. Can he get better if he doesn't look at the popping crease?
And this time Chad Bowes finds that desired bounce that he's expecting. 14 overs bowled, 81 for 1. Just that one wicket in the 6th over. Slightly better power play compared to the first game where they scored 49. Still no Osama Mir. To see him bowl, he's got that extra bounce with his height, 6'4".
Well, I wanted to have a look at about where the fast bowlers were bowling in the first ODI. We know that they were exceptional. And you can see a good proportion were in that length area. 60% and 29% short. Yet it just felt today there was a change. We're waiting. Yes, 35%, a little bit shorter. So they were just looking at keeping the New Zealand batters off on the back foot, so to speak. Hasn't necessarily transpired in further wickets. To be honest, the scoring rate is somewhat similar as well. It might be something that they've picked up from the pitch or something that they're trying to execute and work on.
That one thing that we noticed during the T20s was that shorter length was something that the fast bowlers were bowling, and the lack of bounce was creating problems.
Catch it!
That was very, very close. And every time they tried to pull the ball square of the wicket on the onside, the ball was just never bounce enough. Every time would go just under the bat. We've seen evidence of that today. Was that an opportunity? No.
It'd be an opportunity if you have your fielder a little bit straighter. I still think he's four pitches away. I'd love if he was on the dirty pitch, which is about 3, which means he could actually run across and potentially put a bit more pressure on that easy single. The 50 partnership is up between these two, Daryl Mitchell and Chad Bowes.
Especially when you do your homework and see 47% of Daryl Mitchell's runs have come in that zone, where he's just pushed the ball around to long on and gone for those singles. And yeah, 15 overs bowled. It's 83 for 1.
Welcome back then. Pakistan inserting New Zealand for the second time, but only losing Will Young for 19 from 22. Bowes and Mitchell going on nicely, partnership of 50 from 58. As New Zealand find themselves 83 for 1.
Some dry fruits from Pakistan. Pakistan is quite famous for the dry fruits, especially from Balochistan, the Quetta region, or the north of Pakistan. Whether it's Gilgit, Hunza, they've got great dry fruits all over.
Well, some might say you have to be a little bit nutty to do this gig, Sana. Certainly being out there in the heat before the start of the game was not particularly sensible, particularly when you have no hair to protect your head, like yours truly.
Both of us fit well for the said job then.
You know, New Zealand going well, and once again pinning their hopes on a defendable total on Daryl Mitchell, who played quite superbly for his century in the opening match of the 5-match series. Hope that his concentration is intact after the break. Heat from Isanullah, who, if you're just joining us, Pakistan, as I mentioned before, winning the toss and putting New Zealand into bat once again. Isanullah into the ODI side for the first time in debut today. Took the new ball, was a little nervous, as you'd expect, and perhaps the role as a new ball bowler is not one that he's quite suited to just yet. Osama Mir also plays for Shadab Khan. Abdullah Shafiq in for the out of form and out of luck Shan Masood. And as for New Zealand, or Jimmy Neesham into the side for them, which will lengthen their batting lineup, give them a little bit more striking power in the last 15-20 overs of the innings or so. He might come in before then. And Henry Shipley comes in for Blair Tickner. So we're all caught up. What have you made of the conditions so far? A little drier perhaps than a couple of days ago?
Yes, definitely a little drier. But New Zealand has done well. They have improved on their power play. Isanullah making his debut. Not the perfect pitch or the perfect ground to make your debut as a fast bowler, but he's giving it his all.
Yeah, it's a steep learning curve for him, isn't it? Young lad from Swat, the beauty spot in the north of Pakistan. Meteoric rise in the HBL PSL 8. Oh, quite magnificently at times, and very, very quickly for Multan Sultans. Also been picked up internationally now. Oval Invincibles in the UK have picked him up for the 100. Go a long way with 140 plus Ks in the game of cricket.
Apart from being from my part of the country, KP, he has got one thing in common. Definitely not the speed with which I bowled, but the ideal cricketer when I started off, it was Waqar Yunus as well, and his ideal cricketer, his favourite bowler was Waqar Yunus, who also helped him with his run-up as a bowler.
Nicely clipped away. I mean, he's a supreme athlete. He really is. You sort of stand next to him out there in the field, and dare I say, the other thing he and I don't have in common is height. Very, very tall, strong. As I say, the learning curve between bowling in T20 cricket, perhaps when you're outside of the power play, or bowling at batters who are coming at you every ball, is very different in this format, where batters are sitting in a little bit more. They're waiting for bad balls. They're waiting for you to stray in terms of line and length. So you don't get as many gimmies. They're not trying to guess what's coming so much in 50-over cricket. They're actually playing each ball on his merits, which means he has to be more accurate, tighter. Well, one thing's for sure, he can push you on the back foot, even on the slowest of pitches.
It is a steep learning curve for him. Very smooth action when he's running into, and that's what Waqar Yunus also helped him with. One of the best run-ups back in the day. And good release and good follow-through. That's why he's able to produce so much pace, even on a track that's not very helpful for fast bowlers.
Yeah, terrific view. And again, good batters will just ride that extra bounce and pick off singles as they can. 6 from the over, 89 for 1. So the figures there very, very tidy for the more experienced members of this Pakistan bowling lineup. So, as I mentioned before, given the new ball, perhaps wouldn't have done that if I was his captain in his debut. Waited until perhaps he had a little bit more cover in the field outside of the power play before throwing in the ball. So he's gone round the park a little bit, but that won't be reflective of his career once he gets into the swing of things. Haris Rauf, the only successful bowler so far for Pakistan. A little switch of ends for him. Well, you all know the drill. In fact, if you want to avoid the drill, then use Sensodyne. Sensodyne is a sensitivity-free moment. His life's too short, way too short for sensitive teeth. Steer clear of a rouge in her other profession with Sensodyne.
And when we talk about developing players, player like Ehsanullah, who has been the player of the tournament for HBL PSL in the shorter format, it's very important that when you are giving him a chance in one-day cricket, I believe that a pitch is either a bit more supportive. He's up against New Zealand, who plays fast bowlers really well. Hopefully this is not just a one-off game for him. He will get another go. 12 matches, 22 wickets. That was his record in HBL PSL.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's all part of the knowledge you gain, isn't it? You've got guys like Baba. People will be offering their advice. Rizwan has a terrific view of his action and of the conditions. There's Ralph, all are offering their 2 pennies worth to the youngster. And as we all know, as players, it's up to you. Those numbers in List A cricket are pretty good at the moment. Well, you got to draw the line somewhere, I reckon.
It's okay for the senior players to give him advice, but I do think maybe the ball boy was exchanging some advice as well.
Yeah, that's overstepping the mark there, youngster.
That's what we are really good at. In Pakistan, anyone can coach.
Hey, not just in Pakistan. I'll give you the tip. Not just in Pakistan. Oh, it's up and it's over. He's so good at this, Daryl Mitchell. Doesn't have to advance, doesn't have to leave his crease, but just hits through the line, up and over the top, and it's gone all the way for 6.
That's the first 6 of the match. Daryl Mitchell with the 100 in the first one. He understands the conditions really well. 76 meters 6. Read the change of pace really well from Haris Rauf. Beautiful swing of arms for the maximum.
Yeah, smart stuff. Mid-off and mid-on are up inside the circle. This is still the best time to bat on this surface. It will get more difficult. Down the ground again. Oh, that's magnificent. What a stroke. That's 2 shots of the highest class. Brings up the 100 for New Zealand. End of the 17th over. Mitchell on fire, 103 for 1. .51 balls for the first 50, 51 for the second. Mitchell, I think I may have mentioned it in the first game. Every time I've watched this guy play live, he's made runs. And there was a rumour knocking around that he was out of form. Lo and behold, I turn up, he makes 100 in the first game. Apologies to the Pakistan fans and bowlers.
I think that would be a very good strategy next time when Pakistan is asking you to come and commentate. It should not be the New Zealand series where Daryl Mitchell is playing.
Salman Mir starts off with a drag down delivery. Naseem Shah may have done brilliantly there. Need that from Pakistan's fielders. They were found wanting in the opening match.
It was a short delivery to start the spell, and Naseem Shah might have overrun that one but did well. Oh, with his legs this time, wasn't able to dive forward on the side. Seemed like he did well there to stop the boundary.
Well, amongst his other attributes, Naseem Shah, he's got a very dexterous back of the knee. He managed to keep that in without laying a hand on it. Excellent work, good commitment.
Not sure any coach can teach anyone that.
Oh, long hop followed by a full toss, but there is a fielder back there. Salman Mir and Isanullah, a terrific partnership in the PSL for Multan to the middle part of the innings, but different game, different responsibility, perhaps a few nerves jangling around. Only his 4th one-day international. Isanullah, of course, on debut.
All 3 deliveries, different lengths, different pace.
Yeah, when he's at his best, he does appear to be a little shorter than your regular leg spinner. PSL stats: 17 wickets in 12 matches, economy less than 8, pretty good. And he is taller, and it does get more overspin on the ball, so quite often he'll drive the ball into the pitch, so it'll be that little bit back of a length. But of course, when you're a little nervous, you might just cling onto it a bit longer and bowl a right long hop.
And it's good that he's taken the pace off when he's nervous rather than trying to bowl really fast, because when pace is on offer, it's easier to hit on this pitch. The last 2 deliveries much better. Mid-80s, 84, 85. That's a better pace.
Yeah, good finish. Good finish. Nervy start. Excellent work from Naseem Shah. Only 5 from the over. 108 for 1. It's the 1-6, 13 boundaries. Boundaries became increasingly difficult to come by as the two white kookaburras got older. To make hay from here until the 40th over.
And what's really impressive about Haris Rauf is that he has become so consistent with his length and line. He's hitting that off stump with so much demand, so much control, that the batters have to give him that respect in this bowling unit, whether the pitch is flat or not, but he's hitting the lengths perfectly.
Wide of the crease and wide of mid-on. Again, imperious batting, this time from Chad Bowes.
This time, using that length to his advantage, Chad Bowes stand and deliver. Didn't try to overhit it. Just from the middle of the bat into the vacant area.
This vehicle will be awarded by PCB to the winner of Jazz Recharge Activity in the Pakistan versus New Zealand series. Stay tuned. Find out if you're the lucky winner.
Last match, Haris Rauf was able to take the wicket of Chad Bowes. Been brought into the attack, but this time Chad Bowes looking really confident. Chad Bowes moves on to 47. This was the last game. Beautiful delivery to get rid of him. An in-swinger and an equally great catch from Mohammad Rizwan behind the stumps. Got a really good delivery on that occasion, looking really confident now.
Yeah, I just wonder if Haris Rauf and Pakistan Quicks have just been a tiny bit fuller today than they were on Thursday. There, that sort of length where batter can just push forward and find the middle of the bat. You're a fraction shorter than that. That's when the unevenness in terms of pace and bounce comes into play a little bit more. That inside edge was a perfect example of that, wasn't it? That delivery just kicked a tiny bit. Chad Bowes unable to either get forward enough or back, and Pakistan have been just a little fuller for me, or very short.
It's the same length that Haris Rauf bowled to Will Young, the one he got the wicket, the length you're talking about. A little bit in between that good length and short of a length.
Yeah, full again, and it's been given the full treatment. It's a fabulous stroke from Chad Bowes and an excellent 50 to go along with it.
And that's his first 50 in ODI cricket. Chad Bowes has played really well, and this ball was a gift. When you're 47, it was full, it was wide, it was there to be hit. Chad Bowes with great balance, excellent hands, excellent head, moves on to 50.
Yeah, young players, or inexperienced players, I should say, being given their chance and doing very well indeed. There's the length. Oh, it's been given. It's been given. I'm not sure. Pretty sure he's going to go upstairs here. There was something that didn't feel quite right about that.
Still thinking, discussing, just 2 seconds left.
Oh, Rashid Riaz was not unsure. He put his finger up. Chad Bowes consulted with his partner, and between them they've decided that it's 50 and out for Bowes. It was that length, wasn't it? We were just talking about it. Back of a length. Don't get too full on this surface. Haris Rauf finding exactly the right spot. The ball stays down for sure. I reckon that's going down the leg side, you know. Hawkeye will tell us, but it's too late for Chad Bowes.
New Zealand have not been good with DRS. This time, very hesitant to take it. Chad Bowes has to walk back for 51. New Zealand 119 for 2.
Tom Latham, black cap skipper, makes his way out to the middle. Had a real tough time getting the ball away in the opening ODI. Overall has a pretty decent record, 1850, 700s, best of 145, not out. Very, very interested to see the replay of the LBW of Chad Bowes. Meanwhile, Aaron Mitchell continues on his merry way, 43 from 42. Tough job umpiring. Naked eye, I thought going down. What did you think, Sana?
Yeah, it did look like just clipping, and yes, you were right. It could have easily be given either way, not out as well. Haris Rauf with a really good appeal.
Well, well, well. Umpire Rashid Riaz. Absolutely correct. Technically correct. He'd have been technically correct if he'd given it not out as well. So everybody's happy, apart from Chad Bowes. Go back, go back, not one there. Tom Latham is going to be like this, you think, at the beginning of the innings, because I think he knows in his heart of hearts that his innings in the middle part of New Zealand's 50 overs really choked up any momentum they had about getting above 300. Pakistan will squeeze in tight in that 30-yard circle, try to build pressure on him again.
And the field restrictions of having 5 fielders inside, Pakistan can even have a 6th at this point, in my opinion. But 5 inside, it's not easy to take a single.
Yeah, thanks for that fine sweep, but the man is very fine down there, almost a traditional seamer's fine leg, specifically for that purpose.
And that's why fielding plays such an important role. Osama Mir now 7 of 1.5 deliveries, but that 4 that Naseem Shah stopped has really given him a lot of confidence he needed to come into the match.
Yeah, too right, and that's a brilliant piece of fielding as well. Magic work from Imam Ul Haq. It's an excellent over. Pressure is starting to build. 1-2-1 for 2. Two down now then, New Zealand. Mitchell and Latham. Centurion in the first ODI, along with the skipper. A little bit of extra depth in New Zealand's batting. Jimmy Neesham is an option at any point between now and the final flurries. Gives them a bit more hitting power. So Wasim Khan in the crowd there. General Manager of the ICC, popped in to deliver a nice piece of memorabilia for umpire Aleem Dar to mark the end of his time at the top table of umpiring, the elite panel. He'll still continue to ply his wares though. Good single, good work from Latham. Help along the next generation. Worked out that Aleem Dar, in terms of the days of scheduled men's international cricket, 1,022 days, just under 3 years worth. That's a heck of a lot of beard oil, that.
He has been a brilliant, brilliant ambassador for Pakistan, for the game of cricket. What an umpire, what a career. And not only as an umpire, he's still contributing in cricket. Aleem Dar Cricket Academy supports a lot of cricketers in Lahore and cater for both boys and girls. He's giving back to the society.
Yeah, that's the reason Wasim Khan is here, formerly of PCB of this parish, but there is Aleem, and he will be passing on that experience to the next generation of umpires. Such a wonderful wealth of knowledge. It's so important in the game that you don't lose people like that to it once they've finished the main part of their careers. Shot. Oh, it gets through. It gets through. Fakhar Zaman, that's a rare error from him in the field.
Fakhar Zaman with the dive this time. Very nicely hit by the batter. Fakhar Zaman telling the team, yes, I know, I messed it up. I wanted to stop it right there. But good comeback after that.
Effort ball from Harris Ralph. So here's a moment that will be a proud one for Chad Bowes. His first half century in international cricket. Played very nicely at the top of the order. Short delivery from Harris Ralph. Celebrate 50 years of Brighto paints. 50s everywhere. 50,000 Pakistani rupees will be awarded to any player who makes 50. So Chad Bowes has just found himself 50 grand the richer. Errol Mitchell might well be joining him fairly shortly.
Chad Bowes, whether it's in the T20 series or here, he has done the hard work. He has those starts, but he has not been able to convert it into a big innings. And I think he will be disappointed.
1-2-6 for 2. Now overall pretty tidy. Harris Ralph through 6 of his allotment already. He'll come back at the death for sure. Couple of wickets for him. The artwork, as ever, is enthusiastic around the ground. Latham again with that favoured fine sweep.
PCB.bookme.pk. Grab your Pakistan versus New Zealand match tickets now for the ODIs in Karachi. The Karachi tickets are on sale on this website. You can go and buy them right now. Three matches between the Pakistan New Zealand sides in the National Bank Cricket Karachi Stadium. Three singles has been easy. Once it gets easy for the middle order to rotate strike, that's when the bowler gets more frustrated. If you can bowl dot ball and let the batter stay at one end, you feel more confident as a bowler.
It's been good from Osama Mir. I'm a big fan. When he's on his game, he's a really awkward customer. Extra height, high angle. Not as big a spinner of the ball as Shadab Khan. I think in ODI cricket that helps. Sometimes you can give away too many angles to batters who can then find ways of puncturing the field. But small degrees of turn either way. Hitting the bat hard as Osama Mir does. There's a really good recipe in 50-over cricket. Pretty good in T20s as well.
22 gone, 130 for 2.
Couple of big overs. New Zealand are going along pretty nicely, just under a run a ball. And they will be mindful of what happened to them at the back end of their innings a couple of days ago. Marcus Salman is into the attack with his off spinners. Is greeted with a reverse sweep straight away. Isanullah dives over it, and that'll be 50. 50 once again for Daryl Mitchell. He is in terrific nick. His second in this series. All the talk of him lacking a few runs and not producing to his potential in ODI cricket have been quietened down pretty swiftly here in Islamabad.
Well, Butch, you mentioned that every time you've seen him live, he scored runs, and he also gets 50,000 rupees from Brighto Paints. Not a myth anymore, Butch. Daryl Mitchell not in form or not getting runs. You've overlooked from this window, and he's got 1 ton, 150. I think New Zealand every tour, we're going to book you a seat alongside him.
Every time he walked out of the dressing room in England last summer, made runs, big runs. Looks a terrific player. There you go, there's Brighto Paints again in its 50th year. Daryl Mitchell with another 50,000 Pakistani rupees. Where's your partner? Sikandar, I'm doing overtime here.
Well, while we celebrate the magical moment, Daryl Mitchell with his 50s, Sikandar Buck nowhere to be seen. It's time for work. He's not in the commentary box. He's the only male Pakistani commentator in the series. And he's not working.
Being very gracious to his guest. Right, that's enough of me. 23 overs gone, 138 for 2.
Batters to come: Chapman, Nichols and Neesham into the side today. We've discussed enough. He should have been in the 11 in the first game. Provides them that finisher ability, even if you're batting first, just to accelerate in the last 10 overs if he gets a chance to be out there. And people are coming in. It's a weekend, Saturday evening, so you expect, in fact, all the games. When you talk about the ODIs or the T20s, been full house. Lahore, Pindi.
This is a good start from New Zealand. Latham and Mitchell picking up after Bo's wicket fell. He got a good fire, 51 off 51. Now with Latham, you'd expect that. Paddle sweep round the legs, the hard sweep square, a pickup shot on the leg side. More importantly, rotation of strike, not letting the bowler settle in. Osama Mir gets his first game.
Talking about the inclusion of Neesham, just providing New Zealand that extra bit to accelerate in the last 10. I saw Tom Latham was struggling. He did play a bit of a role in that 66 of the last 10 overs. He got 26 of 36 deliveries in that match in the first game. He hasn't had a 50 in the last 9 innings.
Yeah, we spoke about that in the previous game during that period of play that you're mentioning about, and he in particular found it difficult to get the boundaries in particular and get on with the scoring rate. And sometimes you just wonder that stats and numbers play a role, niggling role behind your head, because you haven't really got that big score off late, and is the case in Tom Latham. He's got the starts throughout the series. Whether he gets a big score or not, we'll find out. It's 24 done, 144 for 2.
Three singles in that 144. 16 boundaries and a maximum also. Interesting change that we discussed, Uruj. Pakistan bringing in Iftikhar Ahmed for the Karachi ODIs in the squad, replacing the injured Haris Sohail, who never got a game, got injured in that practice session before the first game. And also we discussed that it would give Iftikhar that platform where he can put up a strong case of his selection in the World Cup, because Pakistan doesn't play any ODIs after this unless Afghanistan comes. Zek Moroyle unveiled the real peel to reveal.
Well, full circle has been completed in terms of Iftikhar. He does eventually, like you mentioned, Sikandar, make his way into the one-day squad.
Yeah.
And well deserved. Not just well deserved because he's obviously, I'd like to imagine, done enough to push a way through into the side, but also in the context of the Pakistan formation, the way the Pakistan team lines up, the way the Pakistan team sometimes finds it difficult in that middle phase to either stabilize and then kick on, or to finish games off with the bat. And I think, like I mentioned earlier, full circle gone, completed and rightly completed. So the plans, you'd imagine, would be with Iftikhar in that squad leading up to the World Cup. And these 5 games become that much more important, considering that a couple of games or series come lined up, not really sure of whether they will or they will not play out. Hence why making use of your resources while in their best form. This is the 4 of the over. 25 done at the halfway mark. New Zealand 148 for 2.
That's the addition to the ODI squad in the Karachi games. Iftikhar Ahmed will join the team, replacing Haris Sohail. Sama Mir will start his 5th over, none for 17. Still going well, halfway stage, 25 overs bowled, 148 for 2. They should target the 300 mark.
Well ball.
And Jazz fan pulse question, which player has the highest runs in ODI history? Is it Sachin Tendulkar or is it Kumar Sangakkara? How smartly he's worked this innings out once again. Daryl Mitchell. He's moving across almost outside the off stump and working the ball on the onside, which has been his favourable zone. He's got more than 50% of those runs in that century in the onside. That's the projected score. He should get to the 300. Gone in the air, but it just lands in front of Tom Latham. Keeper couldn't make it.
Now you make a very valid point with regards to Daryl Mitchell. The way he constructs his innings, goes about business, and to keep up with the run rate in the game. Good attributes to his batting. Reverse sweeps, get enough glove on that, away from the fielder as well. And Latham picks up a boundary, his first for the afternoon.
Yeah, he does a lot of those sweep and reverse sweep shots. Plays with a bit of danger. It's been dismissed in that zone earlier. This time he played it finer, just to beat Haris Rauf. Quite a lot of risk involved in that shot to earn those 4 runs. .155 for 2 after 26. talk about consistency. 51 deliveries for all the 350s that have been scored. Salman Agha will continue. He's had a good run at the start of the year against Daryl Mitchell. In fact, there was an opportunity in the first ODI of a cotton ball which was dropped. And number 6, Salman, specialist in that position, offers you a bit of his bowling abilities.
Yeah, easy couple of runs. I think what New Zealand also did well when the going got tough, and I thought Pakistan bowled extremely well in that later middle order end phase with the slow ones into the surface. Henry Nicholls in particular, along with Daryl Mitchell, were very quick to recognize and then play the ball into those big gaps on the leg side and the offside to pick a couple of runs. A run of ball 23 for Latham, 59 from 62 at 95 the strike rate for Mitchell, and a good partnership here brewing for New Zealand. It's just starting to take effect at the Pindi Stadium.
Yeah, yes.
We're talking about inclusion of Iftikhar Ahmed into the squad. He provides that complete option in the middle. Exactly what Salman is doing here to come out and bowl some off spin. Underutilized with his bowling a lot of times, Iftikhar. But what it does provide Babar Azam and the coaching staff is now plenty of variety and options. Iftikhar in his list A career, 101 games, 48 the average, and strikes at its 90. So he does have the numbers, he does have the experience. And he probably gets an opportunity as well in Karachi.
Again, good running there. Just finding those vacant zones and running hard, adding 2 more to the total. And also brings the end to over number 27, 161 for 2. Another good knock from Daryl Mitchell. He's 60 not out of 64. Still matters to come. Chapman, Nichols, Neesham who can hit the ball around when time comes. 27 overs bowled. Once again, those who joined us, Pakistan won the toss and put New Zealand into bat with 3 changes. One of them on your screen, Osama Mir, replacing Shadab. None for 24 in his 5.
But 2 contrastingly different players at the crease. With Daryl Mitchell, you'll see him trying to hit through the line of the ball, extension of the arm through the offside, in particularly straight. With Tom Latham, you've already seen sweeps and reverse sweeps, so difficult for Osama Mir to settle into a channel. Which in turn also provides an excellent learning opportunity for Osama onto the big stage against world-class players.
Was quicker on that occasion.
Pushes it through, across the line of the left-hander, trying to here's the gap on the offside.
Yeah, we'll test Osama's ability a little more. T20s, you have a better opportunity of grabbing wickets because the batters are going after you. PCB.bookme.pk, you can grab your Pakistan-New Zealand match tickets now for the ODIs in Karachi. A better opportunity when the batters are going after you. 10 over is a different ball game altogether, and he's got big shoes to fill in. He's replacing Pakistan's vice captain Shadab Khan.
Oh, what's that?
Yeah, a bit of grip, turn, and that extra bounce that Osama gets. 163 for 2. Nothing different today, Uruj. You look at that V, 15 on the offside, 16 on the on. He's getting most of his runs there.
Yeah, 31 out of the 61, just around the 50% mark, which also makes him so successful because it's lack of risk, or lesser risk in comparison to the horizontal bat shot. Spinners bowling in tandem now. Boundaries have just dried up. 15 deliveries since the last boundary. Last 30 have gone for 23 runs. Oh, you're talking about Osama Mir. He had a good outing at the HPL, PSL. Bowling from the other end. Just conceded the one boundary in terms of reverse sweep that Latham played. So he's held his nerve quite well.
Good thing what Salman has been doing against Latham is that as soon as he sees him using his feet, he fires it in and tries to beat him round his legs for a stumping opportunity. Would you play that shot?
Yeah, he sees a run opportunity there, just has to get it away from the one fielder. We saw him play that in the previous game as well. This time goes the other way. Pick up a single to end the over. Good over from Salman again, just the two off it. 29 done is 165 for 2.
They've been consistent in terms of scoring those 50s and getting to that 165 for 2. Haven't seen a boundary in 3.1 overs. The spin option continues. Nawaz coming back. He's been wicketless in the first game, and here none for 22. Still got 6 overs, but you see Babar Azam using Salman Agha a little more compared to the first game. You just get a feeling that Daryl Mitchell now is trying to push the scoring rate a little bit. Still got 21 overs to go. He probably would want to stay right till the end.
It was a feature of his game as well in the first one, where Tom Latham, while taking his time, Daryl Mitchell decided to be the aggressor. 48 now, this partnership of 61. Saw in the previous over, tried the reverse, then went for the sweep. This time around, just moving around the crease laterally. That's been swept nicely. Fielder around the leg side has to make plenty of room. When New Zealand had the partnership in the first game as well, the first wicket 48 of 58, the second wicket 102 of 101, the third one 72 of 79 again today. This one a 50-run partnership of 63. So they've done well in terms of partnerships up the order. It was just the 35th over onwards when Pakistan quick bowlers decided to take the pace off. Haris Rauf in particular was very good. Naseem Shah was brilliant. They found it very difficult to score.
Had a 72-run partnership in the first game. Latham and Mitchell again just building up. And this time they have a better chance to score even more than 300 because they've got 20 overs to go after this. They have 8 wickets in hand. You've got set batters at the crease. .30 overs bowled, 171 for 2.
.71 for 2, 20 overs left. As Pakistan won the toss and put New Zealand in. Some good partnerships have been formed at the top. There's this one with Mitchell and skipper Tom Latham, 52 off 66 deliveries. This is to back up what they did in the first ODI as well. Mitchell has been the absolute star in the first ODI and now in the second. He's been so strong down the ground. And in the power play, number 2, when there's only 4 fielders out, he has targeted that extra area. Yeah, he likes straight down the ground. And he's showing that he has got the skills to go behind the wicket when required. Grant, have you been impressed?
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Daryl Mitchell. He was amazing in the first one day and again today, but to back it up, I think that's what's impressive with world-class players, is they turn up. Naseem Shah's done it for Pakistan again today, just 11 off his 4 overs, but what I love about Mitchell is he's kept it simple. Just punched it down the ground and waited for the bad ball.
He's been excellent. 113, just off 115. He did find it a little bit hard right at the back end of that first ODI. Whereas at the moment, inside out and over cover, just giving himself room, should I say, straight down the ground. And it goes all the way.
Yeah, magnificent stroke. Little bit of room. That's all you need to be able to swing those arms. He's a strong man. Mid-off's up.
Goes again. And this time, Salman just follows him a little bit. Punched nicely in the gap for 2. He's really starting to manipulate himself around the crease and the field as well, isn't he? He's getting those multiples, whether it be this 6 straight down the ground or hitting wide of the sweepers as well.
Yeah, I think he's identified this as a moment. Someone's come on and it's the off spinner. Have a look at the camera. Oh, Lebo, you've got to catch that, Lebo. Stabs this one around the corner. But obviously the off spin is on for Latham. Right-hander will have 3 back on the leg side, 1 up on the offside, or 1 back on the offside, the cover, which gives Mitchell that opportunity to hit it over mid-off. So he can be aggressive, and he's doing that. He's trying to push the score on.
Off the back of the bat by Latham. And it's going to go all the way as well, just using the pace. So this is an excellent over. 14 runs off it, 185 for 2. For 2. Just 1-3, couple of 2s, 11 2s. And this is back of the bat. Now, not a lot of players do that because they're a little bit unsure sometimes of where it's going to go. But it does mean you take a little bit of risk out because you're not trying to get the bat around to the right angle. Nawaz into his 6th over now. Ever used back of the bat?
Yeah, I used to love it, actually, back of the bat. As you said, you don't have to change your hands. There's not much you have to change. You just have to make sure that the angle's right, and probably more so that it will be outside off. But you've got the option that if they go down leg, then you can have the conventional lap. So it gives you 2 options. You don't have to premeditate and stuck in just one option.
Latham has looked really good today compared to the first ODI. Just 20 off 36 deliveries. There was no boundaries in that as well. And whilst he had a good partnership with Daryl Mitchell, 72 off 80 balls, you just felt that they just stalled a little bit in that phase. Whereas not today, slightly different.
Yeah, really good point. Really, really good point, because I feel that the power play and overs 30 to 40 were going to be important today. For that exact reason now, I think they need to accelerate here. Mitchell's identified that. He's taken the off spinner on. But it's time now for Latham to take the left arm ortho on. Play a little bit more of an aggressive game. Get this game moving. They're only 2 wickets down, New Zealand.
Well, even Tom Latham said that he felt it was par score. 288, yet we were all thinking that they were on track for 310, 320. Then you think of who's still to come. Chapman, Nichols, Jimmy Neesham being brought in. So they've got some guys who can be explosive at the back end, so they can take a few more risks now.
Yeah, that word par score as well, I think it's also not a winning score. When players talk about that, they say, that's par, that's what, you know, average. You've got a chance of winning, chance of losing the game. But a winning score, I feel, would have been 310, closer to 320. Today, the surface is different.
Dot to finish. 190 for 2. 6 bowlers used so far. Naseem Shah, excellent again. 1 for 11 off his 4. When will he come back in? He'll come back in about now. Seems like a good time, given that the partnership is building and growing for New Zealand. 71 off 78 between Mitchell and Latham. And as Grant Elliott has mentioned, it looks like Daryl Mitchell has just felt that this is the time to attack. We've got 8 more overs before an extra fielder can potentially go outside the inner circle. Well, this is the place you want to be, Tapal Tea, the lounge area. I haven't seen you down there yet. Time for a nice little beverage, shade, and yet to see some entertaining cricket as well.
You made me a nice cuppa just before the stint, didn't you, Lisa? It's very kind. Trans-Tasman rivalry.
I did. I went back to your roots as well.
Started off very civil. Hopefully we can maintain that during our stint here in the commentary box.
Now there's a team in green out there. Just pick up the single. But again, nice and full, Naseem Shah. That's what's worked for him. He's bowled nice and straight. He's asked the right questions of the batters, and he bowls the tough overs as well and does it so effectively.
Yeah, good time to bring him back in this period, and I think it's a very interesting period, this, because overs 30 to 40, if you use your spin, well then you're going to just be using pace throughout overs 40 to 50, but this is where you can leak runs, so it's dangerous to bowl the spin because you only allowed 4 out. So do you maybe sacrifice that and bowl a few spin overs in the overs 40 to 50 and push the game on and give yourself a little bit of cover in those stages?
It's interesting because when you think about who bowls well at the back end, well, Pakistan actually is quite good, and simply because they've got some wonderful fast bowlers that do so. Naseem Shah economy is 5.49, Harris Ralph 6.6, Shadab Khan, who's not playing, 6.8, Mohammad Wazim 6.97, and Hassan Ali, who obviously is not part of this squad, he was the most expensive. So they're the guys that they trust. But I actually like the fact a bit of spin, especially if you can get some new batters in. And if there's not a lot of pace in the pitch, then it's really hard to get going and trying to generate that pace. Nicely timed. Just wide. Oof. Fielder out there. They'll pick up 2.
It's always tougher to try and get your innings underway with slower bowling. You have to make all the pace for it. They're perfectly poised and positioned here, New Zealand, to really give this overs 30 to 40 go, because like Lisa was saying, at the death, well, Pakistan are the best in the world.
Chance. It was good running in the end. Latham called early.
Yeah, there was a massive stretch from Latham at the end here. Let's have a look. I reckon he may have been struggling. That stretch there. Oh, it was tight. It was very tight. Would have been out. Only when you see that lunge, you know the batter's in trouble. Between that dive and that lunge, you're not too sure which one to do.
And that's who's to come next. All 3 pretty decent strike rates, and you wonder if things may change if this partnership keeps going. 194 for 2. Time for a drink. joining us the first time. It's the second one-day international between Pakistan and New Zealand. Pakistan won the toss and elected to field first. And for New Zealand, they've only lost the 2 wickets so far. Some good partnerships. Young was certainly looking very good, but Harris Ralph was able to just get the ball just to move away slightly in the faintest of edges, going straight to Mohammad Rizwan. Harris Ralph breaking that opening partnership on 33, and then another partnership was formed as well. This one was a close one. Chad Bowes, he thought about potentially going to DRS. Daryl Mitchell said, no, I think you need to go, staying a little bit low. And when we had a look at the Hawkeye, it was clipping the top of leg stump. Harris Ralph, a successful bowler for Pakistan, 2 for 42 off his 6 overs. 6 bowlers used for Pakistan. They'll be wanting to break this partnership up, 75 off 84. And you wonder just after the drinks break if a conversation has been had by New Zealand that they've got to go hard. Nawaz maybe just hit outside off stump. Latham has always been very good with spin. Always looks to go for the spin option and sweeping against it.
Yeah, he loves his sweep. We saw back of the bat shot played earlier to the off spinner. Now he chooses to change his, take a little look here. Yeah, changes the hands around and tries to get a little bit more pace on the delivery and get it past that short third man. You're right, Lisa, this is a time to accelerate. Fascinating to see how they play this period of play.
They're looking for 2 and have decided not to.
Well, these are the different variations that Tom Latham's got in his bag of tools. Paddle, reverse paddle, orthodox, and then the back of the bat. That's a new one. You're a young player. Don't try them all at once. Got to practice them. Lots and lots of practice.
Hit straight back down the ground and hit powerfully as well. With mid-off and mid-on really wide, there is plenty of acreage out there.
Well, he's adapted so well to these conditions, Daryl Mitchell. Most players would look to cut that or play it square. He just rocks on the back foot and just bludgeons it over the bowler's head. Loves hitting straight, safest place to hit. He's been so good at it. Consistent. It gets New Zealand to their 200. Fourth 200. Fourth 50 just in 48 balls.
Just speaking about Latham and his options that he has, the one thing that I like about him is because you normally come across players who are great sweepers, and then you've got another type of player that loves to use their feet, but he actually does both really well. He looks for the straight down the ground if he can. If not, then he will go sweep. Whereas sometimes certain players don't want to leave their safe haven, so they sweep. And that's their way of scoring runs, but he's got both of those two skills up his sleeve. Nine runs off Nawaz is over. It's 203 for 2. Manhattans are starting to grow. The biggest over so far. Just after the 15th, just after the 30th as well. They'll want a few more high-rise buildings. Naseem Shah to continue. Big single taken again.
A good point you made in the last over, Lisa. You've got Daryl Mitchell obviously hitting straight, and then you've got Latham who tries to hit square and sweeps a lot. Not only Naseem Shah having to adapt, but the spinners must be so difficult, having to adapt your length and line to the different players to try and shut them down, because you're trying to search for those dot balls or deliveries where they just hit it to fielders and they don't get any runs.
I think as a bowler, you want to be able to bowl a certain amount of deliveries to a certain batter, because you want to be able to set them up potentially. So if you're constantly rotating the strike with the left-right hand combination, and then you've got different types of players that play to different parts of the field, then your lengths have to constantly change. And all of a sudden that planning of how to set a batter up or how to keep them quiet, how to take their wicket goes out the window. Naseem Shah, he's been one player that's been able to adapt really well. Just look at this move after. Give him Mohammad Rizwan on his toes.
We saw that in the first one day, a swing afterwards, but look at the lengths he's bowling. Those lengths, I wouldn't be surprised if some of them are just hitting the top of the stumps. Yes, it's short, but it's a skiddy wicket here in Pindi.
You know, one thing that's been evident, the first ODI and the second, is his groupings as well. Everything's nicely aligned. What I wouldn't mind seeing every now and again potentially from him, especially in this phase, it's just a bumper that really does test the batters out. You know, I don't know if there's any reason behind, maybe he's been focusing on honing in on these lengths. But it might be an opportunity just to get them out of their footwork. Because if you know it's that kind of length coming down, you can just prop on your front foot more often than not.
Yeah, I also think that maybe he's happy with how he's bowling, good rhythm, and no one's really taken him apart yet. But I sense that if they do try and take him on, be more aggressive, then we'll see more bounces, more slow ball bounces, because I think that that's one of the most effective deliveries here. And I do sense that New Zealand, when they come out, I think they should utilize it more than Pakistan have today. As you rightly said, don't see it much from Naseem Shah. He's been successful doing what he's doing, but maybe he could have had more return in terms of wickets if he had tried more short deliveries.
He still only goes for 3 runs this over. Still hasn't picked up the wickets this innings. It's 206 for 2.
.15 overs to go. Yeah, similar situation. New Zealand have got a good platform, and they use the last 10 overs to their liking. Hasanullah comes back. He is also the wicketless bowler at the moment.
New Zealand have been better in their plans and their execution. 208 in 35 overs, just 2 wickets down. You can see the metro at the top, the metro bus for convenience of the public. These Islamabad and Pindi, the twin cities, a lot of work has been done on infrastructure to make it better for the public, the transportation, metro buses, different ramps, different bridges. That's the metro station where you can catch a bus and come to the stadium or the airport.
Here's your flip the bucket challenge. The KFC flip the bucket, get it on your head as quick as possible, and you got KFC finger licking good prizes.
Sikandar, New Zealand almost 30 runs plus of what they were at this stage in the first ODI, and we all thought that they were 25 to 30 runs short. So it's important that New Zealand build on this platform that they have created for themselves. Good that the captain is amongst runs now. Tom Latham 44 of 51. Tom Latham's highest score in the last 10 innings in ODIs. He has 3 centuries as a captain, but he has had a lean patch. New Zealand will be quite happy with this partnership. 89 of 100 deliveries.
Yeah, these two had a 72-run partnership, but they just couldn't accelerate in those last 10. Now, both of them have another opportunity, but looking at Latham, he's going better than what he did in the first game, 26 of 36. Just couldn't get in that top gear. Now, the projected scores do suggest that they should be able to cross that 300 mark and more.
They should go to that 340 mark with the batting yet to come. Mark Chapman, Neesham. Henry Nichols. Pakistan will be a little worried at this point after 36, 108 for 2.
Batters to come. Chapman, Nichols and Neesham. You probably see Neesham might coming in a little ahead of Nichols, provided when Pakistan gets a wicket. Had a good outing in the last T20 international against Pakistan. Big partnership with Chapman. We've got a Mir out there, we've got a Mir in here. Into his 7th over. Locks that one. Nicely played behind the square. Will be cut off. Well done by Abdullah Shafiq, saving a couple of runs.
And Daryl Mitchell, he's showing all the range in his batting. He was looking so good down the ground in the previous game. This time he's using sweeps a lot against the spinners. Was a good delivery, not anything wrong with the delivery, but really good executed sweep shot.
Catch it.
Catch it was the call. Was still very wide of Fakhr Zaman. And a hit from that wide long on position.
Daryl Mitchell, he's playing with Osama Mir. Swept, he wanted him to bowl a little more fuller, but Osama was on it really well. He dragged the length back, so that's why Daryl Mitchell was not able to connect. Otherwise, he's really strong down the ground. So it's good contest there between these two.
Yeah, what he's really doing, stepping outside off, opening up the leg side against the spinners, Daryl Mitchell. And that's working for him. And the confidence level is high, 90, not out.
Very good bowling. These two dot balls, as you're reaching your 100 mark, these dots can be very, very crucial. Good bowling by Osama Mir. Yes, Daryl Mitchell is using the feet really well, using the crease laterally and down the pitch.
Again, he's just looking to play against the spin, and it's working well. He's getting the middle of the bat.
And what Osama Mir, how he's different from Shadab, he's bowling more flatter and faster, so it's not easy to get under him and go down the ground. And the variation in pace has been quite impressive too. The first delivery 82.9 and the last one 94.3.
Extra to add to the total. Score moves to 214 for 2. New Zealand at 5.78. We'd like to up that a little. Ahsanullah continues. On the leg side of anything on the pad. The bowlers have been working hard. It's not easy to be amongst wickets here. Just one wicket can do a lot to your confidence. His first outing, debut ODI cricket.
And he's come back well. The first 4 overs, he was not as confident, a bit nervous. In the last 2 overs, only 8 runs off the last 2. So he's definitely becoming more confident, more at ease.
And he's one bowler who's opted for that shorter length compared to the others. Also the height, the pace that he has.
He's not shied away by the short deliveries. He has tested the New Zealand batters who have been really good. New Zealand has come out with a plan. Osama Mir at the boundary. Overall fielding has been a bit better from Pakistan in this game so far.
Just one hand off the handle in that shot from Daryl Mitchell. Sensodyne sensitivity free moment, because life is too short for sensitive teeth.
It could have been an ad for sunglasses as well.
Yeah, when the sun is not there. Again, that length is allowing the two batters to work him behind the square on the onside. Good 2 added to the total.
And what New Zealand was really impressive in the last game as well. They did not finish on the winning side, but they were really good for running between the wickets. This is the 100 partnership now, 101 of 112. Their running between the wickets have been really clear. The crowd calling has been very clear. This time, if it was a direct hit, might be, but otherwise comfortably in. Abdullah Shafiq with the throw.
Yeah, that's a partnership from 72 in the first game, now 101 and counting. Talking about Ahsanullah. His first game. This time a fuller length. His pace has also come down a bit. He's bowling in his late 130s, mid 130s. Otherwise, he's been very, very consistent in bowling mid 140s. Today is from 133 being his slowest. He's got 138.7 being the quickest. And these are his speeds overall. Should be another 2. The placement is immaculate. It's just wide of that field at deep point. And 2 more added. It's 2-2-2 for 2. Crowds have been impressive. You hope to see more in Karachi, and for that, pcb.bookme.pk. Grab your tickets for the series, the 3 ODIs to be played at the National Bank Cricket Stadium. 6 away from another 100 would be his 3rd if he gets there, Daryl Mitchell, and 2 away from a 50, Latham. He would feel he's missed out on an opportunity here for a big one. It was a half trekker. It's 2 more.
And Pakistan won't be really disappointed in the last 5 overs. 30 balls, just 28 runs made by New Zealand, even though both the set batters are there, but both of them now closing on their milestones. And that's where Pakistan won the last game as well. The last 15 overs, last 12 overs.
Apesh and dropped. He's been dropped at 96 by Naseem Shah. Should have been taken. He was right there. Pakistan miss out on a golden opportunity that probably would have had its impact on the total score that New Zealand might get.
It is as easy as it comes. Super easy catch. Naseem Shah a bit casual. And Osama Mir has been denied a wicket tonight.
Won't shy away from playing those shots against the spin. It's another single going. 97. Mitchell, Latham 48. Have a look at that again.
They were hard hands, not giving away anything. You need to have soft hands to pocket that. And Mohammad Rizwan understands how lucky Daryl Mitchell is. Not many times that you are in your late 90s that you are dropped.
It was on the move. He's almost slapped the ball out of his hand. Open palms and trying to reverse cup. Probably a little slow to react as well.
Last 30 deliveries now. Just 23 runs when there are 5 fielders inside the circle. This can hurt New Zealand in the game. 5 fielders inside the circle, 30 balls, just 23 runs.
Pulls that one and finds the boundary. Tom Latham gets to his 50 with that boundary on the onside. 19th ODI 50 for Tom Latham, and needed that, as you mentioned, Sana. 10 innings, and he's been waiting to get to a landmark.
And before this lean patch on Tom Latham, he had 3 centuries as a captain of New Zealand. This time waited on the back foot, as Osama Mir has been erring on the shorter side. This time bisecting the gap on the leg side. New Zealand 229 for 2.
Worked away, pushing for 2 here, Mitchell, and comes back. Gets on to 99 now, with those 2 runs added to the total. And of course, Latham getting to 50, and also to celebrate 50 years of Brighto Paints. Any player scoring of 50 is awarded 50,000 rupees, so Latham is 50,000 richer now. And that's the 50 years of Brighto Paints, awarding the players who get to landmarks. And that would be 50. Daryl Mitchell on 99. Short ball, and that's been put away. He'll easily complete that single, gets back-to-back hundreds. Demanding and commanding respect here. Number 3 seems to be suiting him very well. Daryl Mitchell once again scoring his 3rd ODI 100 against a very proper bowling attack.
Only twice he has been given an opportunity at number 3, and both times he has converted his innings into 100. Back-to-back hundreds for Daryl Mitchell. When the senior players were not here, he stood up. This is approaching a score where New Zealand can really challenge Pakistan.
Got that thickish edge, he was pushing hard at it. Again, a little fumble. Really doesn't cost Pakistan much. That's the shot that got him to that 3 figures. 3rd ODI 100. And he's played a responsible knock, making sure the side gets to a bigger score this time around. Back-to-back hundreds, no easy task. Away from home and just trying to absorb the conditions, struggling in the T20 International Series. But what a turnaround this has been. Again, that's the wrong and bad line. With fine leg up, you're asking for trouble.
Not the best field set for Ehsanullah. He has been straying down the leg side a bit and on the shorter side. Fine fielder came in for this delivery. Daryl Mitchell punishes the ball. 8 of 4 deliveries in this over.
That's a good Yorker. That's a good comeback. Oh, yeah. It can frustrate you as a bowler. The catch was dropped off the spinner, and now just Aleem Dar calming things down.
Very good Yorker. This is where Pakistan fast bowlers are really good. At depth, they are able to execute Yorkers. Right in the block hole, almost making sure Daryl Mitchell was off balance.
Yeah, again, an attempt for a Yorker. Ends with a single this over. Gets a 9, 238 for 2. best economy rates in overs, 41 to 50, and Pakistan being there at number 2 position. It could be an interesting contest because New Zealand is on number 2 position as a team that maximizes from over 41 to 50 in terms of run scoring.
That's number 2 versus number 2 in both the toppers, list of toppers, and they have strengthened their batting and their firepower by having Jimmy Neesham in the 11 tonight. Mark Chapman still to come. So the platform has been set. All they need is now intent. The third power play starting now. This four fielders inside the circle now.
Running between the wickets has been so good. Running the first one hard, squeezing the second one in.
And when we talk about the third power play, the first power play, you can only have 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. In the next 30 overs, it's 4 fielders outside, so you need to have 5 inside. In the last 10, you can have an extra fielder out, 5 fielders outside. Eight overs from Osama Mir was in the second power play, so he's done well. Now he needs to finish off his spell well. Still has not got a wicket. 1 drop catch off his bowling. Osama Mir today, he replaces Shadab Khan. Osama Mir more tall. The release points are almost similar, but the height is the advantage for Osama, and at the moment the consistency is a little better as well. When you see the release action, the release point is almost the same, right in front of the eyes. This time a bit more flight offered by Osama Mir, and Daryl Mitchell bounces on it very quickly.
Yeah, the reach is good and slightly fuller. He thumps that once again, wide of him, spinning away, but he doesn't shy away from putting it in that vacant zone and earns himself a boundary. Once again, have a look at that. Fielders are pushed back, so they run 2. The bowler had to go after it, and they get 10 in the over. 248 for 2. Now the projected scores do suggest that at this rate they will cross 300. So why not more? And 2 batters looking in a very good nick.
Daryl Mitchell, he has been batting in the heat on both occasions. New Zealand put into bat first on both occasions. He's got 100 on both occasions. So he has worked really hard for the innings, and he has timed the ball well. Played down the ground, played reverse sweeps, got lucky here by Naseem Shah, but overall an excellent knock.
Yeah, the first ODI, he was dropped by Salman Agha off his own bowling. Today by Naseem Shah, and he's making them pay for it.
Yeah, in the first match it was quite early when he came on to bat. This time almost just approaching the 100, but it can be really costly because it's still 9 overs left and he's all set. He's already achieved his highest runs in ODI cricket
Be interesting to see, Sana, how they operate against Naseem Shah. He's got 4 overs left and he's been very good in terms of his economies. None for 18 today. First game, 2 for 29 in his 10.
And whenever there's fast bowlers versus top order batters, there is a bit of exchange. We see some bounces, some yorkers and some exchanges. Some stares, some laughs and some glaze as well.
I don't really mind that, because when you're not getting a wicket, just try to get into the batter and disturb his concentration levels, but hasn't really worked yet. Anything slightly short, he just works it so nicely. Great wrists, and placement is also immaculate today.
That's 250 up for New Zealand. Partnership 132 of 134. Daryl Mitchell's Tom Latham. And now the 50 runs coming a bit quicker. Tom Latham has been dismissed by Shaheen Afridi on 7 occasions. Today Shaheen is not playing. Will we be able to dismiss him?
Well, only time will tell. Just now, umpire Aleem Dar has just had a word with the batter for running in the danger zone. And that full toss, he's trying to search for that yorker. And he just went down and spoke with Latham and his partner, especially Mitchell.
And the projected totals now, with 10 runs, they can reach up to 337, but they would want to reach that 350 mark. But they're up against some very skillful bowling of Haris Rauf, Naseem Shah.
How did he manage that? He was trying to play it somewhere in the fine leg region, and yes, a thick outer edge. Nevertheless, the result is what he wanted, a boundary.
Only the 4th boundary for Tom Latham. Wanted to go on the fine leg. Haris Rauf following him, bowled a very good delivery, but takes the outside edge. Good result for New Zealand. Bit disappointing from Pakistan. And this is where you would want Tom Latham to just go for it. You don't want a batter to be leaving a delivery. When you're set at 59, only 8 overs left, you just swing the bat, you don't duck.
Yeah, in his defense, I just probably thought that was going down the leg. He was expecting he might get a wide. That's how he's progressed in terms of his score. And once again, fine leg being up and bowling into the pads, just playing with fire. 256, in fact 257 for 2.
Building nicely, New Zealand, and things a little bit more to their liking towards the back end of the innings this time round. Of course, no Shaheen Shah Afridi. Isanula on debut is one of the 3 quicks. I think partly because of that, the leg spinner is on, bowling the spare over, and that's a really good way to start. Tom Latham, he's been much busier today, much better.
And he takes his preferred option, sweep with the spin this time. It was a leg spinner, and he's done well to hit away from Salman Aliaq on the boundary. And they look to capitalize on in this over as well. Pakistan Quicks have gone for run barring Naseem Shah.
If Osama Mir looks back on this and thinks that he might have just had too much pace on the ball when bowling at Tom Latham. Latham less likely to bang you down the ground the way that Daryl Mitchell will play that shot. And the more speed there is, the more you can manipulate that for boundaries behind square. Look back on it and think to himself, I could have bowled much slower at Latham and had more pace on to Mitchell. I suppose the issue for Babar Azam right now is the fact that without Shaheen Shah Afridi, both Naseem and Haris Rauf will have to bowl, by the looks of it, 6 off the reel at the end, together at the death, which is not ideal. Any death bowler will tell you that.
And he goes for the big shot. There is a fielder there. It doesn't matter because he's got the distance. A flare of Daryl Mitchell, well, he's putting on quite a show.
So strong down the ground, Daryl Mitchell. Again, he doesn't even have to leave his crease. The bat swing is long and it's pure. Doesn't quite get it out in the middle of the bat, but it doesn't matter. Big, strong lad, strong base.
150 partnership. 142 deliveries. And the aggressor throughout has been Daryl Mitchell, as he was in the previous game, back-to-back centuries. Picks it up again, trademark of his innings, hitting through the line of the ball. Gets it fine and gets it for 4.
There you go, there it is again. 91.5 kilometres per hour. Again, it's sort of flat and it's quick at Latham. Latham is only looking to sweep. Because of that pace on the ball, he doesn't have to get much of it. Flies away down to fine leg for 4.
And in that, it's been a big over. 17 have come off it. And it'll finish with 18. Really good for New Zealand. 43 done, 275 for 2.
Tree of them all. Came in the 43rd over, 18 runs from that Osama Mir over. Really good one for New Zealand. That has propelled them to within touching distance of that 300 plus mark. Naseem Shah has 4 left. Bowled quite magnificently. I think he's going to have to bowl 4 off the reel. I mentioned before, Haris Rauf also has 3, so that's the 7 taken care of. It's just whether or not Kiwi batters get hold of one or the other of them and force Babar into a change. I think he'd be loath perhaps to throw the ball to Isanullah on debut. It's not gone particularly well for him today.
And the other bowlers as well. Nawaz has gone for runs. Osama Mir was taken for 18 in the previous over, so for Babar's sake he'll really be hoping Naseem and Haris Rauf can get through to the 7. At the moment, it's Tom Latham getting through the offside. He should look to come back for 3. And he does. Starts the over with 3 through the offside.
Yeah, and that sort of short follow-through from Latham. Punchy player. Likes to use the pace that the bowlers give him. Mitchell has just been a titan for New Zealand in these 2 games. Threw a few overs as well in the first match. Certainly earning his match fees in these first 2 one-day internationals. Brilliant partnership as well.
This is now New Zealand's 3rd highest wicket partnership against Pakistan in one-day international cricket. Oh, but you spoke to me at the pitch report and you mentioned what Pakistan did in particularly well in the first game was use a change of pace at their death, and that was really effective to put away.
Yeah, it was, and everything was length as well. Just notice here that normally when you're talking about bowling at the death, you want to stay away from that green area, the hitting zone, but because the ball was gripping, changes of pace, length were very difficult to hit. In fact, the only boundaries I can remember from when were bowlers going for the Yorker and missing. There's a really good example of it. Mitchell on 126 before that delivery. Slower ball into length. Crudded it. Couldn't find the middle at all.
And it was Naseem Shah and Haris Rauf who did that really well. And a reflection of their work at the back end of the innings. Between 41 and 50 economy rates for Pakistan, right up there. In the past 4 years, 5.49 at the back end, even 6.67 at the back end. They're quite exceptional. Any captain will take that any given day. Once again, the change of pace.
Yeah, and again, I think New Zealand have learnt their lesson really from the first one-day international, that you can't guarantee that you're going to go at 10s and plus against Pakistan at the end. So you've really got to keep the foot down between overs 30 and 40. You can't allow yourselves to sort of get bogged down conserving wickets and then expect to explode against Pakistan at the back end. Now, it might be today that that's the exception to the rule. They might tag them at the end, but they're tagging them from a position where they've already got 280.
Now you can hear the big disgruntled sound from Daryl Mitchell because it's once again pace off into the surface and difficult to get away. Well, Jazz fan pulse, what is the maximum number of sixes hit in a one-day international match by New Zealand against Pakistan? In either case, too many, 13 or 10. Get on the app, answer the question. Pushing for 2, calling for 2, and they get to wayward throw from the deep, brings the over to an end. 18 came before this, 10 off Naseem Shah, 44 done, 285 for 2. Still making their way through Saturday night, and you hope for any remaining seats to fill up. And New Zealand at the minimum should get 324, 369 if they get 14s, anywhere in between. I'm sure they'll be happy with it.
For sure, absolutely. Think back to the way that Pakistan, it was comfortable, I suppose, enough in the run chase on Thursday night, but rather limped over the line. That extra cushion of runs. Slightly weaker, perhaps slightly weaker batting line at this time with Osama Mir and Shaheen Shah. Afridi's out, and Shadab is out, so the batting lineup isn't quite as long. So New Zealand are putting themselves in a really good position here. Pakistan, for their part, though, will be thinking to themselves, much as they did in the first ODI, pick up a wicket here, knock over Daryl Mitchell here, who's breathing a bit heavily. Very hard work for him. Get a couple of new batters in, you might be able to stop New Zealand in their tracks in these last 5 or 6 overs.
Maybe just a tactic from Pakistan. At the moment, nothing seems to be getting under the skin of Daryl Mitchell. He's been timing the ball really well. Use of power as well. Well, Tom Latham spoke to him at the toss, and I asked him whether he felt that they were a few runs short, 10 or 15 in the first game. He said that he thought they were just about there, or they're just about there now with 6 overs to go, 5.5 overs to go here. It was a similar time when Daryl Mitchell lost his wicket after scoring the century with a slow pace into the surface. Any new batter coming in, including Tom Latham, who was there, found it extremely difficult to score.
And there's 1 or 2 coming into the ground, hoping to see the king of ODIs bat later on this evening, Bubba Azam. Swung away. Oh, he almost made the ground. Was a little bit late starting off. Osama Mir out there, who's not had the best of days. Once again, Pakistan not quite that sharp in the field. I mean, it would have been a very difficult chance, but he just didn't pick the ball up straight off the bat. Another boundary. Haris Rauf is not impressed.
Yeah, slow to get off the blocks. He didn't have a long way to go, but in the end found himself quite short. Osama Mir. Picked up. It doesn't matter where Osama Mir goes this time because the ball has gone over the fence. Latham, he's liking this length onto the leg side. A 4 followed by a big 6.
Yeah, it's a really good pickup, this. Again, Tom Latham is not going to come at you and bang you back over your head. He's always looking for the angles. Work the angles behind square, offside or leg side, and that's a fantastic pickup.
A very good adaptation to the same slow into the surface length that Pakistan bowled the other night, where they tried to muscle it down. Oh, that's a close one. That should be plump and given. Haris Rauf, as so often as he does, picks up wicket at the back end. They have reviewed it, and I hope that maybe Latham might have hit some bat on this. Let's have a look.
We have a play review for LBW. On-field decision is out. I have checked front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Appears to be no bat involved. To confirm or try, please. Roll forward, flat line. Up to the pad, please. Satisfied, no bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready, please. Stand by. Waiting for ball tracking. Still waiting. Stand by. Still stand by. Ball tracking is coming up. Original decision out. Pitching in line, impact in line. Wickets missing. Can you go back on field, please? Rashid, I recommend you to change your original out decision. You are on screen. Make a signal, please.
Yep, not hitting anything. It was with the angle. around the wicket and continued with the angle, and Latham has a good review taken for his case.
Quick ball. Always looked as though it was going to be straying down the leg side. Again, he sort of talked about the spinners taking pace off at Tom Latham. Stop him from profiting from the sweep shots for the quicks. You do want to get a little bit fuller at Latham, try to make him hit it down the ground as opposed to his favourite areas, square of the wicket. Brilliant Yorker, just a little wide.
Should get two, will have to run hard. Once again, an extremely wayward throw from the deep. Everything looked quick because the delivery was quick. In real time, 148 kilometers per hour. And deceived everyone. Extremely happy when they see the decision on the DRS. I'm not quite sure why. I'd imagine Team Pakistan. Maybe not. 13 of this over, 1 to go for Rauf. Change of pace. That's a better delivery to Tom Latham. A good over for New Zealand. 14 have come off it. 5 left in the first half. 299 for 2. Very happy looking Daryl Mitchell and a very happy looking New Zealand scorecard. 299 for 2. He's out there in the middle with the skipper. 129 for him, 89 for Latham. Still 5 overs left and a partnership of 180 has come in quick time as well, off 157. What you said, with the way the other bowlers have been going, Babar Azam will probably bowl 7 on a trot between Naseem and Rauf. And they've run well all throughout the series. Another good couple of runs.
Yeah, and just ideally you don't want to have to do that as a captain. You'd rather have another option just to mix things up. Batters can tag you. This is a moment that may well come back to haunt Pakistan. Another drop catch. Naseem Shah getting his feet in a bit of a tangle. That was before Mitchell had made his second consecutive 100. One half make life difficult for themselves, Pakistan.
A trait with we are not happy with. We try and make amends every time. Quick single, run through. Just on that point and why it is so important, Daryl Mitchell was dropped in the first game as well. Caught in bowl Salman Ali Agha. He was in his 60s then. Didn't go on to hurt Pakistan in terms of the result of the game. Looks like a slightly different story today, with New Zealand still having 4 and a bit overs left. And he's pounced on the opportunity now twice in a row. The backward square, deep mid-wicket for the change of pace into the surface for Mitchell. Surely this time. Surely this time, and this time Nawaz. This is extremely good as well. Judgment of that catch and the drive straight forward to pick up that ball.
Yeah, brilliant catch to end a brilliant innings. Daryl Mitchell was just starting to tire at the back end there, and you can't blame him for that. As fit as these modern day players are, yet gets congratulated by his own 12 men and Pakistani fielders alike. Again, it's back of a length, it's a slower ball from Naseem Shah, and it was excellent work from Nawaz. He had to put the big ones in terms of getting to the ball, and then it was a case of steadying himself, making sure the hands and elbows were soft. He took the catch. Arms aloft again for Daryl Mitchell. That has been a magnificent performance. He will remember Rawalpindi with great fondness. It has been a sensational trip for him so far. 129 from 119, New Zealand 302 for 3.
Jimmy Neesham, with all his experience, comes out 98 is strike rate. We know he can hit it better than that.
Yeah, this is where it gets tough actually for the batters coming in. Having to adjust to the slower balls, the lack of pace in the surface. Latham has played magnificently as well, let's not forget. His innings in the first ODI rather cost New Zealand. Here's the end of Darryl Mitchell again. It was superb from Nawaz. We were just bemoaning Pakistan's lack of clinical finishing when it comes to taking catches, but Nawaz made no mistake there. And Mitchell quite rightly receives the applause of everyone in the ground.
Well, for Jimmy Neesham now, this is more of a condensed back end of a T20 game. So many times he's able to get the team over the line, even in franchise cricket. He was here not too long ago, in the PSL.
He had his bags packed, didn't he, at the end of the T20 series? About to hop on a plane and go home. Jimmy, stay, we need you. But they need him right now.
Him and Mark Chapman. Back into the hotel and stay back for 5 more. Oh, a bit of a swing and a miss. Naseem Shah inquiring. He always hears something. Whether Babar heard it or if he can convince Babar. Three and 4 for 3.
Current coach Luke Ronke, top of the list of strike rates. Ian Smith down there at number 4. Let's have a look at this. The players' strike rates in excess of 90 were really outrageous back in the day. So you've got all of the modern players: Ronke, Anderson, Colin Munro, James Neesham in the top 5, and Ian Smith, old Smithy, in there. 99.43 coming in at the back end as a scrappy little keeper for the Kiwis in a floppy hat back in the day.
Ahead of the game.
Way ahead.
There he is, Luke Ronke, looking very, very comfortable. Batting coach. Now you mentioned Jimmy Neesham. It was Mark Chapman along with him. Both were on the plane. They got 121 runs together in between the two of them. Jimmy Neesham got 45 not out from 25. And he played quite a hand along with Mark Chapman, who got his maiden T20 100. A lot of us like to talk about matchups and numbers. Haris Rauf during that T20 series picked up Jimmy Neesham's wicket 3 times.
That is good kit. Bringing the fashion to Pindi.
That is really good. Well done, Mummy. One of our youngest fans in the crowd. Through the offside, through the 2 fielders, through for 4. He moves to 94. 98.
Haris Rauf was a little bit unlucky here. 2 men up behind square on the offside, no third man. Change of pace rather did Mark Latham, and he outside edged it between the 2 of them, perfectly bisecting them for 4.
The skipper on 98. Swing and a miss inside the inside edge off the bat. Well, the skipper's also been under the pump slightly in terms of lack of runs in the ODI version of late. At the moment, discussion between Haris Rauf and Babar Azam. Babar Azam in Babar Azam fashion takes the DRS within seconds to spare.
EV umpire to director. We have a player review for caught behind. On-field decision is not out. I have checked front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin whistle, please. Ball is close to the bat to confirm ultra edge, please. Keep rolling, keep rolling. Ball back, and seize the frame when ball is next to the bat. 2 frames back, please. And now roll forward and freeze when ball is next to the bat. Yeah, there is a spike when ball is next to the bat, no gap between ball and bat. Satisfied, can you go back on field, please? Rashid, I recommend you to change your original not out decision. You are on screen, make a signal, please.
Well, a smile on the face of umpire Rashid Riaz. Don't blame him for not hearing that nick. It was the tiniest feather. The sound here, as always, in Pindi is very, very loud. Tom Latham, agonisingly close to an 8th ODI 100, goes for 98. Really good review from Pakistan. 3-1-2 for 4.
Mark Chapman, the star performer of the T20 series. He can strike it. Early days in his ODI career, early days in his international career. He does have fond memories at this ground, not from too long ago. Excellent over from Haris Rauf. Picks up the opposition skipper for 98. New Zealand 3-1-2 for 4.
Work to do still for New Zealand. Again, very, very difficult for batters to start in these conditions. And another bit of sloppy work. It's so bad. How did they get two there? Worth having a look at this wicket again. I wondered if Tom Latham might have just looked behind himself and given himself away there, because there was barely a sound, a whisper of a sound. Haris Rauf wasn't sure, but I wonder if the batter's reaction, quickly jackknifing his head around to see where the ball has gone, gave him away.
You've got the liberty of technology. He does look back, but also after, his reaction is just like, oh, maybe not. Technology proved otherwise. Babar Azam, he can't believe it. Oh, that is brilliant. That is brilliant. An expression. A brilliant result as well. Once again, the change of pace working for Neesham, against Neesham.
Yeah, really good from Naseem Shah, really good from Baba, and really good from our fellas in the crowd there on the cameras, because that's a terrific little bit of emotion picked up, and that as well on the face of Tom Latham.
Well, in doing that, Haris Rauf has 3, but he's gone for runs, as have all Pakistan bowlers tonight. He's gone for 73 in his 9. Through the offside. That is a lovely piece of timing, crunched through for 4.
Yeah, you're really happy to see a ball of this length. Pace on, but it's a half volley. It doesn't matter if the pitch is a little bit slow. It's that close to the bat, you just have to keep your shape and drill it through the offside.
Only conceded 3 boundaries, Naseem Shah, in over 2 games, 2 international one-days. Oh, there's confusion. They should be out. Well, I don't think so. Chapman has been sent back in time. And just the hush around the ground. Well, I don't think we're going to go upstairs for this.
Sent back in time, you said? It'd be great if you could do that. There's a few things I'd do differently. Jimmy Neesham sent him back. The throw came in, it was a little bit weak. It's quite a long way out there, and the fielder on the boundary was just a little off balance as the throw came in, which just gave Chapman enough time to get back. Back to the future.
Back in time. Well, global audience is listening, and somebody out there might understand what Butch meant. He'd love to go back in time. Well, but the 47.5 was back in time. It's been 321 runs. 1 delivery still left in this over. They've got the firepower. Neesham and Chapman both can strike. It hasn't been easy against Naseem Shah. Once again, by far been the pick of the bowlers. Adapts to the conditions. Available very quickly. Tucked round the corner for 1. 10 runs off the 48th is 322 for 4. balls left in the first half of the game. 12 legit deliveries to come for New Zealand. Say they'll want to get as many. Even 350. Maybe asking for a bit too much, but 10 in the last two gets them to 342. That's quick.
Yeah, it's so difficult. It's why the partnership is so valuable between Mitchell and Latham. These two guys coming in at the back end, really difficult to just come out there and smash it all around the park. New Zealand learned, put the work in between the 30th and the 43rd over just to keep things going, just to drive that score up.
Two from there. Now once again Pakistan allowing for the New Zealand batters to come through for two. There's excellent running between Neesham and Chapman. And they've done it well throughout the series, put Pakistan fielders under pressure, and so often they've succumbed under that pressure as well.
Just didn't get out the blocks quick enough. The running was committed. We presume there was no pinching of yards at the non-striker's end, and they got home straightforwardly.
A couple of changes in the field here. Fine comes up into the ring. Square fielder on the offside on the boundary. And they've dropped it well enough to pick up two. This time it'll be very easy.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's just really well done from Jimmy Neesham. Made no attempt to hit that hard whatsoever, just bunted it into the leg side, and they come back for a straightforward two. Looks of concern around the ground.
Haris Rauf, since his debut, has the most wickets for Pakistan in ODIs, topping the charts with 35. An excellent economy. We touched on that earlier as well, considering where he bowls in the game. Shaheen Shah Afridi not behind with 24. Nawaz good with the economy as well. Last 60 balls have travelled 102, 11 times past the boundary. A very healthy run rate as well, which is what has propelled them to 327 for 4, with 8 deliveries left. Slashed, should go down, straight down the throat of the fielder. Haris Rauf has 4.
Yeah, the flag's flying. Haris Rauf, who is game at the end, isn't he? Just charges in, gives it everything. Always senses there's a chance for wickets, no matter how many runs he's gone for. And it is well worth his 4 for here. It's the end of Mark Chapman, unable to reproduce the fireworks of the T20 series. He goes for 1. It's 327 for 5.
Great penultimate over from Haris Rauf so far. Henry Nicholls, the new man in. He's got 7 deliveries, 1 in this one. Haris Rauf has picked up 4 wickets again. It's been expensive. How close is that? Haris Rauf thinks he's got him. In amongst all of that, he still has to fetch the ball and make sure they don't scamper for through. Is it missing? Leg stump. It's worth it. It's worth taking a look. He's Pfeiffer on the cards for him. Babar, come on. Thank you, Babar. Well done.
TV umpire to director. We have a play review for LBW. Original decision is not out. I have checked front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin whistle, please. Ball is close to the bat to confirm ultra edge, please. Keep rolling, roll up to the bat, please. Satisfied, no bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready, please. Original decision not out. Pitching in line, impact outside. Can you go back on field, please? Watch it, stay with your original not out decision. I'll let you know when you are on screen. You are on screen, make a signal, please.
It was worth it. Decision remains not out. Haris Rauf. He ends with figures for 78 for 4. New Zealand 328 for 5. And Naseem Shah to close out the first half of the innings. 328 for 5, New Zealand. Should be just the one.
Oh, Haris Rauf has been the main weapon for Babar Azam today. 4 wickets, picked up the first one with that beautiful little move away from Will Young, then the fine nick that got rid of Latham. And then courtesy of the hands of Abdullah Shafiq saw off Mark Chapman at the very end. Decent night's work.
Once again, the change of pace. Tennis ball bounced to it. Yeah, you mentioned Haris Rauf. He's had a good day in terms of the wickets column. 4 for 78, and I've been told those are his most expensive figures in one-day international. His previous best, 4 for 65. He sets up for a good chase. Looking for the block hole, finds the fielder. This is going to be excellent running if he gets back. It's at the right end, and he takes Rizwan out. Nichols takes Rizwan out. And Timber undisturbed. It's good to see all of that end in smiles. Spirit of the game upheld quite nicely. There's the front leg, hits it into the leg side. Has to rush back, Nichols. It's a wayward throw. Push for 2 again. Nichols once again running towards the danger end. Not the best of throws once again from the outfield. The score now 334 for 5. Pakistan have chased scores of 330 plus only once in ODI history. It came last year against Australia. Babar Azam got 100 in that game. They chased down 349 against Australia in Lahore. Well, Pindi is known to be the ground for chasing because there's runs on offer. Just one. Babar Azam and his team, they will have their work cut out. They will have to make use of the power play and then, like New Zealand, keep up with the run rate through the middle phase of the game and not let the game slip away too much. Try and get ahead of the game and in particular try and make use of the power play. It's been a good last over so far. 7 off the first 5, 1 to go.
Oh.
Scamper through. Once again, Naseem Shah exceptional. 10 overs, a 49 for 1. 8 overs came off the last over. New Zealand in their 50 overs finish at 336 for 5. And they will be very happy in the way they've closed out the last 10 overs. 98 runs came off the last 10. 3 wickets were taken. But it was a courtesy. Daryl Mitchell once again with his 100. And with his boundary hitting ability, along with Tom Latham, he got on 98. That partnership from 119 for 2 to 302 for 3 is what has led New Zealand to end up at 336 for 5. Up the order, Young with 19, Chad Bose 51 of 51. And there was the Mitchell-Latham show, 129 and 98 respectively between the two of them. 15 extras were given for Pakistan, and in the 50 overs, 336 for 5. Once again, big partnerships, second and third, 86 of 84 between Mitchell and Bose, and then Mitchell and Latham, 183, more importantly, of the 160 deliveries. New Zealand will feel they have put the runs on the board. Whether the bowlers can come out and defend it. For Pakistan, their bowlers found it tough out there tonight. Naseem, again, star of the show with the ball. 4.9 the economy in a game that yielded well over 6.7 runs in over with just the 1 wicket. RS Rauf expensive, Ehsanullah expensive, but Rauf did pick up 4. Spinners, well, they went wicketless tonight. Pindi Cricket Stadium, last time in this series, a second one-day international. A lovely atmosphere, good weather as well for a game of cricket. Target 337 for Pakistan. New Zealand will hope to restrict them to anything under that so they can level the series 1 apiece before the action heads to Karachi, where we will have the 3rd, 4th and 5th one-day international on the 3rd, 5th and 7th of March respectively. The crowds always come out in numbers at Pindi. They've always loved the action that's on offer. We also love the action happening sideline. Sikandar Bakht, who do you have with you?
Well, Ruja, I have Chad Bose alongside me. Chad, seems like an important discussion after the first game that you need at least 50 more. That's a good score.
Yeah, very good score. We're very happy with that. You know, the discussions were that we didn't need to change too much. It was just a few tweaks here and there, potentially through the middle, look for those 2s and the odd boundary, and that'll take us over the 300 mark. So it worked out well for us tonight.
We did see, I mean, the start was better, the first 10 overs from the first game, and then the mid overs. So the acceleration and the intent to get past or way past 300 seemed pretty clear. Yeah,
exactly. We didn't want to leave ourselves too much at the back end, especially after the first game. You know, they bowled really well at the death, so we wanted to get ahead of the rate and really build momentum with those partnerships through the middle, which we did beautifully, and Daryl and Tom played amazingly to help us do that.
How do you compare the two surfaces, the first game and this one?
Sorry, say that again.
How do you compare the two surfaces out there?
Very similar, I think. You know, we'll see how it plays later on, if there's any dew factor or if it slides on quicker, but yeah, not too different from our experience.
All right, Chad, have a good one.
Cool. Thank you.
337 to win this.
Well, he said they had to tweak a few things, and they'd imagine they tweaked them really nicely because they've set Pakistan 337 from their set of 50 overs at 6.74 runs and over. Don't go anywhere because we will have the chase on the other side of the break.
Well, it's been back-to-back hundreds for Daryl Mitchell in this ODI international series. He's been quite magnificent with the bat and has dominated that Pakistan bowling attack. Been quite a revelation since the time he made that debut for New Zealand. Hello and welcome to Inverx Solar Energy Pitch Side Show. Now, New Zealand have put up quite a formidable total considering they were short of runs in that previous one-day international. But once again, it was Daryl Mitchell who dominated that Pakistan bowling attack and he really led the way for New Zealand. I've been joined by Sana Mir and Mark Butcher in the studio. Sana, let's talk about Pakistan first. Obviously, from a New Zealand angle, they seem to have worked a little bit harder on all the areas that they needed to look at in that previous one-day international. Pakistan, what do you think? I mean, how do you evaluate their performance in the first innings so far?
I think Pakistan had made 3 changes to their bowling lineup. Shadab left out, Shaheen Afridi left out. So we were expecting Ehsanullah on this pitch. He doesn't have a slow one. I kept saying in the T20s as well, on this pitch you need a bowler who has a change of pace. So of course he was a bit expensive. Haris Rauf, he gets wickets, but he's generally a bit expensive. So New Zealand would be really happy after this. A little bit of improvement in the Pakistan fielding, but overall I do think New Zealand has an edge after putting this total.
They surely do, and they've been made to be put in that position thanks to that wonderful innings by Daryl Mitchell. I mean, Pakistan needs some answers there because here's a guy who's come in and scored 2 back-to-back hundreds for New Zealand. Seems to be a bit of a late bloomer, I'd like to call from a New Zealand perspective. But, you know, he's done his job really well.
He has, and I keep saying it, every time I watch him play live, he makes 100. But I've got a bit of good news for Pakistan fans, is that they tend to lose the matches as well. So it's not all lost after today. But I think he's a wonderful player. He's got such a perfect setup. The back lift always seems to find its way back into the right slot. He plays down the ground so unbelievably strongly. He doesn't need to run down the pitch at the ball in order to hit it for 6 back over the bowler's head. He plays spin as well as he plays pace. He just has a complete game. We were looking at him all through the English summer last year, trying to find a way of getting the guy out. And in the end, the only answer you could come up with is let him get 100, he then gets out, and then England win the game. And Pakistan will be hoping that you know, they have a similar luck with New Zealand and Daryl Mitchell, that he gets 100, but that Pakistan end up winning. It might not be the case today, though. That's a lot of runs.
It's a lot of runs in any given conditions. They'll be hoping that their top 3 fire today as well. That's what they need from a Pakistan perspective. But we've got Professor Grant Elliott down there on ground zero. What have you got for us, Grant? He's with the Sikandar Bakht.
Ground Zero, brought to you by Inverx Solar Energy.
Well, welcome to Ground Zero. I've got Grant Elliott with me, right, Zainab, and he's going to tell us what has worked for Tom Latham today for his 98. He was waiting for that big knock because it's been 10 innings since he even crossed a 50. So when you look at Tom Latham and his knock today, what has actually stood out?
Yeah, a good question, Sikandar. I mean, we spoke the other night about how well Daryl Mitchell played. Daryl Mitchell came down the wicket. He looked to play straight, through mid-off, through mid-on. Also off the back foot. He was going back, opening up that leg, looking to play through mid-off, mid-on. Tom Latham, however, we saw that he had the paddle, his first shot. So he played the paddle, and you can see from the package there, then it was the reverse sweep, the orthodox sweep, and then the back of the bat. So he was looking to play square, looking to manipulate the field, not only square, but also, you know, just quite fine. Now, the first one, the paddle, when he was playing that one, if you can get that player just a little bit finer, then that opens up the gap to play it square. You've also got the orthodox sweep, bang. You've got the reverse sweep, where if you can actually play that well and with power, that player on the boundary will move squarer, which gives you the opportunity to then play it a little bit straighter and get reward for runs. So it's all about manipulating the field and actually creating 4 opportunities for you to get a single. The one I liked was the back of the bat. It was sneaky, and it gets it fine, and that's when the spinner's putting a little bit of pace on it.
And I think they've understood what really works here in terms of score. 180, 190 is not enough, and they've done good 336 tonight.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about maybe they were a bit short the other day, and I think that this score, very competitive. It means that 2 players have to get 100, or it means 1 player needs to get a big 100.
Chaseable?
Yeah, I think it's chaseable.
Okay, that's all from Ground Zero.
Ground Zero, brought to you by Inverx Solar Energy.
Lovely insight there from Grant Elliott. Just talking about how to maneuver the field and score all those runs. We've seen so many batters around the world do that to perfection, and we saw that today on display as well. Plenty of that will be required from the Pakistani batters, but we'll take a short break and we'll be back just in a bit. Back on the Inverex Solar Energy pitch side show. Now, one thing that's really worked for New Zealand in this series is the batters that have stepped up. You're talking about all the young guys who have been replacements, called in as replacements because there were a lot of players that were not available. Obviously, now the batting coach has a role to play in this, just uplifting them and giving them that kind of support. Let's talk more about this. Grant Elliott spoke to Luke Ronchi earlier on.
I'm here in the beautiful Islamabad with current batting coach and ex-teammate Luke Ronchi. Ronks played at Wellington together, played for New Zealand. I know that you thought that you'd got rid of me, but here I am ready to grill you with a few questions. You're a popular person coming back to the town of Islamabad, and the reason being is you played in the PSL. I think you've almost got the record for the highest strike rate for a certain number of balls opening the batting. You had some significant performances for them. What's it like being in Pakistan and having played in the PSL as a tournament?
Yeah, it's actually really cool. I think, again, it's great for not only us, but for every nation to come back here and bring international cricket back to Pakistan. They love it. The passion here is amazing. And then obviously the PSL was fantastic for me, and joining Islamabad and winning the title the first year. we were there, and I guess had 3 great seasons with them and instilled good friendships with players and staff there as well. So it's always cool whenever we play against Pakistan to catch up with the guys and to have it here as well, and to be at this hotel for an extended period of time has been fantastic.
Tell me, what makes Pakistan cricket just so challenging, coming here, the conditions, but also the skills that they possess?
I think that's their skill sets are phenomenal. I think they've got fast bowlers, but they're all over 140, and that makes a big difference. I think they're sort of the 130 bowlers they have their skills and they know how to perform. But when you've got guys bowling quick and somehow they just keep pulling quick bowlers out of anywhere really. I mean, they have injuries or form, and then there's a new guy on the scene who can bowl just as quick and hit 150. So, I mean, they're phenomenal at that. They know how to work well with slow balls and death bowling and reverse swing. And then on the flip side of that, they've got some quality spin bowlers that come in and know what they're doing as well in their own conditions. So, and then again, you go back to their batting and the skill sets their batters know and show in big games. So I think they just keep coming at you.
All the teams now are looking towards the World Cup, 50 over World Cup. It's not far away now. How important is this Pakistan series now to try and, I guess, fill some gaps, work out, you know, who's going to be playing where, and actually refine that squad that you think will actually go and play in that tournament?
It is. It's massive. Like you said, you're still trying to work out a couple of positions, and with injuries, and obviously Kane Williamson's had his knee injury recently, so then there's question marks around him there, and other positions of how you sort of want to skin it. So it is important. There might be a little bit of trial and error for certain positions over sort of this series, and we've got some series before the World Cup to have a look at things and sort of fine tune the way you want to go about it. But also, I mean, this series is in the subcontinent, so you want to have a look at guys and see what they've got and back them to go out and do their thing, and hopefully it works out the way we all sort of would like it to.
Yeah, well, it never does work out that way.
Exactly. That's why the hopeful part was there at first.
Yeah. Ronks, we've been involved in a World Cup together, made the final. New Zealand have made the final twice now. What do we need to do to get over the line to win that elusive World Cup trophy?
We've been close. The last time was really close. A lot of emotions being involved in that as well, and involved in 2 of them. I just think I guess through both of them, we just adapted really well. I think the English World Cup, there was a lot more sort of ups and downs, good surfaces, different surfaces, the mindsets going into different things. 2015, I think we were riding a fantastic roller coaster with the whole country behind us. And this one, again, the next World Cup, it's adapting to what's in front of us. I think that's something we've done as a country and as a team for a long, long time now. And I think that's what sort of made us a challenging side wherever we've gone in the world. And that's going to be a massive thing going to India for this World Cup. There's going to be times where we're not going to play the way we want to play. There's going to be times the opposition are better, and we've got to be okay with those sort of situations. But more often than not, if you trust what you want to do and believe in what you want to do, hopefully you get the result going your way.
From a player to a coach, how did that happen? I mean, you left Australia to come to New Zealand. We played at Karori Park, the worst game of all time.
We both got hundreds. We both got hundreds. That was all right.
It was a rare moment that I would have got 100. I just remember you getting 100. I remember someone painting the sight screen on day 2.
Yeah.
How did it come about, that whole journey from going from a player where suddenly you realise, okay, well, coaching is going to be my thing?
Yeah, I think it was more once I'd moved to New Zealand. I was sort of getting on in age. I guess I was 31 or 32 when I started playing for New Zealand. And then I went on a few tours, and predominantly some of the test tours away, I wasn't playing. I was a backup, so I understood that. So you start having conversations with guys around their preparation and what they need and want, and get used to throwing a lot of balls, using the sticks to throw at guys, and you're just helping guys out. And I think that's a massive part of coaching is conversations and making sure players are prepared as well as they can be and are as happy as well as they can be. And I really enjoyed that. I think as well over time you sort of, I dealt with differing coaches, some good, some not so good, and you work out what you like about each of them and what you want to use as a skill set for myself. So once I'd gone through all of that, I still loved cricket. I still had a lot of passion for cricket. I definitely had enough of playing cricket. And then opportunities arose to get into coaching, which it really excited me, and I enjoyed it. It was it's just great trying to help guys reach their goals and their ambitions and dreams. So I got that opportunity, and I think it's great to be able to try and help guys do it for themselves now.
Well, there you go. You've heard from Luke Ronke, New Zealand's batting coach. It's going to be an exciting series here. Thanks a lot, Ronks. It was great to see you again. I hope you felt the same way.
Yeah, always, Grunter. Always, sir.
Cheers, brother.
Thank you, man.
Such a great chat between these former New Zealand players who've played with each other. And you look at Luke Ronke, Butch, and it seems like he's such a calm and composed character.
Yeah, I think New Zealand produces a lot of players, a lot of people like that. You know, we spent a lot of time with Grant around the place, and they have a really healthy outlook on life, on the way that they look at the game. It's not life and death, but they play it hard, they work hard, and they work for each other. And in that, they produce a lot of great results.
Quick thoughts, Sana, gettable for Pakistan, or is New Zealand on the safe side?
No, I don't think so. It's, any score is safe anymore in Pindi Stadium. So, yes, still chaseable, but it will be hard work.
It will be hard work, and one thing that Pakistan, like I said, will require is not to lose those early wickets. You saw Imam Ul Haq has been in great form in the one-day format. He's been scoring a lot of hundreds. He did that against Australia. You saw that the other day as well. And he seems to have that great partnership with Fakhr Zaman going, which is something which is going to be extremely crucial in this run chase. Now, we're going to take a short break. When we do come back, we'll be back with the response.
Welcome to Dafa News presents KFC Pakistan versus New Zealand ODI series. It's the second match and live from the Pindi Cricket Stadium. Here we are. Quick look at the batting card where New Zealand made full use of this opportunity. Batting first, 129 from Mitchell, his second 100 in the series, and 98 from the captain Latham, 336 for 5. Daryl Mitchell, back-to-back 100, Sana. What a knock.
He's been in great form in this ODI series. He had a lean patch in the T20 series, but he has come back very strongly. Excellent timing, excellent technique, as good on spin as he is on fast. A bit of luck there, drop catch of Naseem Shah, but what a 100. Back-to-back 100s, making sure that New Zealand is on the top after the first 50 overs.
They gave the team a good start in the first ODI. Can Imam and Fakhr Zaman repeat that? 337 to get at 6.74 runs and over. We know that the Pindi Cricket Ground is a high-scoring venue. But 337 to win any game is not an easy ask. Fakhr Zaman, the centurion from the first game, gave Pakistan a brilliant start, and more will be expected from him tonight.
But if you want an opening pair to chase a total like this, it would be Imam ul Haq and Fakhr Zaman. The last match they put up 124 together, and they have been amongst biggest partnerships for Pakistan after Saeed Anwar and Amir Suhail. Excellent record for Imam ul Haq, 58 matches, an average of 51, more than 2,600 runs. This partnership pair, they have been really good for Pakistan. Can Matt Henry have an early blow today?
So Matt Henry will start from that far end. They don't have Adam Milne today, and they've included Shipley in the side. The one thing we would like to see, will they repeat what Pakistan did? Shorter deliveries.
Nice movement, a slip there as well. They have got the runs on board to put pressure on Pakistan. They have to ask the right question, hit the right length. They were a bit shorter in length as compared to Pakistan in the previous game. Daryl Mitchell in the slips.
Flies just past that slip fielder you're talking about. And the first boundary, Pakistan opened their account with a bit of luck.
And when you're confident, you play a full shot. It was not a half-hearted shot. Yes, it didn't come from the middle of the bat, but he played it, wanted to play. Big slash, hard slash. That's why a strong edge, a big edge that flew away from the slip. And third had no chance. It's always said if you want to slash, slash hard. That's what Fakhr did.
That area usually is favoured by Fakhr Zaman. Any width, he'll try to put you away behind point. 100 from the first ODI from Fakhr Zaman. He looked $1 million.
One of the better knocks I've seen him play. Hardly any chance given to the opposition. Innovation, command, authority, dispatching the bad deliveries away. Equally good on the offside as he was on the leg.
Matt Henry bowling with that slip. It's almost like a second slip position. A little wide of the keeper, knowing that he will splash hard at anything that's outside the off stump. There he is. He's just a little away from Tom Latham, and he's standing ahead of him. What a shot that is. You don't have to wait for the ball to touch the rope. You know it the minute it hit the bat.
And the angle he's creating from over the wicket. The problem with it can be if it doesn't swing, it can just be right in the slot. And Fakhr Zaman showing the full face of the bat. Commanding shot down the ground. Excellent timing. Still head position. Just look at that head position. Anyone who's watching, that's the perfect straight drive.
Oh, that's a great comeback from Matt Henry. Super ball to end the over. Pakistan 8 for no loss. Fakhr Zaman, lots of experience that he has, and he's performed on big occasions. Who can forget his 100, the Champions Trophy final, and that 100 yesterday. And like you mentioned, Imam and him make a very good pair. They complement each other, understand each other very well. Babar Azam, your perfect number 3. And we'll see how Abdullah Shafiq goes. He's got an opportunity today. But that shot of that last ball of the previous over, how many times have you seen Fakhr Zaman playing a vertical bat? So straight.
Yes, generally you see him playing with the horizontal bat or that cow region, the mid-wicket in cow. But when you have got to back-to-back 50s against the same opposition, that's the confidence you have. Straight down the ground, showing the full face of the bat on a new ball with the slip in. That's the confidence. He has also had back-to-back hundreds against the same opposition, one in the last game, one in the last game of the previous one-day series that Pakistan and New Zealand played.
We talk about how these two are so good when opening for Pakistan. And ODIs, New Zealand are not far behind. They've got the best economy rate in the power play, 4.3. And if they can repeat that today, then surely make it tougher on the Pakistani batters to get to 337.
Shipley will have a role to play because Matt Henry has been involved in those partnerships along with Trent Bolt, who's not here. So Shipley will have to stand up to the task along with Matt Henry.
Almost got that leading edge, trying to close the face of the bat. A little too early.
And for Shipley, the slip is moved to the second or third slip, a bit wider this time, because they know that Fakhr Zaman is not a batter who generally plays with straight bat. He generally slash it, so it carries a little wider.
It's just gone right through him. There's a sound somewhere. Everyone's gone up asking for it. Will they go for the review? There was a sound. Has it brushed the shirt? Well, what a ball. Extra bounce, goes right through, and that's the horizontal bat you're talking about. Are they going to go 5, 4, 3? Yes.
TV umpire to director. We have a play review for caught behind. On-field decision is not out. Front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Ball is close to the bat. To confirm ultra edge, please. Yes, keep rolling. Keep rolling. Flat line, ball through. Satisfied. No bat involved. Can you go back on field, please? Aleem, stay with your original not out decision. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen, make a signal, please.
Yeah, they also lose the review here, New Zealand. Well, you don't blame them. Everything happened so quickly. There was a sound, yes, when it brushed that pocket on the trouser.
And was mighty close to that inside edge as well.
And Aleem Dar, who was great with his decisions. New Zealand, they still have to improve on the use of their DRS.
That's been put away. So short ball and on the legs is not going to be a problem. Even after that delivery before this, he will keep attacking you because that's the power play he knows.
And we talk about the horizontal bat coming out. The moment you bowl short, Fakhar Zaman has got every shot to answer. He's very confident, he's amongst runs, and he's not going to miss out on those.
Again, look at that. He just slogs that one, just gets a single, and only Fakhar Zaman can play that. 2 gone, 14 for no loss. Zaman 13 of 11. And New Zealand is pretty much aware of how Fakhar operates in the power play. The 2 men that they allowed outside the circle, they've got a deep square leg straight away for Fakhar Zaman. And the other one is, of course, your third. As Fakhar will fancy playing in that zone, then left of your screen, the man on the deep.
And the slip is already out. Just 2 overs in. The ball is just 1 overall from each end, but the slip is gone. Because of the way Fakhar is playing, it does seem like they don't see that they will be using the slip anymore. I would want the slip to be there for 1 more over. They have got runs on the board. You need a wicket. This is a big wicket.
Good looking shot, just a punch and goes racing through the covers for boundary.
It doesn't matter. You take the slip out, you put an extra fielder on the offside, but it doesn't matter because Fakhar Zaman is in great form. The timing is immaculate. Slight push and off it goes. The lightning outfield of Pindi Stadium doing the rest.
Unable to pierce the gap this time, but the timing is perfect. You can actually sense it. He's having a good feel of the ball coming onto the bat already.
That's the playing 11. Top 3 batters, very experienced. Then Abdullah Shafiq played 1 game only, then Mohammad Rizwan, and then after that a little slight batting is short for Pakistan as Shadab is not playing, Shaheen is not playing, but they don't want to go that deep. They would want the top 3 along with Abdullah Shafiq, Mohammad Rizwan to make most of the runs.
Oh, that's hit him on the helmet. He's quick. Matt Henry has hit him on the visor there, so concussion protocol will come into place. No matter how good you're feeling as a batter, it has to be checked. And that had some sharp bounce on that.
Good to see Fakhar Zaman smiling, walking comfortably. It was 129, a little slower than his usual deliveries that are 135, 136.
Umpire Aleem Dar's family who've come here to support him. He's been around for a while and stood in very, very important games in World Cups, Champions Trophies, major test series around the world.
Fakhar Zaman today, this was a big wild flash. This was amazing, one of the best shots we've seen today. And then this is typical Fakhar Zaman for you. And then this punch through covers. It has all been so good on the eye. 17 or 14 at the moment. And Fakhar Zaman, only 10 men in ODI history have an average of 45 and a strike rate of 90 in ODIs. And Fakhar Zaman is the only Pakistan batter in that list. Sana?
What a list. Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma at the top, AB de Villiers number 3, Sir Vivian Richards, David Warner, Johnny Bairstow, Fakhar Zaman, the only Pakistani in there. And Temwa Bamuma from South Africa at number 10.
Babar Azam's strike rate is 89, so he soon can be in that list.
In the power play till now, Imamul Haq has only faced one delivery. Most of the strike has remained with Fakhar Zaman. He is 17 of 15 and entertaining the crowd. So got boundaries on almost all sides of the ground. Behind the wicket, offside, straight, leg side.
There should be 4 more. There is a fielder there at deep square, but he's got no chance whatsoever to get to it.
That's not so good bowling from Matt Henry here. New Zealand, they have got runs on the board, but they want to put pressure. One boundary every over is not going to help. And the length of the delivery was asking to be punished. Fakhar Zaman on it very quickly.
His whole body rotates with that shot. Taking it further behind the square on the onside, away from that fielder. This time Fakhar couldn't take a single and keep strike. 22 for no loss. Good start this. There's 2 behind New Zealand at the same stage. There's a long way to go. 337 to win this. Again, a good crowd in. You always have come in big numbers in whatever format that is played here. And this series has been no different, Sana. Even the ODIs after T20s just been enjoyed by everyone. Lahore as well, and they've also enjoyed every moment of the Tapal Tea Lounge. You sit back, relax, and watch some great Fakhar Zaman batting.
They've got some hot beverage, some cold snacks, everything being offered at the stadium.
It's not a bad idea. It's coming now round the wicket. Shipley trying to angle it into the left-handers, and that length works. Almost yorked him.
I was about to come to that point. He's using the angle because when you're bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, the angle carries, and sometimes a little fraction err in the length can give you a very bad delivery. This angle is much more safer when you're bowling to the left-hander.
He's hit it straight to mid-off. Yes, the running has been good, a good call. This is what we said at the start of this innings. Fakhar Zaman and Imamul Haq have a great understanding. Eye contact is enough.
Absolutely, a very good call. He knew from the start he wanted a single. And Henry Shipley is going to continue from around the wicket to Fakhar Zaman as well. In the last over, he was coming over the wicket. Let's see if the change of angle works.
It was a little wide. He's done well in the covers to stop that. Otherwise, that was also racing away to that boundary.
Last delivery, it was full. Should have been fielded, in my opinion. Should have been stopped there, right there, but not a very good delivery. That's better. That's the length we have seen Naseem Shah hitting very consistently. It's not easy for batters with facing the new ball to go after that length. But if it's too full, too short, then the Pindi pitch and the outfield really helps the batters.
They've had a good season, haven't they? So many teams touring Pakistan. Very recently, the PSL is the last game today here in Pindi. Again, a good call. It's just the understanding how hard or how well has hit it, and for it to reach the fielder. 4 overs ball, 25 for no loss. Lots of fans out here, yeah. Iftikhar has been included in the ODI squad now. He'll be joining the team in Karachi.
Pakistan just 2 runs behind New Zealand at this point. There were 27, Pakistan 25 for naught. Important couple of overs here.
Once again, that leading edge.
First couple of deliveries faced by Imam against Matt Henry. Matt Henry is looking good. He is having that shape on the ball, but every now and then a difference in length, either too full or too short, has cost him a few boundaries. But otherwise, the shape on the ball and the pace has been really good.
Great shot. That's very Imamul Haq-like. Leaning into it and getting that boundary.
Imam, who has made a 60 in the last game, has really looked good. The balance is perfect. Imamul Haq, whenever he's playing on the offside, especially, the timing is great. That's the difference. He generally likes to play down the ground. Fakhr Zaman, who doesn't mind playing uppish, which is change in style, difference of style, complementing each other.
Yeah, too much width. Just flies past that point. Another boundary. That's not a good ball. He's right on top of it straight away, Imamul Haq.
Overcorrecting, trying to be a little shorter in length. On the last delivery, it was a cover drive. This time a little shorter. Imamul Haq with even better timing. It's too easy for these two right now. They look really comfortable against New Zealand attack.
Gets that edge. Matt Henry now round the wicket to the left-hander. Just trying to avoid that width, but that's coming on offer outside the off stump.
So over the wicket, when you're bowling over the wicket, you have to be very accurate. With around the wicket, there's still more room to play with when you're bowling to a left-hander. And if you're swinging into the left-hander, then the over the wicket angle works better for you. But if you're taking the ball away, then you have to be extremely accurate.
Yeah, rare dot ball. 2 boundaries in the over, 5 gone. 34 for no loss. Good start. This 6.8 is the run rate with which Pakistan have played their first 5 overs. 337 to get. New Zealand also today did well in terms of just studying the first game, how they went off batting first. Today they had a better power play 1. They managed to score 98 in the last 10, and that helped them to cross 300 plus.
They definitely improved their batting performance from the last time. In all 3 power plays, the first, second and third, they improved the performance.
Direct hit would be curtains for Fakhar Zaman.
Different ploys used for Imamul Haq and Fakhar Zaman. No slip for Fakhar because he's been playing with a lot of command. Comes down the ground, follows the ball, batter, bowls a Yorker, and Fakhar Zaman still in. He's fast between the wickets. Slip back in for Imamul Haq.
And again, that leg stump line will be very tough to cut it off. Ish Sodhi does well, just flicks it back. And meanwhile, Pakistan run 3.
Very difficult for the captain. He's backing the bowler, putting that slip in, but both the balls down the leg side. Not really good bowling, but very good running between the wickets from Pakistan and good fielding in the deep. He's done well. Saved 1 run for the team. Change of field, third coming up, fine going back.
Got a deep fine leg and a deep square leg, the 2 men out.
That shows that the bowler is not feeling confident. You have got a slip on one delivery and a third back. In the next delivery, the slip is out. Third comes in and the fine goes back. Too many changes in the field because the line has not been able to keep it right on the 4th stump. Either it's the 5th stump outside off or onto the leg stump. The last match also we were discussing about both left-hander opening batters sometimes cause more problems for the bowlers because bowlers are generally used to bowling to more right-handers as compared to left-handers. With the new ball, the control can be a bit difficult.
Yeah, more changes. Now third is back to the rope and square leg is inside the circle.
6 overs bowled, 40 for no loss. For no loss with 36 deliveries they've faced. Good score put up by a challenging score by New Zealand, 336. And the first change in bowling, Nisham comes in. He's been included in the side, the 11 today. He missed out on the first one-day international. He's coming straight away round the wicket from that far end, replacing Matt Henry.
Bowled the last over in T20 when New Zealand crossed the line, the first match. And this has been slapped hard. He has been welcomed by Fakhar Zaman with a cracker of a shot.
Yeah, there's no looseness here. Very first ball and it's been put away. Width, and Fakhar Zaman's eyes lit up. Just threw his bat at it. The force, the adds to the shot, is no chasing on that.
And it's the strong base that Fakhar Zaman has. Very strong base, strong legs. He's fit and a very still head. All three combinations working for him. Strong base, quick hands and a stable head.
Wow. Did you hear that? That was smashed.
And I repeat again, it was on the offside on the previous delivery, this time on the leg side. Stable base, fast hands and a still head. Excellent execution. The moment you're going to bowl short, horizontal bat shots, not many people play it better than Fakhar Zaman.
They do realize Pakistan, there's a big total that they're chasing, so a good start will always help. That's a good ball. Just in 2 minds there, Fakhar Zaman. Good comeback.
Over the wicket this time. And now going across Fakhar Zaman. This angle worked better for Jimmy Neesham. A little slow on the slower side as well. The Far News cricketing fact: Pakistan has chased a 330 plus target only once in ODIs before. 349 against Australia in Lahore in 2022.
Let's have a look at some successful run chases. Pakistan's highest successful chases include the 349 that you mentioned, 327 versus Bangladesh at Mirpur, quite a few of them at home.
This would give them confidence. The highest chase, 349 against Australia, is quite recent, 2022.
That's very well done by Point. Once that ball passes that inner circle and you miss it, there's no catching up with it. Very fast outfield.
These are the four boundaries from Fakhar Zaman. The first outside edge, it was not fully in control, but this one's the straight drive, fully in control of the ball. Then the horizontal bat comes out onto the leg side. And then another timing, display of perfect timing on the offside.
A single brings the 50 partnership. Pakistan 5-0 for no loss.
It's a bromance by any other name. Fakhar and Imam ul Haq at the top of the order for Pakistan. The two left-handers. Yet another 50 partnership for the pair. Ten in total. Go along with 700 partnerships. And really do have a wonderful understanding at the top of the order. Two different players, two different left-handers. And they are racing up the charts for the most runs scored by a double left-handed opening partnership. Very good evening to my friend and colleague Lisa Staleko. Bit of early Ashes action here in the Combox in Pindi.
Can't believe they've allowed us to commentate together. Hold on to your hats, everyone. This should be an interesting segment.
Shot. That's class from Imam ul Haq. Whereas you get the power and the brutality from Fakhar. Imam has just stepped inside this, rolled his wrists on it, knocked it down into the gap for four.
I do love how these two complement each other. Control and placement, the key there. Just letting the pace of the ball do the work as well. The most important thing was he was in control the whole time, knew exactly where he wanted to hit the ball.
Look at the partnership between these two lefties, the southpaws at the top of the order. Fakhar, whose offside game is almost the equal of his leg side game nowadays. Imam with some orthodoxy through extra cover. Cut away on the offside by him. That was absolutely fizzing to the boundary from Fakhar. Both left-handers, but both pose very different problems to bowling attacks. As I mentioned, they are racing up the charts. Most runs by left-handed opening pairs in the history of ODIs. Fakhar and Imam up there in third. I don't know who those two are at the top. Any recollection of them?
I think they were pretty good cricketers. They're now in commentary team as well. I would like to make note that I'm not surprised that you brought up this list. You know, all left-handers. What about the right-handers, eh? All of a sudden you just zero in on the lefties.
Well, the game's dominated by them, isn't it? It's kind of... There's a right-handed bias in the sport. But everyone knows the left-handers are the much better to look at and to watch. Just think of Shivnarine Chanderpaul. Beautifully chopped away. Back for the square, another couple. It's a fantastic start for Pakistan, it really is. They are fizzing along. And this should be the best time to bat when the ball is new. 56 without loss from 8. As I mentioned, it's a really good start. 56 without loss, 281 required from 42. Still a heck of a long way to go. Pakistan will be hoping that perhaps the conditions as the air cools, we might get a little bit of dew. The ball will slide onto the bat throughout the course of the 50 overs. Of course, if that doesn't happen, then New Zealand will always have a chance of getting back into it, should they take wickets and bring in new batters. If you're just joining us, we've been treated once again to another masterclass in white ball batting from Daryl Mitchell of New Zealand. Back-to-back hundreds for him. Pakistan will be hoping that once again he ends up on the losing side.
When you look at New Zealand and they're searching for that number 3 position.
Oh, slashed away. It was in the air, but no chance really. It was short and wide, and Fakhr dealt with it.
You get a sense at the moment that New Zealand just have not got their line right to Fakhr Zaman. Everything is wide, and we know how he's so good playing square. So the issue is they need to tighten it up, because he has scored a lot of runs square of the wicket. 58 out of his 117 last ODI was behind square.
Oh, you are kidding me. Short and wide the ball before, wide half volley the next. Result the same for Fakhr.
I didn't realise it was his birthday, because he has literally put a ribbon on this. Said, have a gift. And then he said, thank you, I will.
Is that the way you receive gifts? It's very, very polite.
Very polite. Well, his birthday was this month, and we've been told. A bit late with the presents.
Just watching Fakhr there. So confident now is Fakhr with his offside play. He's actually looking to give himself a bit of room. There was a time where everything would be heading in the opposite direction, but just look how he opens the body up, stays leg side of it. He's thinking, listen, I can cream him through the offside as well as I can through the leg now. Fielder gets in the road that time.
Yeah, everything is just going across him. And given that he's striking it at just under 130, 9 boundaries included in his 40, he is certainly feeling in the zone at the moment. But anything wide of the stumps, he is throwing the kitchen sink at it.
I see what you did there. It was everything but the kitchen sink and those appliances. Diminution feeling the heat. Crowd have poured in the afternoon. You always get the feeling here in Pakistan that if Pakistan are fielding first, that they'll just keep their powder dry and pop in for the second half, get the chance to watch the likes of Fakhr and of course Babar Azam. Families in, having a great old time here in Pindi. Nice little nudge leg side. Imam collects another single. He'll keep the strike. And with 9 gone, Pakistan are flying, 66 without loss. Drone just buzzing the crowd here. Without loss then, Pakistan. New Zealand were really good with the bat. They got off to a much better start in terms of their intentions. They kept it going right the way through the middle period, which allowed them to get that platform. So they weren't so worried about the amount of runs they needed to score off Pakistan's death bowlers. Henry back.
Yeah, one thing that I certainly felt watching this start of the innings was that New Zealand just were a little bit stray with their lines. I wanted to see how many balls are actually kind of hitting the stumps, or where are they close. You can see the strike rate wide, 137. 90% missing the stumps.
Yeah, brilliantly done. Well spotted. Thanks to those fellas beavering away down in Hawkeye. What have we got there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 deliveries would have hit the stumps. And on slow, low pitches, you'd say all of your team talks before you go out in the field would be about hitting off stump. Hit the stumps. No width. Don't zoom in on the batting coach. It's not his fault.
Yeah, so it's something that they need to address, especially if they're going to be effective here in the subcontinent. Because like you said, when it's low and slow, it's almost a free hit for batters out there, because they know, okay, well, I'm not going to get bowled, or I'm not going to get LBW. I can kind of throw my bat nice and hard at it, and if it flies away, great. But when it's on the stumps, it becomes so much harder, because you're starting to think, okay, do I need to go full face? Do I take the risk across the line?
In the air. It was short, it was straight, it was quick. And that is the end of Imam. Just the breakthrough that the Black Caps needed.
Round the wicket. Probably just changed the angle as well, the short delivery. Always kind of following the batter. He propped onto the front foot and then just got a little bit heavy on him. Late to it as well. Hit high on the bat, which meant that it just popped up easily for Daryl Mitchell. Matt Henry, who enjoys playing against Pakistan, picks up the first wicket. It's 66 for 1.
Prizes for guessing who's coming in at number 3. As he came out through the gate, you could have heard the roar go up beyond the Margala Hills. The undisputed king of ODI batting at the moment. In terms of average strike rate, he is a wonderful, wonderful player. And they love him here and all across Pakistan.
And all over the world, actually. Don't just limit it here to Pakistan, especially with that first shot. Just 97 matches. Look at that average, 59. 1700s, 24 halves. Strike rate of 89. I mean, it doesn't get any better, does it? And the scary thing is he's only 28. 28. You just think how many more years he's going to be playing this game.
End of the over, a successful one for New Zealand, 66 for 1. Yeah. The world may stop for 1 or 2 minutes in that case if Baba gets himself in. Power play is done. over 6.5 runs and over scored by Pakistan in it. New Zealand have stopped things momentarily by taking the wicket of Imam ul Haq. Not before he and Fakhar had put together a 10th 50 partnership. And now the crowd just waits in anticipation. I suppose when you have a hero like that, think of the Indians and Virat Kohli, and Sachin before him, and the other greats of the game, particularly in the subcontinent.
No, so
That being a fan becomes sort of fraught with feelings of anxiety, because you turned up, you want to see the guy bat, desperate to watch him make runs, but there's also that nagging feeling in the back, what if he doesn't get any? It's going to ruin my night, it's going to ruin my week. Sodhi's second ball is cut away. That's brilliantly fielded. Total commitment out there from Mark Chapman.
And that's the difference, isn't it, with these two sides, especially in the field. Chapman gets his left hand down, his dominant hand. Even they acknowledge some excellent fielding. You talk about the fans, what about the player?
catch it.
Really good side spin there from Sodhi. Worth having another look at the wicket of Imam. Definitely done for a bit of pace. Onto him very quickly, that short ball. The key to it really was the line. Lisa Sthalekar was talking about width. And I think had this ball gone on to pass the stumps, it would have passed over off stump. That's cramping the room for the batter. Happy with that?
A lot better. And the angle as well, isn't it? Coming around the wicket, angling back in. It may have just gone fourth stump line, but the angle felt like it was going to go over the off stump. These are the previous deliveries, so angling around, tucking him up nice and straight, got him on the front foot and then went shorter, quicker. He was waiting for a similar delivery, wasn't quite there and was late to it. That's a good setup. We spoke about that in the previous innings as well, like reducing that ability to rotate the strike. Even though they're both left-handers, both played completely differently. It makes it very hard to set up a batter if they're constantly facing one ball each. Good over there, just the 3 runs from it, 69 for 1.
Baba yet to get off the mark. Change. Shan Masood is in for, well, Abdullah Shafiq is in for Shan Masood. Apologies. Batting lineup perhaps just a little bit shorter for Pakistan. Shadab and Shaheen are on the bench for this one. Sama Mir and Isanullah, the 2 replacements for them. So New Zealand might feel that there isn't quite the depth to Pakistan's batting lineup that there had been in the first game. It's just brutal. Brutal from Fakhar. Nothing pretty about it, but it does not matter.
No, because he picks up all the information that he wants as soon as it leaves the hand. Yeah, he goes a line, it's pitched outside leg, it's short enough. I'm hitting the ball well, why not find another boundary? It's 10th. 40 runs have come from boundary hits, and the 8 others in the scoring shots. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, decides to go round the wicket again, which will tuck up Bubba. At least the ball then will be pitching outside the line of off stump or on the stumps. The Jazz fan pulse question is, which player is the highest scorer in an ODI match for Pakistan? Is it 1 Saeed Anwar or 2 Fakhar Zaman? Left-handers both. Slow ball. Fakhar's eye is very sharp at the moment. Kicked it, checked his bat swing and just nudged it into the offside for 1. There he is, the debonair, the suave Grant Elliott, just passing on all of his knowledge of batting. Fakhar Zaman, batting left-handed indeed, Grant Elliott. Both teammates at Lahore Qalandars, of course.
Just a true expert, isn't he? That he can just change it around, left, right hand. Yeah, he's had enough now. He's like, righto.
He's had enough of Sikandar anyway. Just bored him to tears. He said, sorry, I need to go and talk to somebody else. Again, cramped for room. Really good this from Matt Henry. Waiting for the signal. No. We're hoping for a little inside edge, but Alim Dar says no, leg by.
See, he's all of a sudden getting a little bit more frustrated, isn't he, with this line coming around the wicket. And ball staying a little bit lower as well.
Yeah, Matt Henry is ideal for these sorts of conditions, you would think. He's slightly skiddier, that low trajectory, the ball hitting the pitch and then sort of zipping forwards without getting too much height on it from a length. Excellent work. It's a really good set after going for 4. First ball, 76 for 1.
Mistake, fellas, all it takes here. Oh, brilliant boy.
Good work, this good little period from New Zealand. A few deliveries, but it all makes a big difference in terms of the psyche of the chasing batters. A big score on the board. Latham is chirping away from behind the stumps, just letting him know.
Yep.
Nudged into the offside. It's another 50, a 16th one-day international 50 for Fakhar Zaman. He is in a rich vein of form. The Pakistan Southpaw and that dressing room are all very relaxed while he's out there in the middle.
Yeah, he's certainly been able to really churn in the runs and perform exceptionally well. Start his team off.
Beautifully bowled. Just hearing the chirping from behind the stumps from Tom Latham. He likes this matchup. He wants to get it into Baba's head that he's had the odd issue with the odd leg spinner from time to time. Rashid Khan. Adil Rashid has knocked him over with the odd googly.
Yes,
At the moment, Ish Sodhi just going for the leg break, and he has spun it. Hard spun leg break from Ish Sodhi. Almost see the ball fizzing down the pitch with energy. Baba gets away. Just worth mentioning that Brighto Paints are giving 50,000 Pakistani rupees to any player in the series that makes a half century. Packer's picked himself up another pot of 50 grand. He looks in fabulous form. But again, really good period this from New Zealand out of the power play. 78 for 1.
Just a slight dip in Pakistan's worm, but what we've seen so far over the course of the last ODI and this one, both sides playing very similar in how they're tackling, either whether they're setting or chasing. The key thing really for Pakistan is to keep these partnerships going. Obviously this one is a new one. They performed exceptionally well last ODI.
Yeah, stay ahead of that worm if you can. Switch of ends for Jimmy Neesham. Oh, shot. How often do you see that? The bowler lets go of the ball and he thinks, wow, that's off stump. That's exactly where I wanted it. And Baba just steps across and flicks it through mid-wicket. I was really liking that little spell of Matt Henry. I might have just given him one more over with Baba on strike.
Given that he's only just walked out into the middle as well. 4 off 8, so you take those 2 runs before that off. You don't want to let Babar Azam get in, because then the runs start to flow even more. Make it extremely hard for him.
Short and wide. Baba didn't quite get it right. Slightly oppish off the top edge. The man who has been getting it right has been Fakhar Zaman.
Yeah, straight down the ground to start his innings, which was beautiful to watch. But then whenever New Zealand was short in length, he swiped the ball across the line and put the ball away with disdain. Width was given. He just fed off that. And this is to back up his wonderful performance as well in the first ODI. So just to remind everyone that Brighto Paints, to celebrate their 50 years, any player who scores 50 will be awarded 50,000 rupees.
The F's offside there. Square on both sides of the wicket, plus that lovely straight drive. Oh, was that a chance? Jimmy Neesham's reaction tells me he thinks it was.
Chad Bowes in that position. It just hung in the air, didn't it, for a little while? And yeah, he did. He got 2 hands to it. You can see Neesham at the back going, oh no. We need that. We need every little half chance. Not like this pitch is going to give you a lot.
Little chat with Babbitt a couple of days ago out in the middle before the toss of the first game, and he was really jovial. He was in a great mood, and he had his bat in his hand. He was flipping it around and he suddenly noticed there was this big crack across the back of the bat that went through the sticker. And all of a sudden his mood went to complete darkness. He didn't want to have anything to do with me anymore. All he could look at was this crack in his bat. It must have been his favourite one. I reckon he's probably got a few decent replacements knocking around. Should be a couple. They were involved in a run out the other night, these two. A little bit of ball watching going on. 83 for 1. And that run rate is dipping. Quick look at the record of Fakhar Zaman by opponent. Well, the only thing I can glean from that is he's hopeless against Hong Kong.
PCB just need to organise a few more ODIs against them. But seriously, on a serious note, there's some very impressive numbers there, and especially against a New Zealand side who are always up there when it comes to the white ball format.
Oh, aggression. Really good footwork from Fakhar. Catches it on the full and bangs it away. Wide a bit on for 4.
Now, this is what young players need to have a look. If you're going to leave your safe haven and you're playing against spin, try and get to the ball on the full. Maybe not that delivery. That was well played.
Just the 5 from the over. The good spell for New Zealand continues. 88 for 1.
Well, have a look at the comparison there the other night in the first ODI. They were neck and neck. They're neck and neck again. It's Jimmy Neesham comes in for his 4th over. Imam Al-Haq, the only batter to be dismissed. Let's have a look. He's used his feet so nicely there. Got it on the full. Slapped it away. Been dominant tonight, Fakhar. He'll want to stay there for a long time. I'm joined by Gem, Rouge, Mumtaz. Smashed away by Faka and taken, no! Chapman makes a meal of that one. It was straight in the mitts. Jimmy Neesham disappointed. It was hit square and Chapman couldn't do the necessary.
Yeah, he's put that down, was on his haunches for a long time in disappointment. Jimmy Neesham cannot believe it. And 2 chances, the first one, a tough one. This one, yes, hit straight down the throat. 1, 2, and just see. Even Fakhar Zaman thought that.
Full, driven delicately from Baba. Just getting himself in. Oh, Rouge, what happened here?
It's one of those where even as a batter, you start walking before it even goes down your hands. Fakhar Zaman also thought the same, was on his way back. He turned around only to be given another life. Mark Chapman, well, how much will this hurt New Zealand? Fakhar Zaman is in some form.
That one called wide. Well, we saw that graphic at 15 over mark that they were neck and neck. The only way that you can really halter runs through this middle period is by taking wickets. So an important moment in the game. Jimmy Neesham trying to get some pressure on this new pair. Baba just come to the crease, under 20 balls. Fakhar Zaman, if they can get 2 new batters at the crease, they could really stem the flow of runs here. Another beautiful shot.
While he himself is quite a fielder, the gun fielder himself, Jimmy Neesham, especially around point, backward point, off his bowling in his previous over. There was one that went past the left hand of Chad Bose. This one, relatively simple, you'd say. Oh, Chapman. What the issue for New Zealand can be that both players in the middle are in some really good form and can make them pay really bad.
Pulled away by Baba into a gap. A scamper around the boundary. Just getting into his work now. One of those batters that you look up at the scoreboard and he just races to 30. You're right, Rouge. 2 opportunities there. We saw a couple of opportunities from Pakistan. The first one day, and from both sides, it hasn't been ideal, the fielding. That's where you can make up 20 runs in the field. Make that target just almost look like 350. Especially New Zealand take a lot of pride in their fielding. Short from Neesham to finish the over. Takes the pace right off it. End of the over, 93 for 1. It's time for some liquid beverages. Back, and Pakistan are looking good. Just the one wicket so far. Fakhar Zaman continuing his good form. Ish Sodhi, who was excellent in the first one-dayer. There's a bit of pressure on him. A lot of runs going from the other end, missed opportunities. He'll continue into his work and mix the pace up. Who is the GOAT? Aruj, greatest of all time. There's a lot of people that would think the man in the middle there is the GOAT.
Well, I really don't think there's ever one GOAT. A few greats of all time, and there are few elite in that company.
Down the wicket, smashed away by Fakhar, and a maximum. Big hit and a shot of serious authority.
Fakhar Zaman in some fine flair and form. Ish Sodhi, well, welcome to the crease. That is some swipe. Sound again, once again, off Fakhar's bat into his favoured leg side, 85 metres. He's looking to take this game on, 62 of 54. Calm and composed, and doesn't really give much away in terms of expression, Fakhar Zaman, and gets the job done.
Down the wicket again, this time punched through extra cover. The call was 2. And that'll bring up Pakistan's 100 in just the 17th over.
A couple of drop chances. This one a sharp one again. At this stage should have been taken. That was on 50. This was on 55. Dropped by Chapman. Relatively easier. Both of Jimmy Neesham. But this scorecard story, 101 for 1. Fakhar Zaman still out there at 65. And he has a phenomenal record while chasing 300 plus scores. Grant averages 60, so loves the chase, and he's one of those players who stands tall under pressure, one of those players who comes to the party when it's most required.
Innovation there from Fakhar. Will just be the one. Yeah, it's an interesting thing when you look at players. Some players love the big moments and love chasing. I think at the start of the game, perhaps you mentioned, and you look at that average 61, with a huge strike rate. You mentioned at the start of the game, you said that Pakistan prefer chasing. Cut away by Baba, gapped. Some good work on the outfield there. And New Zealand will have to pick up their fielding. 104 for 1. good over in Pakistan. Jimmy Neesham will continue trying to find out where he can get those dot deliveries from. Even that, a Yorker. It's won a ball with ease at the moment with Pakistan as Baba gets accustomed. You're talking about chasing and how good Fakhar Zaman is at chasing totals, Aruj, and you have to wonder whether the top of the order makes a huge difference. The consistency of it, laying a platform. Him and Imam have been accustomed to each other and have actually created a great partnership, a little bit like Rizwan and Baba. Put away again by Baba. And come back for two, make it really easily.
Excellent running. Babar Azam was always looking for two. Grant, you make that point, and it's a very valid one for Pakistan, especially in the one-day format where they've been very successful off late. And one of the mainstays of that is the consistency in the opening pairs up the order. Pakistan in the past 1 year have tried only 3 opening pairs. That sort of is a misleading stat, and I'll tell you why.
Whipped off the legs, no runs though.
I tell you why that stat is slightly misleading, because those 3 pairs on paper, yes there are, but it's only one time that it was Abdullah Shafiq with Fakhar Zaman and one time it was Shan Masood. So only one time it was one of them. Both times Imam ul Haq was injured. So Pakistan have actually stuck with that consistent opening combination, which has yielded so many results off late, making them successful, as opposed to New Zealand, which is a slightly different story.
He's just hunting width at the moment, Babar Azam. Yeah, no, I think that New Zealand, for whatever reason, Guptill fell out of flavour. When you look at the pairs that they've used Tom Blundell and Chad Bowes, Devin Conway and Guptill, Munro and Nichols, Munro and Worker, Allen and Bowes, Bowes and Young, Allen and Guptill, Allen and Conway, Guptill Munro, Guptill and Nichols. That's in the last 5 years. So they've used 10 pairs, whereas if you can settle in. Once again, too much width. This time, Baba makes no mistake, piercing the gap. Just getting a few doubles at the moment. I think what we're talking about is that consistency, and if you find consistency in selection, you can find consistency in performance. Someone like Fakhar Zaman, he can feel confident in his position and perform his role and chase down those big totals.
And what makes that combination so successful, especially when they're chasing, when you saw a stat by Fakhar so consistent and successful, is because he's also opened up that offside, which has accelerated his strike rate even more. We'll come back to that. Overdone 109 for 1.
Fakhar Zaman going along like steam train at the moment. Oh, Sodi, good pace going across him. It's important that Fakhar Zaman stays in here while Baba gets into his work. See there, a little bit quicker. Oh, it looked like the flipper actually, just out the front of the hand. Well bowled, great variation that from Sodi.
Down.
Getting back to the opening pairs though, Aruj, I guess the key is selection. You have to, there was talk of in the T20s, Rizwan and
Baba. They were shorter runs. There was talk of mixing that up. I think once you find an opening combination that you can rely on, you just stick with it. And you put the faith in them, especially leading in so close to a World Cup. Smashed away by Babar Azam. Too full from Sodi and crunched.
Margins of error when bowling to Babar Azam extremely slim. That was too full, wide as well, allowing him to just free his arms. That is bread and butter all night for Babar Azam. But Grant, you mentioned New Zealand and their combinations. You mentioned there's 10 opening pairs been tried. Come back to that, pcb.bookme.pk. You can grab your tickets for the Karachi games. Any particular reason? Has it just been lack of form, or is it player availability issues, or is it injuries?
Lovely, that's out.
I think it's actually just been maybe a little bit of a change of guard, and 2 World Cups, made the final, never got over the line. Suddenly Finn Allen scoring domestic runs, dominating. He looked like someone who could score very quickly up the top of the order, so I tried him. He's still the incumbent. More width from Sodi. It's been one this time. Six from the over, 115 for 1. During this stage, it's normally the spinners that are operating. Seeing a lot of pace. Henry's bowled 5 overs already, same as Nishan, Shipley. It'll be spin now from both ends. Rachin Ravindra got his first wicket.
On here, Chin. On here, boys.
In the first one day, it's a special moment for him. In my view, he's been getting better and better as this tour's gone on. Normally more of a batting all-rounder. More opportunity with the ball here in Pakistan. Straight away, we've seen that so many times from Daryl Mitchell. Tom Latham just down the ground for 1. His first wicket, well, it was Fakhar Zaman. So these two bring up their 50 partnership. Another one for Fakhar. He won't be too worried about that. He's eyeing a big total here. He wants to be there at the end. Nicely placed. Did you ever get that feeling, Aruj, when you had a play that had got you out once or twice? That it was in the back of your head? You thought about it?
We've all played the great game, Grant, and no matter who denies it, it's always there, somewhere around the back of your head.
Yes, Jenny, yes, Jenny.
Where you know, not just know how many times, but you even know how they got you out and what you did wrong. So you get into more trouble thinking about what went wrong, as opposed to thinking about how I can fix it. It's just the way the mind works.
Yes, down.
Good start for Rachin Ravindra. And also, if you're mates with them, you really don't want to get out to them, because you'll get the WhatsApp messages, the replays of how they got you out.
Not mates with anybody while playing the game. Off the field, a different story.
Oh, a bit of width. Zaman sees an opportunity here. You talk of matchups, this is a perfect matchup. Left arm ortho to left-hander.
A tailor-made situation for Fakhar Zaman. We saw the stats to back our story up. The way he lines up games, the way he constructs his innings, and most often than not is there to finish the game off for Pakistan.
Yes, Chen.
while chasing those big totals. Overdone, a good one for Rachin to start off, 119 for 1.
Sodhi will continue now in tandem with Rachin Ravindra, the spin twins. Oh, wild swipe from Faka. It's the challenge as well now for Tom Latham as captain. You've got the runs on the board. You need wickets. There were 2 opportunities that were missed. Yeah, Sensodyne. Because life is too short for sensitive teeth. Look at that array of beverages and nice lolly.
They're not good for your teeth.
Is it called a nice lolly?
Just don't eat them. Drink them. Don't.
Smash straight. Opportunity. No. Gee, that looked close. I don't know if it was just a valiant effort there from Daryl Mitchell. He'll have heavy legs after his 100. Well placed from Faka.
And he got just enough from that right outstretched hand of Daryl Mitchell. 10 out of 10 for effort. Slightly disgruntled after as well, but
delicate touch from Faka now, and unfortunately for New Zealand that'll be another boundary. Valiant effort there from Shipley. 4 more, back to back.
Well, it might be the ball turning into the left-hander. He's making full use of it. Bowling slightly fuller here, so he takes it on the full. And there's delicate finesse in that to time it away from Henry Shipley. Drags it back in, well, only onto his leg. And then back into the boundary.
Absolutely powerfully hit by Faka. He hit one there earlier. It's almost a replica stroke from him. Well, he's pushed the accelerator. Going to the races.
Yeah, the Pindi crowd there being entertained. Fakhar fireworks. 4, 4 and now 6. And the beauty in those shots have been the delicate to the aggression. Making use of the different lengths on offer. It just goes to show how much he's developed as a 360 player off late.
And again, this will just be 1. And look for 2. They are coming back for 2. Oh, well run. You almost get the feeling that Faka has just pressed go here, Rouge. He is being so aggressive. Have a look at this.
So many times the key is a stable base and having the head still at the point of impact. Well, catching opportunity sailed over his fence.
I think he's celebrating the victory already.
Expensive over 16, 1 to go.
Short from Sodhi. Fortune just cut away. I think just couldn't get that straight enough. A big over for Pakistan, 17 from it, 136 for 1.
And Pakistan looking really good, 136 for 1, 10 runs ahead of New Zealand at this point. And Fakhar Zaman in red-hot form. He has been dealing with boundaries in the last over. The first one, there was a slight chance, then this delicate touch behind the wicket-keeper, and then the power that he has had on display since the innings started. Now Rachin Ravindra has just bowled 1 over. They will definitely, Pakistan's gonna attack him. We saw in the last game also. He's one of the least experienced bowlers in this New Zealand side. Misfield, a single there.
Outstanding, boy.
Evening, Sana.
Good evening. Good evening.
Well, how do you think your men are going? Scamper back for a couple. Good running.
The momentum definitely has been with Pakistan right now. And Fakhar Zaman, 68, just using 68 deliveries, 87 runs. But the thing is now, these two will have to go for a big partnership. Already 73 of 71. Abdullah Shafiq yet to come. Mohammad Rizwan. But they don't have Shadab Khan, so they will have that in mind.
The only thing that bothers me about this partnership between these two is running between the wickets sometimes. Both of them are guilty of watching the ball and not looking at one another. The crowd is loud here. You need to communicate really well with the guy at the other end.
Very well spotted there. Because it was the case in the last match as well. When these two were betting together, it was a lot of ball watching, but fortunately for Pakistan, no run out then.
Yeah, the issue came. Baba hit one out to extra cover, didn't he, in the previous match? Should have come back for 3 and didn't, and then Baba got out the very next ball. And something told me, Sana, that he was not best pleased. Call it men's intuition.
Hopefully they are not carrying it in this game.
Yes, Chinny.
End of the over, 7 from it, 1-4-3 for 1. .194 from 28 overs. A modern day game. You'd say that the game is well within the grasp of the chasing team. New Zealand will scrap. You never know, you pick up a wicket or two, just start to build a little bit of pressure, and the fielding side can prevail. Very, very nicely balanced, this contest at the moment.
When you talk about pressure and fielding and a couple of drop chances from the New Zealand side, otherwise Pakistan would have been under a lot of pressure. Fakhar Zaman twice has been dropped.
Yeah, it's been the story of the games here so far. Both teams guilty.
Henry Shipley lucky there. It was not a very good delivery to start off the over. He's smiling, he knows that.
Got away with one there. Yeah, he knows it. Well, been a feature of the cricketing summer here. Look, that bucket, the KFC bucket, stick it on your head as fast as you can. And the winners will get finger-licking good prizes from KFC.
Definitely the crowd love this challenge. They are most excited when this challenge comes up.
Bang, over the top. Baba takes the aerial route.
And this is the new Babar Azam. He doesn't shy away from going aerial anymore. Uses his feet, use the long levers and clears that mid-off fielder easily.
Yeah, that conversation with Simon Dahl, wasn't it? In the PSL about strike rate and Baba being more dominant.
That's a very good quality of Baba. He responds well to criticism.
Just again there, just see the running there. Ball bobbles out to mid-wicket. And the two of them are looking at each other. Or looking at the ball, sorry, instead of each other. Both heads turn. See where the ball's gone. No idea what his mate's doing at the other end.
These two have displayed great batting, but the running between the wickets we don't have to follow that.
Crunched away, finds the gap, finds the boundary. Brings up the 150.
And when you can hit the ball so sweetly, one missed run doesn't matter anymore. Stands tall, full control of the shot. With the horizontal bat this time, one boundary down the ground, second one with the horizontal bat, mid-wicket. New Zealand doesn't have an answer right now. Good delivery to finish off the over. 9 off the over. Pakistan 152 for 1.
Well, to those of you that may have missed some of the action earlier on, New Zealand once again asked to bat first by Babar Azam. And once again, Daryl Mitchell makes a brilliant century, 129 from 119. His captain was superb as well. 183-run partnership between the two of them. He fell agonisingly short of 100. Haris Rauf picked up 4. Meaning that Pakistan need 337 to take a 2-0 lead in this 5-match series. Daryl Mitchell getting some well-earned refreshment out there. Back-to-back hundreds in ODIs. Packers looking for 3.
And it's not a surprise that the batting coach is looking after Daryl Mitchell. He wants the best batter to be hydrated. Fakhar Zaman looking really good as well.
He bowled, didn't he, in the first ODI, Daryl Mitchell, as well as making the 100. 3 overs, I think, for 27. So that little experiment didn't go particularly well. On with the 5 main bowlers so far, New Zealand: Henry, Shipley, Neesham, Sodhi, and Rachin Ravindra, who's on right now.
It's the balance of the team. Both Tickner and Adam Mill, they looked good with the ball. They were initially, they both took a few wickets. 2 wickets to Adam Mill, Tickner 1 wicket. But as they had to look at the combination, now they again both ball watching here, Babar and Fakhar.
It's amazing that you play as much cricket as many ODIs and are as experienced as these two. So both players watching the ball there. Now it's fine, of course you need to see where the ball's gone, but the second you know where it is, you look at your partner. Look at your partner, and if you lock eyes enough and you have enough of an understanding, you can run without even having to call. Just a little nod. But if you're not looking at each other, you can't pick up those extra little singles from fumbles, and you also leave yourself in big trouble of making a mess of things. Top edge, but it's wide of the man at short third man and will flash away for another boundary. It's a really good way to end the 24th, 159 for one.
Welcome boundary on the last ball of the over. Just 3 runs off the over. Takes the outside edge. Run past the third fielder. Welcome boundary for Babar Azam and Pakistan.
It's just a tiny bit of inexperience, isn't it, from Ravindra. He got through the over, 6th ball. Really, worst ways around, you just want to fire the ball in somewhere around the middle of the leg stump. You've got cover on the leg side. Get out of there with a single, you're happy. Tried to fire it in, but the width was wide. Never had a sticky start. Didn't find the middle of the bat too often. And when he did, he was worried he might have broken it. But it didn't take him long to get into his stride. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-wicket. Sensodyne sensitivity-free moment because life is too short for sensitive teeth. Tell you what though, it's very warm out there this evening. The air is thick and heavy. Lollipop wouldn't go amiss.
Definitely the cooler drinks are better than at the moment than the garam chai for now, but the Yorker almost, Fakhr Zaman yacked himself there.
Finds the gap. Beautifully done from Fakhr. A little bit of touch play.
He's just playing with the field now. The third fielder up. Only cover back. Basically really reading on the slow one really well and placing it, timing and execution from Fakhr Zaman. Moves on to 95 on just 76 deliveries.
Two gentlemen who are having their night off, Shadab and Shaheen. They've decided to go for the garam chai. They're a cool customer zone. I don't need the icy drinks. Both teams sort of going through their card at the moment, trying to find combinations for the World Cup. Shout is 2 straight away. Baber turns and comes back.
That's a 100-run partnership between these two. Fakhar Zaman, Babar Azam, of just 92 deliveries. When Imam ul Haq got out of 24, that's exactly what you needed from your number 3 and opener.
There's the motor. It'll be awarded by PCB to the winner of the Jazz Recharge activity for the series. Stay tuned to find out if you are the lucky winner. $90-run partnership on Thursday. Under 3 figures this time. Another 8 runs from the over. Another good one for Pakistan. 167 for 1. Well, Babar's got 1 or 2 willow issues. I mentioned that I'd spoken to him prior to the first ODI, and that he was all sweetness and light until he noticed there was a tiny hairline crack across the back of that bat. Obviously a favourite. You can just about make it out there. There's a little crack through the grey nickel sticker, and I think that might have gone all the way through.
And if it's the match bat you like, it's very difficult to change it.
Yes.
Well, all I can say to you is this, is that his mood was excellent until he realised that the bat was broken, and then he went completely dark on me. Conversation was over. Needed to find some tape or something to fix it.
That's the love affair between a batter and his or her bat. The match bat are so precious.
Yeah, it's true, isn't it? There are plenty of club cricketers out there who'll be thinking to themselves, well, it's all right for these guys, they've got 8 or 9 of them. But once you've got a favourite, it doesn't matter how many you've got in reserve, you want it to last forever.
That one that you make runs with every time you take it out, so that cannot be damaged.
It's really well bowled. You can tell that Babar is just trying to give himself a tiny bit of room, trying to get away and cut the ball past the 2 men up inside the circle backward a square, but Ravindra is just getting that ball to come back into him a little on the arm, cramping him for space.
3 dots and just a single.
Just a little lull here. Danger period, I think, for Pakistan. 2 batters nearing a milestone. Still think there's a little bit too much made of those, and that batters changed the way they're playing.
Go!
Good again from Ravindra. And that is a really good over. Just 2 runs from it. 169 for 1. No, New Zealand do not need to be disheartened here. 168 from 144. It's an equation that will be run down week in, week out in T20 cricket. As this game is longer and the conditions change that little bit more. in terms of the ball getting older. He's still very much in the game with a wicket or two. Jimmy Neesham is the man who's been asked to come and provide it.
He has created chances. One against Fakhr Zaman that was put down, so he has been brought back. Good over from Rachin Ravindra. What can Jimmy Neesham offer right now?
Again, the intent has just gone out of it a little bit from Fakhr. Jimmy Neesham bowling that sort of length and line to Fakhr Zaman earlier on in the power play. He would have found a way to try and smash that to the boundary, but 100 looming. Suddenly the game plan just changes that little bit.
More fielders on the boundary, 3 on the leg side, 1 in covers. His areas are covered. The moment he has to either hit it really well or in between the gaps. A little bit more doubt as compared to when he's batting in the power play.
Well, that single is inauspicious in itself, but it means that Fakhr Zaman has gone past 3,000 one-day international runs. He's done it in just 67 innings, which makes him the fastest Pakistani batsman to the milestone. He's just beaten Babar Azam, his partner at the other end. And there's only 2 men who have done it quicker than him in the world game, Hashim Amla and Shai Hope of the West Indies. Well, Shai Hope is equal with him.
And that's why he's such an important and integral part of this Pakistan batting unit. He creates that impact.
Good hands, backward point. Again, the lull. Really good over. Previous one from Rachin Ravindra, only went for 2. 1 run so far from the first 3 deliveries of this one. There's confirmation of the career to date of Fakhr Zaman. Strike rate is awesome.
It's consistent with his runs. Highest score by any Pakistani, 210. And a very healthy strike rate.
Interesting, you mentioned that the field, obviously the field's gone back for Fakhr on the leg side now, and New Zealand are just trying to concentrate on a line around middle and leg stump. The one thing I would say is that there are wide open spaces everywhere here, so the emphasis doesn't have to be on 4s and 6s. There's room for 2s all over the place on that leg side. Nudge it into just outside the 30-yard circle and you can come back for 2 if you weight it well enough.
And that is where Fakhr Zaman has matured as a batter. You see, he's now using the death touch, he's concentrating on the singles and doubles, not only looking for those boundaries. That's why his consistency has improved. This can be his 3rd consecutive 100, just 1 run away. And this consistency comes with the maturity of the mind, not only looking for those boundaries.
It was 2 straight away. The fielder was off the boundary edge very quickly, so they'll have to settle for 1. And that's another tidy over from New Zealand. 173 for 1. Sultry evening here in Rawalpindi. It's been fresh in the evenings the last 2 or 3 nights, but the air is much heavier this evening. Heavy with expectation of another 100 for Fakhr.
And it's getting closer. Fakhr back on strike. it's rarely you see when Babar is on crease that the crowd is cheering for someone else, because Fakhr is on 99.
Superb, absolutely superb from Fakhr Zaman. His 10th century in one-day internationals, his 3rd in a row, and only the 4th batter in the history of Pakistan cricket to score 300s in a row in one-day internationals. Wonderful stuff.
And this is the best part of this team, this generation of cricketers. They celebrate each other's success as their own. When Fakhr is hitting that single, Babar is as happy, and is the dressing room. This has been the strength of this Pakistan team.
Shot again is 2, and again lively, sprightly fielding from New Zealand. 10th century for Fakhr. He's done in the least amount of deliveries of any of them. And Baba celebrated, as he did on Thursday, harder than Fakhr Zaman. And then took the time to take off his helmet and salute the crowd in his dressing room. Brilliant stuff. Daryl Mitchell and Fakhr Zaman making Pindi Stadium their own.
And thanks to the Almighty, Shaheen, Shadab, everyone's happy. And it's Baba this time. Single to get to the 50 mark. 25th 50 in ODI cricket to go with his 17 centuries. What a player. Leading from the front, Babar Azam, captain of Pakistan.
Well, it's fantastic. It's fantastic for 2 reasons. One, that the crowd get to see their man come out and make runs once again, but also that we can now get on with the business of chasing down the score. And away he goes. You just knew it. As soon as the 100 was passed, Fakhr was going to light the blue touch paper and send one out of the park. 184 for 1. Right, the game within the game is over. 50 for Baba, 100 for Fakhr. And Pakistan need 153 from 132.
And this was on demand. Mang Butcher wanted Pakistan to get on with it, and Fakhr Zaman right on the next delivery out of the park. And when you see the boundaries, Pakistan already 21 fours, 3 sixes.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant chase. It really has. There was a lull there. You could tell why. Stand by your guns, men. Ex-naval man. Back as a man, smile as broad as one of those big battleships. He really has become an extremely dangerous player all around the wicket. Right rate 125, and that was with the patting it around for his 100. There you go, there's that list. Zahir Abbas. Family members are not far away from here. Baba is on there twice. And Syed Anwar, the great Syed Anwar, all the way back in 1993. Baba looking for the spaces over the top of mid-on, who's up inside the circle. Here he is saluting another milestone in one-day international batting. Rato Paints will be giving Babar Azam 50,000 Pakistani rupees to celebrate their 50-year anniversary for that 50.
And the good thing about Fakhar Zaman always is he's always playing for the team. You're chasing 330 plus, and his 100 comes up on 86, 85 deliveries with a strike rate of 125. He never would go striking the ball, run a ball. You'd never see him making 100 like that. He's the impact player, very integral part of this batting unit. Takes all the pressure of the batter on the other end.
Now, Pakistan, you would think, have got this well under control. 187 for one.
.187 for one. Pakistan have been in control of this whole innings. Led largely by Fakhar. Another 100 from him. And New Zealand, they're searching for a wicket, searching to be able to break through this 121 partnership. He showed he been given the job. They should come back for two, and they will. Evening, Grant. How do you think New Zealand are going to get a wicket?
Well, good evening, Lisa. Good evening, everyone that's maybe just joined us from around the world that are waking up. Well, they had two opportunities. Jimmy Neesham had an opportunity to Chad Bowes, point, and Mark Chapman with dropped opportunities.
Beautifully played, and it goes all the way. We saw the previous over from Baba, just a bit of a dirty slog, which is a little bit against what he does. This is a little bit more like Babar Azam.
Well, an opportunity to take the game away from New Zealand. Pull from Sodhi. Babar Azam putting the foot down. Both him and Fakhar Zaman looking aggressive.
Oh.
Mix up here, back and forth. Yeah, they've taken those opportunities, or haven't taken those opportunities. They've created opportunities. Now you see one of the world's best at the crease. He's on 60, and Fakhar Zaman, who we know plays so well under pressure. And this partnership's 130 off 120 now. I wonder how Tom Latham's going to stop the train.
Yeah, it's just amazing how these two have been able to firstly get to their personal milestones and now look like they're absolutely accelerating.
Well, they've tried to shut Fakhar Zaman down, but you've got to bowl straight. You can see that they bowled wide. The number of deliveries there Probably too much room.
And two sides of the wicket as well. When you've got that right-left combination, someone of class of Babar Azam is going to make you pay.
Zodi's been impressive in the first one day, and here today maybe just a little bit loose, just that one ball and over on both sides. As you say, Lisa, you just cannot do that when Babar Azam's on 60.
Well, this has come out of nowhere. I cannot believe how Babar Azam has just gotten out. He's already 14 runs off this over, looking to turn it to the leg side, and the most simplest of catches is taken.
Well, bounce, just the regulation. Leg spinner, Sodi gets the line, the length right. Babar Azam just looking to turn it, just get one, steal the strike. Unfortunately for him, leading edge. Chad Bowes does the rest. Gee, he was looking good. He's got to go, 65, 201 for 2.
Ropes are being dragged around. The dew is starting to come in. And unfortunately for New Zealand, Grant, that's not going to help New Zealand. It is going to help Pakistan. Wicket has fallen, that of the skipper. Shafiq. Since List A matches, huge opportunity for him. 23 years of age. It must be nice to come in and actually have Fakir at the other end just to help you through this tricky period.
Yeah, great opportunity to come in with senior players settled. I'm sure he would have liked to have been out there with Mano, Fakir, Baba. Fortunately for him, he knows it was probably just a slight lapse. He just looked to play it too square. You mentioned great opportunity for Abdullah Shafiq to come in and look at the total they need. Pakistan need 135 runs, and he cuts that in half. He thinks, well, I could be here at the end and 60 or 50 to my name, do the job for my country. That's exactly how he should be feeling, what he should be thinking about. He shouldn't be leaving it up to the next person. It's about finishing the job, get himself in. There's not too much pressure on the run rate either.
Well, this is how Babar Azam got out. You can see the ball kind of drifting in, and it actually deviated. It actually hit the pitch, turned slightly, and that's all you need to do as a spinner. Take it away from the middle of the bat. Nicely clipped, and he's away.
Yeah, we spoke about it off air as well, Lisa, is about trying to force the batters to hit square. Look at Daryl Mitchell and how successful he was. He was just looking to hit straight and punch straight. As soon as you look to play a straight ball square, then you're going to be struggling. There was a congratulations. Pakistan got their 500th ODI win after the first one day.
Actually the second quickest, I believe. Australia and India are the other two sides that have picked up 500 ODI wins. So, wonderful moment for Team Pakistan. And when you think about this year and how important 50-over cricket is, you're starting to pull up wins like that, and talk about percentage wins. And your top order are firing like they are here in Pindi. Things are going along nicely for Pakistan.
Yeah, they're going along wonderfully well. I think it's trying to find your main players, piece together your 5 or 6 senior players and plug those holes. But who are going to be playing in that first game? With Pakistan, it's always selection. You give a lot of players opportunity.
Quick single. That's good rotation of strike. It's 206 for 2. This shows you the split of the 50s for Pakistan. The third one was quick, off just 37 deliveries. It's been a trademark so far about this chase. Pakistan still need 131 off 114 deliveries. Oh, beat him with flight.
It's a great part of the game now because you understand, everyone knows that Fakhar Zaman, he's got to stay there. If he gets out now, it's 2 new batters in, gives New Zealand an opportunity to maybe consolidate at a crucial time in the game, the 30th over.
Oh, that's wishful thinking. But at least that last delivery now has made Fakhar just stay in his crease. You're starting to see that the ball is spitting a little bit. Cover mid-wicket just pushing in a little bit more. You can hear a little bit more noise, not only from the crowd, but also from the New Zealanders. This really is an important moment in the game. The call is for 2 and they'll get it comfortably.
Absolutely, Lisa. This is probably the most crucial part in the game now, the next 9 overs. Fakhar can't get out. He knows that. He can't change his game either. He still needs to be aggressive. Then you've got a new batter, Ullah Shafiq, just come to the crease. He's getting himself in. The last thing they want is 2 new batters at the crease.
Gives himself a little bit more room, looking for that slog sweep. He's aware of the fact that he needs to keep going as well. He doesn't want to slow down. Required run rate is 6.98. They don't want to see that increase over 8. They want to keep it in this comfortable zone.
And he's a warrior. Fakhar Zaman, 210 not out against Zimbabwe, 93 against South Africa, 48 versus England.
Down.
Long in there from Saudi. And then that 114 versus India in the Champions Trophy. So he's got that big match temperament. He's a finisher.
And they're putting the pressure on, aren't they? And keeping him quiet. Abdullah, just the 3 runs off it. 209 for 2. Now the game is in an interesting point. Pakistan need 128 off 108. Really, it's Fakhr that's there. 115 off 95. Abdullah just coming in, playing his first one-day international. He's up at the non-strikers end. Matt Henry coming back in. And a quick single taken.
Yeah, Fakhr Zaman, well, he's been very difficult to bowl to come over the wicket because he steps so straight, he gives himself room. He allows himself the opportunity to just throw his hands through. So if you come around the wicket, which Henry is doing now, you can try and at least cramp him up. Your margin for error may be a little bit less. He has been effective, though, in just trying to slap that one off the back foot and hit it square. So it's been very difficult to settle in on the line and length to Fakhr Zaman, which is why he's probably still there and going like a train.
Only 3 fielders out. Pressure being put on. And nicely done. Well, the first 2 ODIs being played here at Pindi Stadium. And after tonight, we actually head to Karachi for the 3rd one-day international. We played at the National Bank Stadium. Live coverage starts at 3:20 p.m.
It's a shame we're not going by bus. It's flying this time. It's really nice going from Lahore to Islamabad. Nice. Seeing the sights of Pakistan, Peacock Valley. Short little bus trip. Us closer as a team. Definitely lots to talk about. PCB.bookme.pk. Grab your Pakistan versus New Zealand match tickets now. The ODI in Karachi. Clearly recommend that. It will be an absolute ripper. These 2 teams are playing some good cricket. A ripper.
Nicely fielded. Let's just get a bit of slang in, hey? It will be an absolute classic match. I'll just...
You're toning it down now.
Well, it's normally me that's actually saying what a ripper. What a ripper of a catch, ripper of a ball. Matt Henry, you can see that Tom Latham is throwing him the ball, going, please, we need another wicket. Obviously would love Fakhr right now. But he seems to be controlling the innings so far since losing Babar Azam.
Yeah, well, you get that sense. You really do get the sense now that Fakhr's almost slowed down just a little bit. Probably playing a little bit more circumspect because he knows that he's got a new player in, just in his 6th game. He gets out now. It's Pakistan, not in a terrible position, but just in a position not so much a dominance. They're 20 runs ahead of where New Zealand were at this stage. They lose a couple of quick wickets. Well, it could just put a little bit of nerves in the dressing room.
Nicely played. Well controlled. Abdullah does look comfortable out there in the middle. 33 overs are done. 215 for 2. Time for a drink. Match summary so far of this second ODI. New Zealand sent into bat, put on 336, thanks largely to Daryl Mitchell's 129. Pakistan, in return, is all about Fakhr Zaman. He was able to play square of the wicket straight down the ground as well. And any time they missed their length, he was able to punish the ball. Swipes across the line were so effective. He is so brutal. His 10th one-day international 100 and third consecutive.
Yeah, well, look at those areas. He really does favour that wicket. Just widen it on, slightly full, square of the wicket. Quite different to Daryl Mitchell 100. A lot of it square. He's been dominant. His 100 that he scored in the first one day is the most poised I've ever seen him. He's in good nick, but he'll know that he doesn't want to be finished yet. He wants to go on, be there at the end.
Ravindra coming in now. You mentioned last game actually about Rachin and almost learning on the job. What did you mean by that, for those that haven't seen too much of Rachin?
Yeah, I think in Wellington and New Zealand conditions, he's more of a top order player, used as almost a change bowler. Comes into this New Zealand team now, he's in the middle order as a player. His spin is more important. So for him, in these conditions, he's going to be used more. There's more importance on his role because he probably doesn't have the sort of amount of overs under his belt that most players have when maybe they play international cricket and they're reaching their 30s. He's still young, just early 20s. He's lucky to have a coach like that by his side.
You can see Fakhr wanting to go hard. Well bowled.
Well, it will be interesting to see how he plays this, because when Baba and him were in, he really did look to take Rachin Ravindra down. It's almost a match-up, whereas now maybe he has to be a little bit more circumspect. Captain Latham, he'll be looking for wickets. He has to try and find out a way to get wickets. The dew's settling. How can he get those wickets through the middle?
Hit powerfully down the ground, but protection there. And Shipley does the mopping up. Not a bad over, just the 4 runs from it. Sorry, 3 runs, 218 for 2. Pakistan were just ahead, needs to stay ahead. You can see an increase in runs from the New Zealand perspective after that 40 over mark. Started to rise quite sharply. But the more they're ahead at the moment, the easier it will be just to chase down those runs at the back end. Henry Shipley. 6 overs so far, none for 37. Very tall bowler. A chance. And taken. Matt Henry does the work at mid-off. And unfortunately, the debutant has to depart early.
No catch is easy, but this one, Shipley gets the right length. Abdullah Shafiq is just a punch, high elbow. He just tried to punch it over his head. Got it high up on the bat. Man, Henry did well. Those catches where you're not too sure whether to turn around and run or just pedal back. Excellent catch from him. Another wicket goes down for Pakistan. This time Abdullah Shafiq for 7. 218 for 3.
Oh, another crowd favourite walks out to the middle. Mohammad Rizwan. An aggressive batter, someone who's had some success against New Zealand recently in the one-day format, in the previous series as well, a couple of 70s. Is hoping to be the player to solve Pakistan's middle order problems.
Well, high up on the bat, exactly what Tom Latham would have wanted. He wants to keep getting wickets. So you can expect that every new batter that comes in now, he's going to apply the pressure and he's going to try and starve Fakhar Zaman of the strike. If New Zealand can just allow Fakhar to just push ones, stay at the non-strikers for long periods and apply pressure to these batters, gives them a chance, gives them more of a sniff. You see that required run rate going up. It's just at 7.5 now. Need to get it up towards that 9.
Nicely punched off the back foot. Just to open the face as well. What a way to get off the mark.
Well, new batter at the crease. You always talk about it as a team. New batter to the crease. You want to apply pressure. No width on this pitch. First delivery from Shipley to Rizwan. Gets him off the mark. Takes away that edge, that pressure they need to apply New Zealand throughout this period.
That's what the Pakistan players do. Then when they bowl on the stumps, they work them nicely to the leg side. So hard for a bowling unit when you come to the subcontinent. Absolutely get punished when you bowl width. And then when you go a little bit straighter, very good at working it off that off stump, middle stump, behind square.
There's two players that enjoy playing square of the wicket, and you have to be on the stumps. Maybe those men mid-off, mid-on can come a bit squarer, the whole field just a touch squarer.
Well, these wickets that New Zealand have been able to pick up means that you get a sense this game is going down to the wire, so you need to grab yourself a bit of Tapal tea, especially at the lounge. Nice place to sit and watch a game of cricket. I think this one's going down to the wire. But whilst Fakhar Zaman is there, you would expect Pakistan to walk away with the win. But New Zealand feel like they have just opened the door slightly.
And they're not going to give up, New Zealand. You've got a real sense that when Henry took that catch, he got together with Daryl Mitchell. Saw them exchange words and say, come on, we've got this. They know how important Fakhar Zaman's wicket is.
A successful over, wicket off that one. It's 224 for 3. Ashraf's 101. Babar Azam 65 of 66. But since his departure, a couple of wickets are fuller. And all of a sudden, New Zealand feel like they have a chance potentially to put a bit more pressure on this Pakistan side. 5 bowlers used so far. Ravindra looks like he will keep operating.
And New Zealand need to get through 6 overs here, spin. There's 9 overs left of the seam bowlers. You feel, Lisa, I do feel that Rachin Ravindra, just feel like Fakhar really does fancy his chances here. But you almost feel like he can't be too loose with the way he goes about it. He should still just look to play the ball along the ground, play aggressive shots instead of taking a chance, because I don't think Pakistan can afford that at this stage.
I think whilst Mohammad Rizwan is there as well, he's the type of player that has great intent, wants to put pressure back onto the bowlers. Pick up a single, oh, would have been out. What a calamity. A real possibility for New Zealand, and Chad Bowes unfortunately couldn't hit the stumps.
He's like a cat around the field, Chad Bowes. Tom Latham knows how big this is. He's living every moment, Tom Latham. He wants the wickets. And here's an opportunity. Bang, throw, nowhere. Rizwan not even in the screen.
Brilliant, Chitty. Sometimes cricket is all about luck.
Brilliant, Raj. Brilliant, Raj.
Walker was dropped twice in this match. He has gone on to make pay so far. Oh, I'm coming. I think. I think.
Yeah. Well, he'll say that. He will say that. You've got to say that as a bowler. Hopefully Rachin Ravindra is watching those feet, because Fakhar Zaman, he sprinted down the wicket, just dragged it down. Is that from personal experience that you're talking there, Lisa?
Just looked like that one just stuck in the hand a little bit, but Jesus, paid off, wasn't it? And you would absolutely said, yeah, I saw him, of course. I saw him in the corner of my eye and just thought I'd change the length. A smart bowler. Even smarter to claim it. Another good over. New Zealand putting on the squeeze here. 227 for 3.
Pakistan moving along, 227 for 3, and that worm suggests that they've tried to keep themselves above where New Zealand was at the same stage.
Both experienced batters on the crease. Fakhar Zaman on 122, Rizwan on 6.
Yeah, one way of coming back into the game for New Zealand would be get Fakhar Zaman out now and hope to have 2 new batters on the field. So just slow that run rate down to get to 7.88 for the next 15 overs. It's not going to be easy, and if that increases a little more, then the side chasing would be tested.
Yes, Fakhar Zaman's wicket is extremely important. He has been dropped twice, but he can take the match away very quickly.
Zik motor oil, unveil the real deal to reveal.
Because the other batter, Mohammad Nawaz, is there who can really go for those boundaries. Shadab is not in the lineup tonight. New Zealand will fancy their chances. If they get Fakhar Zaman out at this point, they'll definitely fancy the chances. Put a bit of pressure on Mohammad Rizwan. Agha Salman is next to come. Mohammad Nawaz can definitely bat. Osama Mir can bat, but you don't want to leave too much at the back end in absence of Shadab.
As it is, it's very hard to get wickets going your way. On top of that, when you have dropped catches, missed run-out opportunities, just feel that both the sides today in the field have just looked jet-lagged.
Gandhar, it's the 7th game of the series. How can they be jet-lagged?
It's just that you're not there in that time zone. The ball comes to you, saw the catch being dropped by Naseem Shah, an informed Daryl Mitchell, then a catch dropped by Chapman of the informed Fakhar Zaman. And on surfaces where it's tough to get wickets, these are the chances you got to take.
Absolutely, that's what I agree. These chances at this level need to be taken. You need to hold on to these. Otherwise, the batter will make you pay. This is the run out. It could have been curtains for Mohammad Rizwan. That would have been such an important wicket for New Zealand.
And not only there are missed opportunities, but also puts you down as a fielding side. You just feel nothing's coming your way. And you've got to start all over again, figure out a way to get a batter out.
Required run rate now to 8.05. Last boundary was hit 15 balls before.
Good shot to end the over. Brilliant shot by Rizwan. Straight back, walked into that shot and gets a boundary going. 37 gone, 235 for 3. Yeah, it's been a run fest today. 124 not out, Fakhar Zaman. Earlier we had 119 from Mitchell, 98 from the captain from New Zealand side. Babar looked good for his 65. Pakistan still needs 102 of the remaining 78. And Rachin Ravindra will continue. He'll bowl his 8. He's been tough to put away. He's been very accurate and he's kept the ball within the stumps. Just when I said within the stumps, he offers width, and he's been smashed by Fakhar Zaman.
Commentators curse for the bowler. He has been bowling with so much control and with good pace, but this time he wanted to bowl the faster one, 104.1, but it was too short, too wide, and the field was all on the leg side. No, only one protection on offside. This is the line, this is the length maybe for the field. He has set 3 fielders on the leg side for Fakhar Zaman. Much slower as well, 88.2 this time. That's the last ball of the previous over. A very good shot by Mohammad Rizwan down the ground, but not a very good ball by Henry Shipley. With both fielders inside the circle.
Nicely done. Slogged away to mid-wicket by Rizwan. He's good against spin, and he just read that limb very quickly. He's hit that hard.
And this was coming. Rachin Ravindra, he has been economical, but Pakistan would be going on attack against him. And Mohammad Rizwan takes the sweep, slog sweep out.
This time it's gone high. Is there an opportunity? No. One bounce to that fielder. Two occasions, square leg has been tested.
And this is what right and left hand combination does. The fielder is too fine. Right on square, there's no one on mid-wicket. And you can't cut the angles. Now you see Rachin Ravindra going to Tom Latham. He wants an adjustment in the field, but the game is moving so fast when there's a left and right hand combination that the angles you need to be very clear as a captain and as a bowler. So now mid-wicket drops back and one fielder from the offside comes to short mid-wicket.
You've got to be on the same page, the captain and you as a bowler. If you want him to give you a certain field, you've got to bowl to that line. And probably Latham is just trying to understand what is his plan.
Intelligent batting, smart batting from Mohammad Rizwan. Now there was a big single on the offside. He just takes the single, puts Fakhar Zaman back on strike. Already 12 off the over, still one delivery to go. Big over in the context of the game.
And push hard for the second. Fakhar Zaman. Rizwan's quick and easily complete the two. Score moves to 249 for 3 now after 38. Pakistan way ahead at the stage. 249 for 3 with 222 was New Zealand, so that's the advantage you have when you're chasing. You just space your innings accordingly. In this second power play, Pakistan have kept that momentum going. 6.55 runs and over.
And the changes New Zealand made in their bowling lineup. Now they don't have an option of the sixth bowler. Daryl Mitchell was used in the last game, not effective.
That's a good stop. Just put a hand to it. He's taken some pace off, and again, his partner does well to keep the ball in play. And those 3 runs bring the 250 up for Pakistan. 252 for 3.
Good cricket overall. Very good cricketing shot. Mohammad Rizwan, and then excellent fielding in the circle and in the deep. Good team effort. Henry Shipley this time in at the boundary. Seems like he did well.
Yeah, his feet are up, so there is awareness of that boundary. Shipley knows that he's going to slide on, so trying to keep those feet up while he's in contact with the ball. He's coming round the wicket to Fakhar Zaman. This is an important over, Sarah. Matt Henry's been brought in to get that breakthrough that they're looking for. And this could turn the course of the game.
This could be the second highest chase for Pakistan in ODIs. Successful run chases. The last one, 349 against Australia, 2022. And before that, the second highest was 327. So if they are able to chase this, that would be the second highest chase.
Quick run again. He's put that dive in and he's managed to get in, yes. There's a whole lot of dust on him now.
It was his own call. He completely went full stretch dive there. Played, gone really early and then right in the dust on the side pitches. This is Mohammad Rizwan for you. All commitment. Doesn't hold anything back.
Yeah, he's dug a hole out there with that bat. Yeah, dust surely has gone into his eyes, so just needs to take that short breather.
It's very rare that on a pitch like this, on an outfield so lightning fast, that you drop chances, you miss run-outs, and you still end up on a winning side. Fielding plays such an important role in conditions like these. This is the commitment. You always see that commitment from Mohammad Rizwan. He gives it his all. Not concerned where he's landing, he just wants to get in.
Oh wow, look at that moon right there and those floodlights here at the Pindi Stadium. Oh, for a change we have clear skies. The rain just comes in from nowhere over here. He's hitting it straight to mid-off again. One of those moments where he has to dive in the dust.
And when you see pictures like these, you do remember Tariq Saeed, the Urdu commentator. There would be a poetry session here if there was some Urdu commentary.
Yeah. No, I shouldn't say it. Yeah, playing it straight in the V and trying to just get those singles against Matt Henry. See this over off, which they've nicely done. 256 for 3. Have a look at that, Sana. It's a bit shaky though.
At this point, New Zealand were 229 for 2. Pakistan way ahead, 256 for 3. And New Zealand operating with only 5 bowlers. They rested Tickner, Adam Mill. They're definitely a bit short in their strength. They added some batting, shot on the bowling.
Sound. Here's a sound. Alindra likes it. And Ish saw these strikes. They've gone up.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for caught behind. On-field decision is out. Front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Ball is close to the bat to confirm all rights, please. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Flat line. Flat line. Satisfied. No bat involved. Can you go back on field, please? Alim, I recommend you to change your original out decision. You're on screen, make a signal, please.
Well, he surely heard something. It was a loud sound as the ball went into the gloves. Tom Latham and Ish Sodhi was going up straight away, but quicker than that was Rizwan to challenge that decision. Runs here. That sweep shot. That love affair of wicket keepers and sweep shot just continues.
And with the field, 5 fielders on the leg side, Mohammad Rizwan would know that it would be a googly. He read it. It was a premeditated shot. There's 5 fielders on the leg side for Mohammad Rizwan. Now a change in feet, deep square goes back. 3 fielders on the leg side, saving that single. 2 fielders on the boundary, and a leg spinner bowling.
This time reverse, but doesn't beat Rachin. It's very well done by him. Just outside that circle, he jams his knee while diving and surely saves a couple of runs there.
And this was the ball, the decision that was reviewed. There did seem like a sound, but when you see it closely, nothing on the bat. And Ish Sodhi, disappointment for him. Mohammad Rizwan was very quick to go for that review.
Come on, boys. Lovely sides. Lovely sides.
Jazz fan Paul's winners here, Usman Khan Gilgiti and Khan and Adnan Asghar. Congratulations to you guys, winners for today.
There has been a change of roles. Fakhr Zaman, now the strike rate drops down to 116, while Mohammad Rizwan 164. But there surely looks like a plan that Fakhr has to now go deeper to make sure that one settled batter is there and Mohammad Rizwan is taking the charge. This partnership, 45 of 35, and Mohammad Rizwan, the main accelerator, 29 of 18.
Single to end the over. Pakistan moves to 264 for 3. Power play 3 will begin now. 5 fielders will be allowed outside the 30-yard circle. Have some more protection there. That's the signal for it. And more spin will continue. Rashid will ball his final over. Oh no, in fact he's got 8, so 2 more to go. So 51.
It was only the last over for Rachin Ravindra that really went off. 14 runs of the last, otherwise he was 37 of 7. He bowled well mostly, just that one over, and the whole bowling looks very different for him. But now he has got more cushion. 5 fielders on boundary. He can play with the pace a little bit, play with the flight a bit more as a spinner.
Yeah, power play 3 now. So last 10 overs, New Zealand scored 98. And Fakhr Zaman's batting has helped Pakistan just this way to bring it down to 73 in the last. Great work done there. Probably have a second look, but full marks for the effort.
Henry Nichols, what an absolute brilliant commitment in the field. It was struck really hard right from the middle of the bat. It was traveling. Look at that effort. Full length dive and gets up really, really quickly. Did extremely well there. Brilliant, brilliant effort, and the crowd appreciates.
That's very well done by Fakhar Zaman. He just tapped that on the onside. He's already decided there's two available because the fielders are really pushed back on the onside boundary.
This is the actual partnership that's taking the game away from New Zealand. 50 of 38. What Rizwan, the way Rizwan played here, 161 strike rate has given Fakhar Zaman the license to play like this. No risk cricket. All the fielders on the leg side are back because the way Fakhar has batted in this innings. But now he can do this.
Oh, he's gone hard at it. Nothing that Tom Latham could do about that. That ball just flew past his shoulder. For a moment, I thought, had he completely missed that, then the stumping would have been an option. But this, just a boundary.
And Fakhar Zaman, when he commits to a shot, he goes full. Takes the outside edge, no chance for the keeper. Unlucky, and Fakhar Zaman has been lucky. Important 4 runs, 8 of 3 deliveries.
Important thing is getting a boundary or two every over now. And that has brought that required run rate below 7. 54, partnership of 39.
When we started our stint, it was at 8. Now it's under 7. Well done, Sikandar.
No, you're right about that. But these two have not only gone for the boundaries, but they made sure that the run rate stays on the move. And the singles and twos have been good. Average speeds out there, New Zealand spinners. And Rachin has been quicker. You even saw 104 from him.
On the other hand, it's Sodhi giving a bit more flight. There's more experience. He understands even with lesser fielders inside, he can play with the flight.
And the shorter length. 41 overs bowled and 274 for 3. Fakhar Zaman, 210 not out, his highest. It's Zimbabwe, and this one is picking up. He's 144 not out here. Just the other day, he scored 100 in the first game. Sweep again. We were just talking about that, the love for sweep and wicket keepers. Is it a coincidence? Rizwan sweeps, Tom Latham today just sweeping. I can remember a few names, Rashid Latif, Moin Khan.
Absolutely not a coincidence at all. I think with keepers, they can judge the length pretty quickly. And they generally stay very low. So they are closer to the ball, even when they are keeping while they are batting. They can judge the length quicker. They remain low.
You can add one more name, Sarfaraz Ahmed. Lovely sweep shot. But he actually started sweeping fast bowlers. Mushfiqur Rahim.
This left and right hand combination really bothering New Zealand now.
There you go again, this time one hand off the handle. Oh, a misfield. That's just gone off to the boundary, has it? Looks like it's a 4. That's Daryl Mitchell there. Take your eyes off the ball for a fraction of a second, and this can happen.
Definitely not happy. The long barrier on the boundary, but it was spinning away. He still did really well after 100, couple of hundreds. The commitment you can talk about these players, all of them putting their body behind the line.
Just trying that reverse. You would do that if you're batting at 145. You just have that confidence that you can put bat to anything. And the good thing about Fakhar Zaman and how we've seen him graduate is like looking for big hundreds, not throwing your wicket away. He's got 145 now, and also the fact they want to finish the job. Yeah, you ball that shot, you will be hit just like that.
Not sure what issue they wanted to bowl here. Only 5 rounds of the first 4 deliveries. And then he bowls a bit faster. I think the ball got stuck in the hand a little bit. Too short. Fakhar Zaman was looking for that boundary. He was set up. He wanted to get 1 boundary off this over. And the gift was given to him.
149, Fakhar Zaman. Yeah, make that 150. Not only he's got 3 consecutive hundreds, but you're also looking to score big. 150 not out. Fakhar Zaman. What a time he's having with the bat in the series and in recent times. Making sure that he takes the team to the finishing line. 284 for 3. Yeah, some big overs. In the last 5 overs, Pakistan have scored 49. Courtesy these two who've been accelerating. Not just running between the wickets, they're finding boundaries in every over. The spinners have been tested. Down the wicket and smashes that one into the night sky.
Fakhar has been looking to play this shot against Rachin Ravindra for a while now. Got a boundary on the outside edge before, but this time fully in command. Use of feet and those long levers. Full swing of the bat, 79 meters 6. Look at that head. It was a lot powerful swing, but the head was still.
72 have been added by these two. 50 deliveries. And what that has done is the comparison between the two sides at the same stage is just far apart. 262 was New Zealand, Pakistan 290. That's the 6th. First ball of the over.
And what that does is when you get hit for a boundary or a 6 on the first ball, then the whole mindset of a bowler becomes defensive. All they are looking at is now defending the next 5 deliveries. And Fakhar Zaman made that length. There was a big hop outside the crease. Not an easy ball to come down the ground and hit it for a 6, but he was so quick with his feet movement that he made it look really easy.
He's trying to keep it as wide as possible now to stay away from that bat swing. The equation now almost touching a runner ball. 46 now required of 44.
After the first innings, we all thought it was chaseable, but with so much comfort, all credit to the Pakistan batters, the way they have performed, especially this man, Fakhar Zaman, on your screen. 157 of 128 deliveries, strike rate of 122. No matter how good the wicket is, you really have to play a really good knock. Just like that, one more, straight down the ground. What a wonderful shot. The golfer swing this time. That takes Pakistan to 298 for 3.
Well, it's been a quite sensational innings from Fakhar. His third consecutive century in one-day internationals. New Zealand must be sick of the sight of him. It's been a brilliant run chase. It's not all over yet. There's still work to be done. And Fakhar is turning on the afterburners here. This beautiful evening here in Rawalpindi. People in this part of the world have been treated to some batting over the last 3 or 4 months, that is for sure. And Rouge, is it going to be the case that once again I've watched Daryl Mitchell score 100 live and end up on the losing side? We will see. Shipley back into the attack. New Zealand need a breakthrough. Where is it going to come? Rizwan is looking to his favoured leg side. Daryl Mitchell is looking a little weary out there, and why wouldn't he be?
Well, Butch, I think one thing's for certain. The case I made earlier for you to be on the plane. And the fact that Daryl Mitchell scores when you watch or commentate on the game live, and if they lose this one, you're probably not on that plane.
Daryl Mitchell wants me, but the Black Caps want me nowhere near. It's not over yet. Not over yet.
And with Pakistan cricket, well, everything is interesting till it's done. .150. Once again, a pressure game in a big chase. Fakhar Zaman stands tall. Raises the bat to a gallery which was on their feet. Standing ovation, a proud moment. And more importantly, he's not done. He's added 13 since. 163 have come off 129. Quick single, comfortable in the end. And they will run across for an overthrow. No, they won't. No, they won't. 38 now off 39 required. We talk about milestones and individual scores. Fakhar Zaman has the top 4 individual scores in Pakistan one-day international cricket history. That is some effort from a champion player. 3 in a row now. Joins elite company, just 3 other Pakistan players to do so. Babar Azam has done it twice. Zahir Abbas and Saeed Anwar, the other 2.
Yeah, Baba's done it twice. Fakhar also went past him as the fastest Pakistani batter to make 3,000 runs. 67 innings it took him. And with strokes like these, well, maybe not like that one. But ball striking like that, you can see why. I mean, he's been irresistible today.
I saw a stat earlier and spoke about it, that single brings up Pakistan's 300. It's confirmation of what he just alluded to a little while earlier. Highest individual scores for Pakistan in one-day international cricket history. 3 of them out of the top 5 belong to Fakhr Zaman. He also happens to be the highest individual score for Pakistan, beating the 194 that stood for a very long time from Saeed Anwar. 210 not out against Zimbabwe, 193 and 164, and not done tonight. And all of that, Shipley's bowled a good over. Just 3 have come off it, 301 for 3. The equation stands at 36 of 36. Jimmy Neesham's been given the duties with the ball for this 45th over. Tom Latham marshalling his troops and hoping to have them in all the right positions for this final showdown in Pindi.
It's going to be tough for New Zealand from here. They haven't got their full strength side by any means, and that means that at the death, lacking the likes of Lockie Ferguson. Neesham has had his moments at the end of the innings, but you wouldn't say that it's his strength either with the ball. They are a little underpowered in this part of the game. And Milne is on the bench as well. So you would say that all points point towards the Pakistan win. We've seen them for long enough not to count our chickens, Baruj.
Well, every Pakistani knows what you've said. Is going to have some road bumps along the way. It'll only be Pakistan cricket until it's interesting enough to keep the viewers engaged. Well, that's one way to do it. 35 of 35. 7 wickets in hand. Oh, spanked! Oh, the sound of that and the distance on it as well. And to make matters worse, he's going to check for the no ball as well.
I think that they've spotted there's not enough fielders inside the circle. I think that's what it is. Neesham had his foot behind the line, but they had one man too many outside the circle. That is the problem. Thacker knew. The man that counts Tom Latham and the bowler, who set off at the top of his mark without checking, did not know. And he absolutely mangled this over the leg side.
A free hit now for Fakhr and is on 170. Keep the umpire's arms. And the crowd cheer tells the story. It is a wide and the free hit stays.
I suppose if you look at it that way, that's 3 free hits in a row. He knew in advance that there weren't enough fielders inside the circle, then the previous one was a free hit anyway. Oh, that's harsh, isn't it? Jimmy thinks so.
Free hit again for Fakhr Zaman.
The crowd cheer tells a story. It probably isn't the one that they want to hear because it has landed somewhere in between. But why he could have a swing, and that is because it was a free hit. And more importantly, add more runs to Pakistan in this chase. 26 now of 34.
Yeah, there you go. 1, 2, 3. I think it was the man at third man that was meant to have been up inside the circle. Thacker picked it, Thacker knew, and he destroyed it. I think even the Pakistan faithful fans are starting to believe that it's done now.
Just a mini meeting between Matt Henry, Jimmy Neesham, Tom Latham was down that end as well in terms of the final plan here, in terms of 26 runs Pakistan need to get. Just the one has been a long over so far. 11 have come of the 3 deliveries, including the 1 big hit, couple of no balls for the free hits. (94 of 65), the partnership, a winning partnership so far. Fakhar Zaman. All guns blazing tonight. 17 fours and 6 big hits. And a very rare play and miss.
Yeah, he was trying to be too delicate there, the route. Not going to knock any buildings down, dabbing it to third man. And to be fair, his touch play on the offside has been good. All of his offside play has been superb. Of course, you ally that with the power and the destructiveness over the leg side. You've got a very, very dangerous player on your hands. He can only stand and watch.
Pakistan still have Salman Ali Agha and Mohammad Rizwan, both more than capable with the bat, with 24 of 31, with one pair 172 of 135. Rizwan as well, a quick breezy innings like it in the previous game, 39 of 29. You'd imagine Pakistan should get over the line comfortably. Overdone. 3-1-3 for 3. New Zealand once again were put in by Babar Azam at the toss. They got 336 for 5, courtesy Mitchell's 129. Pakistan now in reply need 24 of 30. And there's once again Fakhar Zaman right up the top of the order. He's been the aggressor, he's been the mainstay, and he's provided plenty of entertainment for this Pindi crowd. Pace off, time nicely into the offside, should pick up a couple of runs. Rizwan just slipped at the batting end.
Yeah, it could have been different. It really could have been. We've seen drop chances throughout the series. It's the first one, he was on 50 there. Then again on 55. I mean, Mark Chapman, that's a shocker. Neesham, the unlucky bowler. Yeah, poor Jimmy Neesham on the receiving end both times.
Well, since then he's gone on to score 123 runs. That's a lot of runs just in their own. And he's done them in quick time. Lovely to watch Fakhr Zaman when he plays. He's so calm and composed. Situation of the game, the crowd, nothing seems to change that facial expression. And he just gets the job done. More often than not, gets the job done when Pakistan are in a spot of bother. We've seen that in global events as well. Matt Henry not so sure. Alimdar says that's one for the over, please.
Signal wide from square leg. I mean, it's harsh, but I think he's right. Perhaps not seen enough of that, enough of the bouncer to Fakhr, particularly early on in his innings. Straight up in the air. Should be never within reach of pulling off a catch there. 100 partnership comes up between Fakhr and Rizwan, and they're doing it easy here. This is so often the way in the game of cricket, when momentum is with you and when the luck is with you, seemingly nothing the opposition can do to arrest it, and all of the good fortune goes your way. Nobody in this ground would say that Pakistan haven't deserved all of that good fortune. They've been quite brilliant.
Of 26. New Zealand would want to break this partnership, maybe just to break things up. At the moment, not quite sure where that breakthrough is coming from. He's done well. Rizwan to get on top of the bounce and pick up another couple.
It's one of those pitches, this, that not easy to get people out of. Always, particularly the one on Thursday, wasn't easy to score that freely on. But it also wasn't easy to take wickets on either. There's kind of not enough pace and bounce in it for you to be able to rip through a team. Indonesia gave it a good go. Matt Henry had a little spell early on in the piece where I thought he looked likely to take a wicket, and then I just wonder if Latham took him out of the attack too soon. It was just as Babar had got to the crease. And if you don't take your chances, you drop catches, and chances are scarce, then you're going to pay for it. 321 for 3.
Get back, Rizwan. All in some good fun in the end. Almost swung himself off his feet. The form that he's in, you just imagine everything to ping off the middle of Fakhr Zaman's bat. Pakistan requires 16 of 23. Plenty of wickets and enough balls, you'd reckon, to get them in.
But I'd really like to see Pakistan win this with 2 overs to spare. Get the job done. Mess around getting over the line. Sort of dribbled over the line a bit on Thursday. An emphatic victory. They've earned one. Be nice to go out there and take it. It's a lovely step in terms of confidence for the team and for the dressing room. You go out there, you deserve a win, and you absolutely ram that win home. Could be what? We can only have 3 matches for Pakistan between now and the World Cup if things don't go as planned in terms of a series against Afghanistan. And then of course the Asia Cup, nobody knows quite what's happening there. So these matches for Pakistan are absolutely huge. New Zealand, on the other hand, well, they'll have more of their first choice players back. They've got 4 matches in England in September, and then 3 in Bangladesh just on the eve of the World Cup. So they have plenty more time to knock themselves into shape. But it is tough on them to be in international duty, I suppose, when there are so many of their first choice players missing. But that is that's international cricket at the moment, and you have to deal with it. And New Zealand have got plenty of players. They've got plenty of bench strength, considering how small in terms of population they are as a country.
Well, 8 out of their 9 players at the moment that are not available will surely be available for that World Cup. Kane Williamson, with his injury, not so sure. And you make a great point in terms of bench strength, because you'd imagine not a full strength side came out to Pakistan, crawled their way back in from a 2-0 in a T20 series to level it in some really commanding style in the end of it. And even here, still taking Pakistan deep into the game. Doesn't quite get hold of that Fakhar Zaman. And on the other hand, Tom Latham mentioned this earlier on before the T20 series as well, that it provides a wonderful opportunity for many who would have probably not been around that New Zealand squad, let alone get game after game. And some of them have really put up their hand, which makes that bench strength even more stronger when required.
Yeah, just a bit more match toughness, isn't it, for people? You never know. On the eve of tournaments, I mean, England have had it for years. When you get to the tournament, suddenly a key player gets injured. Nicely steered by Rizwan. You need to find somebody to come off the bench and step in at late notice. This is exactly the right way to prepare people for that. 3:25 for 3.
Talking about the ODI squad that is here in Pakistan. Plenty of new names, plenty of recently debuted players, a little bit of experience in there as well, but 9 players that are missing are Kane Williamson, Devon Conway, Finn Allen, Glenn Phillips, Trent Bolt, Tim Southee, Mitch Satner, Lockie Ferguson, Michael Bracewell. Franchise duty next door.
There's Tim Southee out there as well. Yeah, I mean, it's do well to put a strong team out, a competitive team out in most nations if you lost as many first choice players as that. And New Zealand, one thing about Kiwis is they're pretty pragmatic about these things. They won't beat themselves up about it. They know what there is to gain from this, and that every experience is a good one in terms of gaining learnings from your successes and from your defeats. Pakistan seem determined perhaps to take us to the last over. 11 from 16 now. But we have seen actually in both games the last 6 or 7 overs or so become increasingly difficult to find the boundary. Not quite the grandstand finish that we were after.
Well, making the crowds every penny worth it. Enjoy the action till the very end. Got over the line with, what, 9 balls to spare, chasing 288 a couple of nights ago. 11 of 16 now. I think Fakhar Zaman will have different ideas. The action ends tonight in Pindi. Pindi, you've been fantastic in terms of crowd all throughout these games. The action does move to Karachi at the National Bank Stadium. We will bring you the 3rd one-day international in this 5-match series on the 3rd of May.
What do we expect in your hometown then, Ruji?
Plenty of good food outings, I'd imagine.
Well, I mean, that's good. As always in Pakistan, I've been starved to death.
Well, while Baz is not here, we can take the liberty to pull his leg a little bit. Well, Pindi's been slightly disappointing in terms of outings. Baz, sorry, you're not here to defend yourself. Lore's been fantastic.
We said congratulations to Baz.
Congratulations, Bazat Khan, blessed with a little baby girl a couple of days ago. And he's gone over the ball, and the ball does the business, trickles into the fence, and that'll take Pakistan in 1 hit's distance away now.
Yeah, it's worth thought for Jimmy Neesham. He's been on the receiving end of a couple of drop catches. Every misfield seems to have come from his bowling. Also spare thought for the man who dived over it. Mitchell must be feeling fatigued, having batted almost all of the New Zealand innings for yet another century. Consecutive hundreds for him. It looks as though they're going to be in a losing cause once again. Quite extraordinary. All summer in England, hundreds for Mitchell. Kiwis lose.
Rizwan picks up another half-century. The boundary into the leg side. Back-to-back boundaries for him. 9:15 one-day international cricket, cheered on by the crowd and Fakhar Zaman. More importantly, Pakistan now 2 away.
5 for 3.
He gets 50,000 rupees from Brighto Paints for that 50.
It's been a really good knock from Rizwan as well. He's another one of those players in the Pakistan lineup, senior player, who sometimes gets his fair share of stick. Good to see him come in at number 5 and just keep that momentum going. 53 from 40 deliveries for him, carrying on the good work of the top order, keeping that momentum going. not allowing the opposition to get a foothold in the game. That's 50,000 Pakistani rupees to Mohammad Rizwan in the 50th year, the 50th anniversary of Brighto Paints.
One to get for Pakistan. And Rizwan is the man to finish off proceedings with one. The Pindi crowd, they've got to cheer on because Pakistan have clinched this by 7 wickets and now go 2-0 up in the series.
Yeah, that is comprehensive. They say perhaps in jest that you'd like them to finish it all in a blaze of fireworks, but it wasn't necessary. 8 deliveries of the match left. Pakistan's second highest successful run chase comes in consecutive years. 2022 in Lahore. Now it's 337 here in Pindi. And Mohammad Rizwan will shake the hands of the New Zealand players. And the hero once again has been Fakhar Zaman. It has been a stunning performance from him. Belligerent left-hander. Destroyed the Kiwis, as burst Daryl Mitchell's balloon once again. He must be getting absolutely sick of making brilliant hundreds himself and finishing on the losing side. He does look a little inconsolable. But all credit must go to Pakistan. And most importantly, Fakhar Zaman.
It was clinical, it was comprehensive. Not so much for Tom Latham and his men as they head into Karachi. They will probably have to tweak things a little bit more to come out on top of this very strong Pakistan lineup. Once again, the flair of Fakhar Zaman was plenty for the opposition to handle. 3 back-to-back one-day international centuries. Winning moment for Pakistan from Mohammad Rizwan, guides it down to third. Punches the sky as Pakistan go 2-0 up.
Yeah, praises to the Almighty from Rizwan. It's been the hands of Fakhar Zaman, the flashing blade of Fakhar, that have made what should have been a challenging total. Relative stroll here in this sultry evening in Islamabad. All sorts of records broken today from Fakhar. 3,000 runs passed by him, fastest Pakistani to do so. Also up there in terms of the top of the charts in terms of successful run chases. 349, the outstanding one last year in Lahore against Australia. This one in Rawalpindi will be long remembered by those who are here to witness it. Only the 3 wickets to fall then for Pakistan in pursuit of 337. Imam and Fakhar got them off to a terrific start again. Babar then joined Fakhar, and the two of them put New Zealand to the sword. After a slightly shaky start, there was a period there perhaps where New Zealand might have capitalised and didn't manage to do so. Abdullah Shafiq only made the 7. Here are the partnerships then. 66, another successful opening partnership between Fakhar and Imam Ul Haq moves them up to another notch in terms of left-handed opening pairs. 135 from Fakhar and Babar broke the back of it. 17 for Fakhar and Abdullah, and then the finishing touch, Fakhar and Rizwan with 119 from 89. Bowlers tried, weren't able to unlock Pakistan batting lineup, didn't help themselves in the field. A couple of dropped chances, both teams were guilty of that over the course of the 98 overs or so. One for Henry, one for Shipley, one for Sodhi, and all of them were expensive. So most of the crowd have stayed right to the end. You wouldn't wonder why, because they witnessed some quite sparkling stroke play. Fakhar opening his account with boundaries with that beautiful straight drive. Then the extra cover drive, which has become a real feature. Imam also joining in the fun. There was one of those drop chances. Chad Bowes at backward point, and then shortly after, Mark Chapman with an inexplicable drop out of deep backward square, and from that moment on, Thacker didn't look back. Baba also opening his shoulders and banging the ball over the infield. It's the moment that Thacker went to that third consecutive ODI 100, 3 of them against New Zealand in a row. Baba then went past his half-century with that typical ease, lovely graceful stroke over extra cover, until he was tempted into playing across the line, across the spin off the bowling of Ish Sodhi. And Baba departed the scene, much to the shock of the fans here. Shafiq was then caught running back at mid-off. There was a slight glimmer of hope for New Zealand, but Mohammad Rizwan came in and slammed that door shut in their faces. Thacker went on to pass 150, then spotted the lack of a fielder inside the circle and dumped one over square leg for 6. And he and Rizwan then just picked off the rest of the runs at will. And that was it, all she wrote. Rizwan with the dab down to third. Praises to the heavens. And Pakistan go 2-0 up in this 5-match series. So 336 for 5. New Zealand would have been more than happy with that at the halfway point. 98 from Captain Latham, answering his critics for a slow or a go slow during the first ODI. And Daryl Mitchell again outstanding. Harris Routh, pick of the bowlers throughout the day, really, with 4 wickets for 78. He was expensive, but he was able to send 1 or 2 batters back. For Pakistan, well, you've just seen it. Thacker 180 not out. Baba with a half century. Rizwan with a half century. And Pakistan winning by 7 wickets. So we say a fond farewell to Rawalpindi. Pakistan winning the first 2 of the 5 one-day internationals. First by 5 wickets, second by 7. We will move the entire shebang all the way down to Karachi on the coast, and we will see you for the first of the last 3 on the 3rd of May. Right, time for a break here, on the other side of which we will bring you the match presentation. Don't go away. Pakistan have taken a 2-0 lead in this 5-match series between themselves and New Zealand, and this is how they did it. New Zealand asked to bat first, made 336 for 5, thanks to 98 from skipper Tom Latham, and another brilliant century from Daryl Mitchell, 129 from 119 for him. Haris Rauf was the pick of the Pakistan bowlers with 4 for 78. New Zealand would have thought that that was plenty at the halfway point. However, Fakhar Zaman had other ideas. He made a quite superb 180 not out, his third consecutive ODI 100, passed 3,000 runs along the way, and became the fastest man to reach that landmark in a Pakistan shirt. His performance was the difference between the two teams. He was helped out by Babar and Rizwan, half centuries apiece for both of them, and the Kiwi attack, shorn of some of its most potent weapons, was absolutely powerless to do anything about it. Pakistan winning by 7 wickets. Right, they're already downstairs for the presentation. Aruj has all of the key players.
Thank you, Mark, and ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-match presentation of the second one-day international as we close the chapter here in Pindi. Once again, Pakistan coming out on top, this time winning by 7 wickets to lead the series 2-0. Firstly, to my left, the presentation party starts with Mr. Zakir Khan, Director, International Cricket Operations, PCB, Mr. Mia Amjad, Regional Head, North, KFC, Ms. Saima Kamila, Chief Legal Officer, Jazz, and Mr. Hasnain Zegam, Business Head, North Cluster, Bank Al Falah. Starting with the awards, on behalf of Jazz, Ms. Saima Kamila will present the Super All-Rounder of the Match Cash Award of PKR 100,000 to Mohammad Rizwan. Well, hold on, let's rewind that and first start with Fakhar Zaman. While Mohammad Rizwan does make his way down, Mr. Zakir Khan, can I request you to please present the Sensodyne Complete Performer of the Match Cash Award of PKR 200,000 to the star of tonight, Fakhar Zaman. Fakhar Zaman, I'm sure he has plenty to smile about tonight. 180 blazing runs came off his blade, not out, from 144 deliveries. Fakhar, just stay here because you'll also be collecting the award on behalf of Mohammad Rizwan. So let's do that again. Ms. Saima Kamila will now present the Jazz Super All-Rounder Match Award of PKR 100,000 to Mohammad Rizwan, and Fakhar Zaman will now collect it on his behalf. On behalf of Mohammad Rizwan, a Super All-Rounder was Mohammad Rizwan. Fakhar Zaman just happens to be here with us at the moment. Moving on, Mr. Hasnain Zegam will now present the Bank Al Falah Outstanding Performance of the Match Award of PKR 100,000 to Daryl Mitchell. He is in sublime form as well, 129. Once again, back-to-back centuries for him. And unfortunately, well, New Zealand cannot celebrate victory. Mr. Hasnain Zegam will present the Bank Al Falah Award. There seems to be a lot of confusion. Wasn't the case when the game was going on from Pakistan's side. Congratulations, Daryl Mitchell, another 100 to your name. Today, the Player of the Match Award, once again, we'll have up on stage Fakhar Zaman, who will now sign a bat for Bank Al Falah. For the fan of the match, Fakhar, if you could just sign that bat for us. And then make your way to collect some more awards. Inspiring a next generation of stars who come out in numbers to watch global stars and Pakistan cricketers perform.
Thank you so very much.
Fakhar, after you're done, Mr. Mia Amjad will now present the KFC Player of the Match Trophy and Cash Award of PKR 100,000 to Fakhar Zaman. Fakhar, 180 not out, 144 deliveries, 17 fours, 6 big hits, and more importantly, steers Pakistan home for a 2-0 series at the moment. Fakhar, once you're done, I'll have a chat with you as well. Fakhar, बहुत सारी मुबारकें आपकी तरफ. पहले तो 3,000 runs का आपने शर्ट पहना, one of the fastest to get there. Back to back आपने 3 centuries की, और more importantly पाकिस्तान की जीत के लिए क्या फील करें?
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम. सबसे पहले तो अल्लाह का लाख शुक्र है, परफॉर्मेंस हो रही है. और बस यही है कि वनडे क्रिकेट में मैं कोशिश करता हूँ कि शुरू में टाइम लूँ और फिर जैसे ही आपके बल्ले पे बॉल आता है तो फिर रन्स बनना ईजी हो जाते हैं, क्योंकि जैसे 5 फील्डर सर्कल में होते हैं तो उसमें रन्स बनाना थोड़ा सा आसान होता है, और मैं अपनी कोशिश करता हूँ कि टाइम लूँ और उसी में रन्स हो जाते हैं।
पाकिस्तान ने ऑफ लेट थोड़े से ओपनिंग कॉम्बिनेशन ट्राई किए, बट आप उसमें कांस्टेंट रहे और आपकी परफॉर्मेंस और पाकिस्तान की वनडे परफॉर्मेंस भी उससे बेनिफिट करी है। आपने अपने ऑफ साइड गेम को भी थोड़ा सा इवॉल्व किया, उस पर कितनी प्रैक्टिस थी, कितने आपका माइंडसेट चेंज करना पड़ा उसके लिए?
देखें, प्रैक्टिस तो इस लेवल पे जो भी प्लेयर्स खेलते हैं वो अपने टेक्निक पे, अपनी गेम पे मेहनत करते हैं, और मैं भी अपना करता हूं। जो भी मुझे फील होता है कि ये मेरी बैटिंग में ये कमी है तो मैं उस पर काम करता हूं। और बस मैं अगर सही बताऊं तो ये मैं ख़ुद को लकी समझूंगा, क्योंकि न्यूजीलैंड जैसी टीम अगर आपके 2 कैचेस छोड़े तो ये मेरा एक लकी डे था।
लकी डे था ज़रूर, बट वो मैच का हिस्सा होता है। आपके ओपनिंग कॉम्बिनेशन में इमाम भी एक कांस्टेंट फिगर हैं, वो भी रन करते हैं, 3 पे बाबर, फिर 4 पे रिजवान। बैटिंग ऑर्डर में जो डेप्थ है उससे आपको कितनी लिबर्टी मिलती है अपने शॉट्स खेलने में?
बहुत ज़्यादा मिलती है। देखें, जो 3 नाम आपने बताए हैं वो ऐसे प्लेयर्स हैं कि वो आप पे प्रेशर नहीं लाते। जैसे अभी इमाम भी आउट हो गया, फिर बाबर आके उसने भी रन चलाए, फिर जब रिजवान आया तो उसने मेरे लिए आसान किया, और मुझे यही सब कह रहे थे कि आप खड़े रहो और हम लोग ही रिस्क लेंगे। तो यही क्वालिटी है इनकी, और यही मेरे ख्याल में हमारा वनडे में सक्सेस भी है।
बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो। थैंक यू फॉर टॉकिंग टू अस एंड गुड लक। वील सी यू इन कराची।
थैंक यू।
Right, moving on, Tom Latham for New Zealand. They didn't come out on the winning side tonight, but we will have a few words with him. Tom spoke to you at the toss in terms of runs on the board. At 336, you'd probably imagine you had enough.
Yeah, I thought we, played fantastically well. I think the way we were able to build partnerships, throughout the innings. Obviously, Darryl again, played a fantastic innings. Chad as well at the top of the order. So, I guess at the halfway mark, we're pretty happy with things. But I think when someone ends up 180 not out chasing, it's full credit to the way Whaka played. It was outstanding knock.
Well, he alluded to the fact just now that he was lucky, dropped on 2 occasions. Catch and win matches, they hurt you twice tonight.
Yeah, obviously that's the nature of cricket. That happens, in the sport we play. But I guess from our point of view, we just, weren't able to create enough pressure, through those middle stages. We managed to get the rate up to about 7.5 at one point, but it didn't stay there for too long. And I guess from a partnership point of view, they were able to build partnership after partnership, and that's probably what hurt us the most.
Well, you've spoken about adapting on the go, and New Zealand, similar situation in the T20 series, 2-0, and then you came back. What do you think you need to rectify? I'm guessing just small tweaks.
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, it was a big tick in the batting department. I think we've done that well nicely the last couple of games. I think, from the ball, it's just about trying to create pressure through those middle stages. Obviously, the wickets here tend to be pretty flat, especially, at night time. But if we're able to create more chances through the middle stages, potentially at the top and the power play as well, then hopefully things might be different. But we've got a couple of days off now to rest up. It's been a busy old period, but, hopefully we can come back for that third one rearing to go.
Well, just lastly, Daryl Mitchell, back-to-back hundreds. You yourself got 98 in quick time. How good is it to be back in form with ODI numbers?
Yeah, it's obviously nice to contribute. I think, I guess anyone wants to contribute throughout an inning. So obviously Daryl's done that nicely, and it was for myself. It was nice to do that today as well.
Well, Tom, thank you for talking to us, and good luck with the 3 games
Thank you very much.
In Karachi. And lastly tonight, hopefully without any more confusion, if I can please have Babar Azam to have a few words with us. बाबर बहुत मुबारक हो। बहुत सारे रिकॉर्ड्स फ़खर के, टीम के, उन्होंने 3000 रन की शर्ट भी पहनी हुई थी। एज अ कैप्टन, वही वाली बात कि लीड इनटू द वर्ल्ड कप, इस किस्म की परफॉर्मेंस से एज अ कप्तान एंड एज अ टीम फॉर्मेशन कितना कॉन्फिडेंस?
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। बिल्कुल, एज अ कैप्टन आप काफ़ी सेटिस्फाई होते हैं, और जैसे आपकी टीम पर रिस्पॉन्स करती है और परफॉर्म करती है तो काफ़ी खुशी होती है। और मेरे ख्याल से हर बंदा स्टेप अप कर रहा है, और हर एक जो माइंडसेट है वो यही है कि आगे जो 2 टूर्नामेंट्स आ रहे हैं उसमें हमने किस तरह का खेलना है। मेन चीज़ होती है कि सिचुएशन को रीड कैसे करना है, और हर चीज़ जो आप रन रेट को लेकर चलते हैं उस टाइम पे देखें। जिस तरह फ़खर ने इनिंग्स बिल्ड की, जब एक आउट हुआ तो मैं जब अंदर गया तो उसमें यही था कि हम ट्राई कर रहे थे 6 एन ओवर 7 एन ओवर लेके चलें। तो ये चीज़ अंदर डिस्कशन काफ़ी होती है, और जिस तरह मेरे ख्याल से फ़खर ने इनिंग्स खेली, वन ऑफ द बेस्ट इनिंग मैंने देखी है उसकी, और जिस तरह उसने मैच फिनिश किया, हैरान हो गए हम।
हैरान हो गए हम सब, आई एम श्योर पाकिस्तान फैंस ऑल्सो। हाफ वे मार्क पे 336, आपने आज 3 चेंजेस किए, उसमें 2 बॉलिंग ऑप्शन के चेंजेस थे, उसामा मीर और एहसानुल्लाह। 336 जब था हाफ वे मार्क में, चेसिंग पाकिस्तान का एक स्ट्रॉन्ग सूट है, उस वक्त का क्या प्लान था?
हाँ बिल्कुल मेरे ख्याल से कह सकते हैं कि 20-30 रन हमने थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा करवाए बॉलिंग में, लेकिन जिस तरह जब टोटल हुआ तो उसमें यही प्लान यही था कि हमने इसको चेज़ करना और हमने पास में ऐसी चेज़ किए हुए हैं। सिर्फ बिलीफ की बात है और एक लंबी इनिंग्स खेलेगा उसके इर्द गिर्द जो बाकी बैट्समैन है उसके साथ साथ देंगे, तो यही हुआ। जिस तरह फ़खर ने इनिंग्स बिल्ड की और उसके बाद फिर मेरी एक पार्टनरशिप लगी, उसके बाद फिर रिजवान की पार्टनरशिप लगी, तो ये काफ़ी की था कि हमने जो हमारा एक जो पैच चल रहा था कि बैक टू बैक विकेटें नहीं देनी, तो वो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह आहिस्ता डे बाय डे वो उस चीज़ को इम्प्रूव कर रहे हैं और इंशाल्लाह आगे भी और इम्प्रूवमेंट की ज़रूरत है।
जाते जाते ये बताते हैं फील्डिंग को क्या हो जाता है? You don't have to say anything to that. Babar, thank you very much for talking to us. We'll see you in Karachi. Very proud of the team's performance, and he said it's probably one of the finest knocks he's seen Fakhar Zaman play. At the 336, he thought there were a few runs that he'd given away more to New Zealand, but good to see various players stepping up, and very happy to move to Karachi. That's all we have till we see you in Karachi.
Thank you, Guruj, and very well done. Here indeed is the promo for that first match of the final three in this one-day international series in Karachi. We'll be with you on the 3rd of May, live from 3:20 p.m. at the National Bank Stadium. It's sure to be a ripper. That's all from here today.
Edged and taken. Haris Rauf picks up the first.
Oh, it's up and it's over. He's so good at this, Daryl Mitchell.
Daryl Mitchell once again scoring his 3rd ODI 100.
And a maximum. It was short, it was straight, it was quick, and that is the end of Imam. Down the wicket, smashed away by Fakhar. Absolutely superb from Fakhar Zaman. His 10th century in one-day internationals.
25th 50 in ODI cricket to go with his 17 centuries. What a player.
What a scintillating knock then by Fakhar Zaman. It's 2 back-to-back hundreds. In fact, 3 back-to-back hundreds for him, and the winning runs obviously were hit in the end. Babar Azam also amongst the celebrations. Overall, it was a fabulous performance by Pakistan. Hello and welcome to the Solar Energy Inverex Pitch Side Show, and huge congratulations to Pakistan because they've won another game of cricket. They won the first one-day international. They've backed it up with a fabulous performance in this one, because this was not an easy chase at all. To be able to chase that down, you needed stability at the top, and that's what we got in the form of this man on my left, Fakhar Zaman, who joins us on the show alongside Sana Mead. Fakhar, thank you so much for joining us. बहुत-बहुत शुक्रिया. एक तो हमने देखा है कि आप you have this ability to score these hundreds. ODI करियर माशाल्लाह आपका बड़ा अच्छा रहा है, लेकिन आप हमेशा लंबा स्कोर करते हैं. एक दफ़ा जब आप इनको देखो कि फॉर्म में आते हैं तो ऐसे नहीं लगता जिस तरह कि कभी 50 से यू आर सैटिस्फाइड. तो आई वांट टू नो अबाउट योर कन्वर्जन रेट, कि जब आप 50 पे आ जाते हैं तो उस वक्त सोचते हैं कि मैंने अब 100 करना है, या अपनी इनिंग्स को कैसे प्लान करते हैं?
नहीं, सही बताऊं, मैं तो सोचता ही नहीं हूं कि मैं अभी 100 पे जाना है. मैं कोशिश करता हूं कि अपनी नेचुरल गेम खेलूं, लेकिन वही होता है कि अगर आप 80 स्कोर कर लेते हो, उसके बाद आप माइंड में आता है कि मैं अभी बड़े शॉट्स नहीं खेलूंगा और क्रिकेटिंग शॉट से ही रन बनाऊंगा. तो मेरी यही है कि अगर वनडे मैच हो उसमें आपके पास, क्योंकि वनडे में T20 की तरह भी खेल सकते हैं, टेस्ट की तरह भी खेल सकते हैं, इसमें आपके पास टाइम होता है, और इसलिए मैं कोशिश करता हूं कि वनडे में लंबा खेलूं, और इसीलिए मेरा ये फेवरेट फॉर्मेट भी है.
ये फेवरेट फॉर्मेट भी है, और फेवरेट फॉर्मेट में सना इनके बहुत सारे जैसे कहते हैं रन्स भी हैं इन दिस पर्टिकुलर फॉर्मेट. बट यू नो, वी हैव सीन हिम स्कोर नॉट जस्ट इन पाकिस्तान. मैंने इसके बारे में बोला भी था कि साउथ अफ्रीका में भी इनकी एक बहुत अच्छी इनिंग्स थी इन दिस पर्टिकुलर फॉर्मेट दैट आई एम श्योर अ लॉट ऑफ पीपल रिमेंबर. एंड जितनी भी इनकी इनिंग्स हैं, अगर देखा जाए, यू नो, ही स्कोर एट ऑल द स्पेशल ओकेजन्स. So would you consider him a big match player? That's what I'm trying to ask.
एक तो बिग मैच प्लेयर है, और हम आपस में बात भी कर रहे थे, ऑफ एयर भी बात कर रहे थे कि इनके रन्स की सबसे अच्छी बात ये है कि वो हमेशा टीम के लिए होते हैं. अगर 100 किया भी है तो 125 के स्ट्राइक रेट पे उस वक्त किया जहां आप 330 रन चेस करने जा रहे हैं, 100 के स्ट्राइक रेट पे नहीं किया. तो सबसे ज़बरदस्त बात इनके रन्स की यही है, इसीलिए इम्पैक्ट प्लेयर है, और मेरे हिसाब से इसीलिए बहुत ज़्यादा क्रूशल है इस टीम के लिए, क्योंकि जहाँ पे रन बॉल करने वाले भी प्लेयर्स हैं वहाँ पर इनका रोल बहुत ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाता है. और जो भी 300 रन से बड़े चेजेस हैं में इनका बहुत ज़्यादा रोल रहा है. 80 का एवरेज रहा है, मतलब इट्स समथिंग एक्सेप्शनल. और सर विवियन जैसे प्लेयर्स का रिकॉर्ड तोड़ रहे हैं, अभी डिविलियर्स के करीब पहुंच रहे हैं, जो उनकी आइडियल भी हैं. तो आई थिंक ही इज़ ऑन द राइट ट्रैक, और माशाल्लाह बड़ी खुशी होती है देख के जिस तरह से ये खेल रहे हैं.
बिल्कुल, इस चेज में पाकिस्तान को एक पार्टनरशिप चाहिए थी. एट द टॉप दे नीडेड वन बिग 100 एंड दे गॉट दैट इन द फॉर्म ऑफ फखर जमान. ही इज ऑल्सो अ हीरो ऑफ द मैच.
Hero of the match, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Yeah, just a brilliant knock by Fakhar. Sara, what did you like about his innings?
I think what I loved about his innings, both runs on offside and on leg side, and it was not one release shot on the leg side, but dispatching the bad balls and some death touches as well. It was a mixture of strength, and it was a mixture of timing.
Hero of the match, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
अच्छा फखर, एक और चीज़ जो आपकी बड़ी स्टैंड आउट हुई है ओवर द लास्ट फ्यू इयर्स दैट वी सीन, स्पिनर्स को भी बहुत एंजॉय करते हैं खेलना. अभी जिस तरह से इन्होंने इश सोदी को यू सॉर्ट ऑफ टुक हिम ऑन, एंड जनरली आई मीन कैसी उनके खिलाफ कैसी अप्रोच होती है? वही यू स्टिक टू योर सेम गेम?
देखें, जब आप इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट स्टार्ट करते हैं तो आपकी बहुत ज़्यादा हामियाँ होती है, और तभी आपको टाइम लगता है अपने ऊपर काम करने का, क्योंकि टीमें दूसरा आपके लिए ज़रूर प्लान करती है कि ये किस तरह खेलते हैं, कौन सी जगह इनकी कमज़ोर है, कौन सी जगह अच्छा खेलते हैं. तो मैंने भी अपने ऊपर काम किया है और कर भी रहा हूँ. तो बस यही है.
किस एरिया पे काम किया आपने? कहा काम किया, किस एरिया पे?
एक चीज़ जो मैं भी पूछना चाहूँगी, बहुत अच्छी जो एक चीज़ नजर आई वो स्ट्राइक रोटेशन थी, कि एक बड़ी हिट के बाद आपने फौरन स्ट्राइक रोटेट की. ये बहुत इंटेंशनली कर रहे थे या मतलब अब
नहीं, ये बाबर ही करवा रहा था. बाबर हर ओवर के बाद मैसेज भिजवा रहा था कि भाई खड़े रहो, मारना नहीं है, क्योंकि उनको पता है कि मैं एक ओवर ले लेता हूँ तो फिर चला जाऊँ। तो बाबर, और जब मेरे साथ बैटिंग भी कर रहा था तो तब भी उसने मुझे ये नहीं बोला कि भाई अभी रन्स पे जाना है, वो मुझे ये कह रहा था कि भाई बस आप सिंगल डबल करो, अगर रिस्क लेना है तो मैं ही लूँगा, तो आप बस लंबा जाओ, क्योंकि अगर आप खड़े हुए हो तो वो लोग लेफ्ट आर्म स्पिनर को भी उस तरह नहीं बॉलिंग करवा रहे थे, और ये वो कह रहे थे कि आप किसी भी टाइम रन कर सकते हो। तो बस यही है, और ये अच्छा है, टीम के लिए भी अच्छा है कि अगर आप प्लान से, क्योंकि इतने अगर 350 तक अगर आप रन चेंज कर रहे हो तो इसके लिए प्लान्स भी ज़रूरी होते हैं।
लेकिन इसीलिए ऐसे लग रहा था, मुझे लग रहा है आपने बाबर की सुनी तो इसीलिए शायद बाबर भी आपके लिए ऐसे ही सेलिब्रेट कर रहे थे जब आपने वो 100 की, तो एक जेन्युइन खुशी उनकी साइड से भी नजर आई, एज इफ ही इज रियली रियली हैप्पी फॉर यू, एंड यू नो ऑब्वियसली व्हेन यू टुक दैट रन, तो ये सेलिब्रेशन आप देखें ऐसे लग रहा है जिस तरह के इन्होंने खुद 100 की।
बिल्कुल, और मैं सही बताऊं, मैं अंपायर को भी मैं ये कह रहा था कि जब मैं पिछले मैच में भी 80 पे था तो मैं अंपायर को कह रहा था कि अगर बाबर मेरे साथ ना बैटिंग करता तो अभी या तो मेरा 100 हो चुका होता और या मेरे ड्रेसिंग रूम में होता।
So he brings a sense of calmness then, you know, when you're talking about बाबर, उनकी एक क्वालिटी है कि वो एक obviously as a captain, as a leader, वो आपको बात करते हैं, आपको गाइड करते हैं। क्या यही उनका रोल रहा है आप जब whenever you've been batting together?
बिल्कुल, वो हमेशा वो तो आप सब जानते हैं कि वो कितना बड़ा बैट्समैन है, और जो उनका माइंड सेट है वो बहुत अलग है दूसरे प्लेयरों से। वो कभी भी प्रेशर में नहीं आते, ख्वाह अगर रन रेट बहुत ज़्यादा ऊपर भी जा रहा हो, क्योंकि मैंने उससे बात भी की कि अगर 7 से ऊपर एवरेज जाएगा तो मैं रिस्क लूँगा, आप मुझे जो भी बोलो। तब भी वो मुझे कह रहा था कि नहीं अभी
आप मुझे जो भी बोलो, मैं 7 के एवरेज से ऊपर जाएगा तो
नहीं,
मैं
क्योंकि देखें क्रिकेट में हर प्लेयर का अपना रोल होता है। तो मेरा इमाम भी जब जाते तो मेरा रोल होता है कि मैं थोड़ा सा तेज़ खेलूँ। बाबर के साथ भी फिर मेरा ये होता है, तो मैं बाबर को भी यही कह रहा था कि अगर एवरेज 7 से ऊपर जाएगा तो फिर मैं थोड़ा सा रिस्क लूँगा, क्योंकि मैं नहीं चाह रहा कि 7 से ऊपर जाए एवरेज। तो तब भी बाबर मुझे कह रहा था कि नहीं अभी आप काम रहो और ये रन चेज हो जाएंगे, इतने ज़्यादा नहीं इस विकेट पे।
अच्छा, बाबर तो आपको सॉर्ट ऑफ जिसे कहते हैं ना सपोर्ट करता है, आपको थोड़ी सी गाइडेंस देता है कि यू नो हाउ टू अप्रोच द टारगेट। इमाम क्या करते हैं? बिकॉज इमाम इज समबडी जिसके साथ अच्छी मतलब आपकी पार्टनरशिप्स रही हैं। यू लुक एट ऑस्ट्रेलिया सीरीज जो यहाँ वनडे सीरीज हुई थी, फिर उसके बाद भी, एंड आई नो कि आपने काफ़ी इसके बारे में बात भी की है, बट उनके साथ एक डिफरेंट रिलेशनशिप होगी ना आपकी?
बहुत डिफरेंट है, और इमाम बाबर का बिल्कुल उल्टा है। वो ना कुछ बोलता है, उसको कुछ समझ भी नहीं आती। कॉलिंग भी करते हैं ना, मतलब हम लोग बस काफ़ी अरसे से ओपन कर रहे हैं, तो इस तरह बना हुआ है कि मतलब कॉलिंग बहुत अच्छी है, मतलब हम लोग देख के ही भाग जाते हैं एक दूसरे को। लेकिन वो कभी कभार खुद भी कॉल नहीं करता, तो वो इमाम जो है ना वो चेंज होता रहता है उसको। लेकिन ये है कि मैं इंजॉय बहुत ज़्यादा करता हूँ उसके साथ, क्योंकि वो जिस तरीके से जितना कॉन्फिडेंट वो खेलता है इमाम, तो वो चीज़ मुझे बहुत अच्छी लगती है उसमें।
सबसे ज़्यादा गाइडेंस किससे मिलती है? कोई ऐसा?
मेरी अम्मी से।
अम्मी से? मेरी अम्मी से।
जब
वो क्या कहती है?
जब मारते हुए आउट हो जाओ तो कहती है कि नीचे अकेला करो यार, ये तुम क्या कर रहे हो, ये हो। जब नीचे खेलते हुए बंदा आउट हो जाए कहते तुम मारा करो ना।
पेरेंट्स ऐसे ही होते हैं ना, किसी हाल में खुश करना बड़ा मुश्किल काम है उनको, बिल्कुल ऐसी। अच्छा जी, क्योंकि हम फखर जमान की बात कर रहे हैं, उन्होंने काफी रिकॉर्ड्स भी बनाए हैं और रिकॉर्ड्स में फीचर भी हुए हैं, तो लेट्स हैव अ लुक एट द स्टैट अटैक।
Stat Attack, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
All right, you talk about the fewest innings to 3,000 runs, and Fakhar Zaman is right on that number 3 spot. He's taken 67 innings. He's actually overtaken Babar Azam. If you look at that list, Hashim Amla is right at the top, fewest amount of innings to 3,000 runs, 57. Uske baad Shea Hope hai at 67, and then you've also got Fakhar Zaman on 67. काफ़ी फ़ख्र की बात है। You've got to say that it's a huge achievement for you know Fakhar Zaman. In fact, आपने जो शर्ट पहनी हुई है उस पर भी 3,000 लिखा हुआ है। ये यही बात है, यही लिंक है, या क्या इसकी स्टोरी क्या है?
बिल्कुल, मैं तो जब चेंज कर रहा था तो मैनेजर ने शर्ट दे दी, कह रहे थे कि आपके 3,000 रन पूरे हो गए, और बिल्कुल यही वजह है।
अच्छा, अम्मी गाइडेंस देती हैं, बच्चे भी, आई नो कि आपका बेटा भी जो है बहुत इन्वॉल्व होता है, वो भी गाइडेंस देता है या नहीं?
वो जब मैं 0 पे आउट हुआ था पहली बॉल पे T20 में तो तब उसके बाद जब मुलाकात हुई उससे तो फिर मैं उसको यहाँ पे ले आया तो जब मैच पहले वनडे से आ रहे थे तो मुझे कहता है बाबा बस 0 पे आउट नहीं होना।
आपने एक के साथ 2-2 0 लगा दिए। और एक चीज़ जो मैं पूछना चाहूँगी आपसे, आज मोहम्मद रिजवान जिस वक्त बैटिंग पे आए तो उससे उस वक्त आप जो स्ट्राइक रेट आपका बहुत ज़्यादा था, बट जब वो आए तो आपने थोड़ा सा एक बैक रोल ले लिया और उन्होंने उसको एक्सेलरेट करना शुरू कर दिया। ये जो रोल चेंज होता है ये अब आप लोग अंदर ही कर रहे हैं या बाहर से भी मैसेजेस आ रहे हैं क्या? क्योंकि इतने बड़े चेज में आपकी ये रोल शिफ्ट जो होता है, गियर शिफ्टिंग, ये बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट है।
बिल्कुल, देखिए रिजवान ऐसा प्लेयर है उसकी रेंज बहुत ज़्यादा है। वो अगर आप कोई फील्डर क्योंकि 5 फील्डर अंदर होने का फ़ायदा भी बैट्समैन को ज़्यादा होता है और मैसेज भी यही आया कि मैं लंबा लेके चलूं तो तब रिजवान ने बोला कि आप लंबा लेके चलो, सिंगल डबल करो, मैं जो है ना मैं रिस्क लूँगा। तो तब रिजवान जो है ना उसने हमारा प्लान यही हुआ अंदर, रिजवान और मेरा यही अंदर हुआ कि वो रिस्क लेगा और क्योंकि वो स्पिनर को बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा खेलता है और स्वीप शॉट आपने उनकी देखी होगी। तो बस ये इसीलिए मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है बाबर, रिजवान और इमाम के साथ क्योंकि ये लोग आप पे प्रेशर भी नहीं लाते क्योंकि मेरा रोल मिकी जब शुरू में भी कोच था, फिर मिसबा भाई जब आए, जो भी कोच रहा है तो मेरा रोल यही होता है कि मैं तेज़ खेलूँगा, लेकिन ये लोग जो हैं ये मेरा काम और आसान कर देते हैं।
काम इनका और आसान हो जाता है, जिसलिए ही इज रीच 3000 रन्स। ह्यूज थैंक यू टू यू फखर एंड दैट वाज द सैट अटैक।
Stat Attack, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
ऑल राइट, थैंक यू सो मच फखर। ऑफिशियली हम आपको थैंक यू कह देते हैं। अम्मी से कहें नाराज ना होया करें क्योंकि कभी ना कभी तो स्कोर हो ही जाता है।
तो खुश होगी आज तो।
आज तो बहुत खुश होंगी अम्मी, आज सब खुश होंगे, पूरा पाकिस्तान खुश है फखर से। थैंक यू सो मच टू यू एंड सना, आप कहीं नहीं जा रही, आप इधर ही हैं। हम आपको थोड़ा और तंग करेंगे और मजीद बातें करेंगे, पर ऑन दैट नोट वी विल बी टेकिंग अ शॉर्ट ब्रीदर। व्हेन वी डू कम बैक वी आर गोइंग टू बी जॉइंड बाय ग्रांट एलियट। Back on the Inverex Solar Energy Pitch Side Show, and now I've been joined by Grant Elliott to talk about New Zealand. Mr. G, Grant or Mr. G, what do you prefer me calling?
No, that's fine. Either or.
Either or. You know, because last time I called you Grant, and you were like, "Have I changed now? What has changed now?" So, just want to make you comfortable. But great performance by Pakistan. New Zealand, we spoke about in the first one-day international, was short of runs. What happened today?
Hey, listen, today was a positive. Today was a real positive. New Zealand went out there. We all thought that they were 20 to 30 runs short. They went out there and they actually produced the goods today. But what was positive was Daryl Mitchell. He backed it up. He backed his 100 up with another 100. With Kane Williamson out injured, maybe Daryl Mitchell is the answer to number 3. I think the way that he's played has been outstanding. And I think New Zealand have improved throughout this tour. They've just kept getting better and better. So today was a real positive.
Today was a real positive, but is there any concern at all with regards to them conceding those amount of runs, or would you just put it down to the sheer conditions that they are facing?
I think that these are batting conditions. I mean, you know, we've seen the batters. They haven't struggled. We missed Milne today. Milne was out. So, you know, one of those frontline bowlers, maybe with a little bit more pace. We played the all-rounder. It was tough for them out there. Sodhi was a positive. But I also think that you have to take your hats off to Fakhar Zaman. I think he played really well. It was an innings that was needed. If New Zealand had got 2 wickets and maybe taken their chance and caught Fakhar Zaman, they had 2 opportunities to catch him, maybe the result would have been different.
Yeah, the fielding definitely has been something that's not been the best in this series so far by both the sides, and I think that's an area where they will both be looking to improve. One thing that hasn't disappointed us, though, is the fans' turnout in Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. Throughout, we've seen some brilliant crowds coming in. Let's find out from Mehak what they have to say.
Well, I'm currently amongst the crowd in the stadium where it's been a terrific performance from both the teams, with Pakistan coming out on top. And of course, it's been an absolute pleasure and a treat for the fans to watch this live. So let's go speak to the fans and ask them what a brilliant experience it was for them and how lucky they feel they were to watch this match live. Obviously, इतना brilliant match हुआ, तो कैसा था आपका experience इसको live देखते हुए?
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, यहाँ पे जब मैं रावलपिंडी क्रिकेट स्टेडियम आज मैच देखने आया हूँ तो ऑब्वियसली बहुत ज़्यादा क्राउड था और बहुत खुशी हुई, इतना ज़्यादा एक ये कह लें कि जैली एक क्राउड को देखते हुए खूब एंजॉय किया फैमिली के साथ। आज मैंने पूरा मैच देखा तो बहुत खुशी हुई। बेसिकली मैं हूँ कराची से और ख़ास तौर पे आज ये ODI देखने के लिए मुझे मौका मिला तो मैं यहाँ पे अपनी फैमिली के साथ मैंने बड़ा एंजॉय किया।
फ़खर ज़मान ने इतनी ब्रिलियंट बैटिंग की, पिछले मैच में भी इस मैच में भी बैक टू बैक सेंचुरीज बनाई, तो उनकी परफॉर्मेंस के बारे में आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे, उसको कैसे रेट करेंगे?
फ़खर बहुत ज़बरदस्त प्लेयर है। मेरे ख्याल से फ़खर को वर्ल्ड कप में भी इसी तरह परफॉर्म करना चाहिए और फ़खर को हम इसी तरह देखते रहेंगे तो इंशाल्लाह वो पाकिस्तान के लिए एक ज़बरदस्त खुशी भी लाएंगे, वर्ल्ड कप भी जीत के लाएंगे इंशाल्लाह। हमारी उम्मीद है कि फ़खर इसी तरह खेलता रहे और हमें एंजॉयमेंट मिलता रहे।
I've got a lovely family here present with me at the moment, तो बताएं कि आप लोगों ने आज का थ्रिलिंग मैच कितना एंजॉय किया उसको लाइव देखते हुए?
It's really amazing. It's my first experience and it's really amazing. I really enjoyed a lot.
So would you आप जाके फिर से एक मैच देखेंगी if you wanted to go?
Yes, why not? Yes, why not?
पाकिस्तान की बैटिंग के बारे में बात करें, आज हमने सेंचुरीज भी देखी, हाफ सेंचुरीज भी देखी दोनों टीम से, लेकिन आपको लगता है कि पाकिस्तान की बैटिंग में इम्प्रूवमेंट आ रही है अगर वर्ल्ड कप के हवाले से देखें जो ऑब्वियसली इस साल आ रहा है?
बिल्कुल, क्योंकि पहले हमारा प्रॉब्लम ये था कि जब 1-2 विकेटें गिरती थी तो हम बहुत ज़्यादा शेल में चले जाते थे। अभी ये है कि वी कंटिन्यूसली अटैक, बेशक विकेटें गिरें लेकिन वी प्ले आवर नेचुरल गेम, तो ये एक बहुत अच्छी चीज़ है और इंशाल्लाह वर्ल्ड कप हमारा ही है और इंडिया में हम वर्ल्ड कप जीत के आएंगे इंशाल्लाह।
Well, thank you so much for speaking to us और आपने हमें अपनी बहुत अच्छी राय दी. But that's it from Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. Over here, it was the last ODI, and now the leg will be moving to Karachi, and it's just been absolutely terrific, especially today's game. We saw big runs on the scoreboard, big chases, and Pakistan comes out on top and is 2-love up in the series now. And the rest of the games will be played in Karachi. So until next time, I will see you all in Karachi.
Well, the fans are definitely excited, and I'm sure they've got many reasons to be excited about. Pakistan is leading the series 2-0. Fakhar Zaman scored a fabulous 100, but I think he got a bit of a pep talk at the start by Grant Elliott right next to us. Grant, what was happening there? We saw there was a chat happening between you and Fakhar. I mean, any tips being exchanged?
I was actually talking to him about his career, and I said early on in his career that he struggled with the short ball, and he was talking to me about what he used to do and how he actually trained for that short ball, because I know he went to South Africa and the South Africans actually peppered him. And then when he went back to South Africa a year later, they bowled 5 short balls to him, he said, and he hit all 4 of them for 4. So the way that he's developed his game, and obviously giving him a couple of hot tips on how to play this innings, otherwise he wouldn't have scored, you know, the 3,000 runs that he has.
It's all thanks to G.
Yeah, and being in the Lahore Qalandars with him and all of that, you know, basically he was just thanking me for his career. No, not really. But it's amazing what he's done. He's a fine player, and to see his stats now is just phenomenal. And it's great to see. I love seeing good people perform well and do well. So outstanding from him, and I'm just lucky to have played with him.
Yeah, you're just a humble brag, basically.
Humble brag.
That's what it is, a humble brag. That's what we call such people. Anyway, Sana, Karachi. We're moving to Karachi. You know, the series is in Pakistan's favor. They're leading the series, but we know what happened in the T20s. Pakistan was sort of leading and New Zealand came back into the series. So it's important that they maintain some kind of consistency. Would you like to see any changes at all, or would you keep the same team?
I think Pakistan was quite proactive with the changes this time. Even in the second match, they had 3 changes. So what that says about the mindset is that they won't have to make a lot of changes at the end. They can pick and choose whatever combination is working for them. So I do think they will be learning from what happened in the T20s and would like to finish it in the next game, the one-day series. But one thing about Fakhar Zaman, I think he kept speaking about it. Babar Azam is the only other batter in this current era who has made 3 consecutive centuries twice. So I do think he kept talking about it also, but the importance of having Babar with him while achieving this milestone, and that's what this team is all about. They are exchanging information, which is pretty good.
Will we get to see Iftikhar Ahmed in action at all, because he is now in the squad?
I do think the number 4, they have tried 2 people at number 4, Shan and Abdullah Shafiq. Yes, after one game you don't want to make a lot of changes, but I do look like in the preparation for the World Cup, Rizwan can go at number 4 and maybe Iftikhar can come at number 5.
Yeah, that is a good point, because remember, the World Cup will be played in India and you will need some extra spinners who have the ability to hit, which Iftikhar Ahmed pretty much fits that kind of role. Thank you so much, Sana, for your thoughts. Thank you so much, G, the humble brag, for your thoughts. It's always it's always great to have you both on the show. And we'll have a look at what we have next for you now, which is pretty much another game of this Dafa News KFC series. It'll be on the 3rd of May, a couple of days off, and then we'll be seeing you in Karachi at 2:45 p.m. Yeah, it was a great game of cricket. Pakistan were obviously on the winning note. That's how they ended things. The crowd loved it. It was an absolute treat for them watching back-to-back hundreds by Fakhar Zaman. But this is it from Pindi, really. Pindi, you've been absolutely phenomenal. But we'll be seeing you guys now in Karachi.
Edged and taken. Haris Rauf picks up the first.
Oh, it's up and it's over. He's so good at this, Daryl Mitchell.
Daryl Mitchell once again scoring his 3rd ODI 100.
And a maximum. It was short, it was straight, it was quick. And that is the end of Imam.
Down the wicket, smashed away by Fakhar.
Absolutely superb from Fakhar Zaman. His 10th century in one-day internationals.
25th 50 in ODI cricket to go with his 17 centuries. What a player.
Catch it! Oh, sorry.